Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan.
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 Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. May Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody?
Into
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the SUNDAYFUNDAY broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. It's SUNDAYFUNDAY, folks. It's casual. Look at that. Not wearing a suit. You guys can fucking rest easy now. No suit. No suit, just cash. Just casual vibes. Okay? We're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I didn't suit up. I didn't boot up, you know. In any case, part of the reason why I started this morning when I woke up, you and my dad match outfits today. Nice. This morning I woke up and I was like, maybe I won't stream today. Maybe I won't stream today. And the reason for why was because I was thinking, you know, I've been getting like more and more easily angered and finding myself arguing with people on the internet when I shouldn't be doing that, right? Clearly I've been at the end of my rope. Usually when that happens, I feel like it's the beginning stages of burnout, right? And I don't want to get burned out. Okay? I don't want to get burned out at all. I should probably delete Twitter from my phone. Let's be real. Anyway, Druko, I got your blast off memes. But in any case, these people, like, this is what I mean. I turn on my Twitter timeline, and like, look, First thing I see immediately, Hasan is Biden era. Hasan is Biden era Biden campaign era Vosh now. Is devastating. They know exactly. They know exactly what pisses me off. They know exactly what makes me tick. If you deleted Twitter, you would miss things like this. Also, Stephen Miller supports the resettlement of his hairline. That's funny. Shit rail failed to get to first place in Eurovision. No, I know. We covered it yesterday. Eurovision. Until they bring back Juiced Klein and let him win year over year, I don't care about Eurovision. Okay, that's the winner in my heart. But shout out Bulgaria. One of my favorite countries. Okay, shouts out to Bulgaria. Thank you for not being Hungary. Okay? Thank you for not being Hungary. We must give a shout out to Bulgaria with regular frequency for not being Hungary. Okay? Because they could have been Hungary. You know what I'm saying? Easily. She has a Turkish man. Of course she does, bro. Bulgaria is basically half Turkey. But yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and you already know I'm a chud-ass loser. I'm a chud-ass loser, dog. A fat chud. Bulgaria, beautiful women's. Beautiful country, beautiful women's. But yeah, chud-ass loser time. Didn't do shit. Went to bed. Watched Invincible. Went to bed early. Woke up. Cuddled with the little lady. Went to the park. Played a little bit of pickup basketball. Won the game. Got blocked brutally. Had one key clutch three-pointer that actually turned the tide of the game because we were trailing behind over and over again. What is this? I think we found the only good Hasan clip ever because usually this guy's pretty insufferable, but this is kind of funny as hell. Okay, hell yeah. One person at a time. Drone strikes generator at nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates. Yeah, we got some news, but we're going to do some fun stuff as well. If you didn't work at Amazon, you would miss things like this. Yeah, bro, I saw. Okay, I fucking saw. Dude, what the hell is this, bro? Realistic mustache, human hair, handmade fake beards with invisible soft lace. Like, that's real. That's a real thing that they have. They're selling this shit. What? I mean, I don't care necessarily. Like, it's kind of cool that they think I'm hot enough to use as a model. You know, hey, I'm being used as a product I'm used as a gender goal, you know? For all of your gender affirming needs. For all of your gender affirming needs, if you want to look like a chud but think like a woke, you know, this is the mustache you need. And it's a $12 one too, but this one is a $18 one. What's up with that? Like, why is that more expensive than mine? Are these guys hotter? It's a goatee. This guy is selling a goatee as well, but this guy's mustache alone, just a mustache. Mine is thicker. Is that why? My girlfriend graduated last night with her bachelor's in social work. She's a HasanAbi head. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, chatter. Congratulations for having a girlfriend. Her graduating is secondary. Number one, you have a girlfriend. So that's good. I guess my mustache for the people. It's like more people can purchase the mustache and more people can get that gender affirmation that they desperately need. But yeah, that's all I got really is Sunday Fun Day. You already know what's up. We got a freaking hype train going. Shout out to the hype train. Okay. Sunday Fun Day, SNL Sunday, Drama Fun Reacts, Mainstream Media Manufacturer Consent for Cuba War, Epstein's Fortnite Fury, Epic Fail, Day 79. Straight is closed. Get it now. We're going to do fun at gunpoint, okay? Fun at gunpoint. Just you wait. Okay, buddy, today, poggers. I mean, sure, I'll do it, but like usually okay, buddy is just literally the same guy. It's just one guy posting. Mandatory fun. You know who else does mandatory fun? Kim Jong-un, okay? And that's precisely what we're doing as well. We let the subreddit die. Okay, but it's cope because like I do look at it and I look at it to like restart it, right? But then nobody ever does anything with it. So what am I supposed to do? Yeah, there's new Iranian war efforts have restarted. Trump really wants to wage it. Trump really wants to wage that shit. I think, I don't know what's going on with the whole, with the Xi Jinping conversation that took place, but it kind of feels like he didn't learn any lessons from that. I guess the only thing he responds to is you know, military might. Kind of feels like it, right? Fetterman had another stroke. Dude, I feel the same way about MAGA as I do about Israel. Okay. What is
you
this?
You guys really want to... okay, you want my actual take on asking people if Israel has a right to exist? I think it's the stupidest fucking question you can ask someone. I think it's a extremely... It is a gotcha question, and it's so fucking stupid. Chat, ask me, do I think Israel has the right to exist? No. Do I think Germany has the right to exist? No. Do I think Iraq has the right to exist? No. Do I think India has the right to exist? No. What the...
Damn, this guy hates all the countries. It's crazy. This guy hates all the countries in a row. By the way, the reason why I specifically asked that question to her was because I wanted her to, like, I wanted to see what she would say, right? I wanted to see what, like, if she could, you know, hit the Zoran line. I mean, he already gave us the method, right? He gave everybody the method. You say, look, you can do two things in that situation where you're going to be like, I think the theoretical conversation about like states existing is stupid. But yeah, I think every country that already exists should have equal rights and equal representation, right? Israel currently doesn't. Like if you want to say, I believe in Israel's right to existence as a secular, solitary state that offers equal rights and representation to all of the citizens, then yeah, that's a pretty good answer because that's not what Israel's doing currently, is it? You know? This has been out. Oh my God, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it today. I'm going to watch Maya today, okay? I think Maya's at the UN today too. Twitter acting like LA mayor doesn't have a say when cops start tear gassing and bashing protesters' skulls for organizing against a fucking genocide. I know.
Fuck does the right to exist mean?
He's right though.
What the fuck does that mean?
For the record, that's he's right about that. That question was designed as a Hasbara question to basically try to contest all critics of Israel and the sentiment that they have with this idea that like they just want all Jews to die or something. It's just a way to try to trap someone. Bro, sounded like I'm hurting him sending my TED talk. Damn, you're so news pilled. No, I'm gonna do it today. In any case, let's do it. What I was gonna say is I feel the same way about MAGA as I do about Israel, because it's just like a dying movement in many respects. Obviously, MAGA is a lot more popular than Israel is, at least in America. But it's always awesome when the only loyal servants that you can find are genuinely brain dead ogres. Like, who's out here going out the bat for Israel? Oh, John Fetterman. They basically keep him in a laboratory and they only release him into the wild after they wind him up. Like he has a crank in his ass and they just like wind it. And then they release. And he goes out and he's like, you are anti-Semitite. I love Israel. Israel number one. Like that's all he's good for nowadays. He's just good for being a fucking empty vote and perhaps one of the last remaining Hasbara merchants out there. There's just nothing left. The tank is empty, you know? The tank is empty, folks. Even Israel's biggest, strongest warriors don't chirp as much anymore because they've given up. They know everybody hates them. Yes, I saw the Cars for Kids shit. Obviously, we're going to be covering that today. Don't be crazy. Of course, we're going to cover that. It's a crazy story. It's another one of these stories where it's like, how can I explain this story to you without coming across as anti-Semitic? Okay? It's another one of those stories where I'm like, look, I'm going to tell you what happened here, but I really need you to understand that this is not an anti-Semitic conspiracy. It's just a thing that happened. Okay. Yeah. It's funny because it's been on their website, I think, but not in their jingles. Yeah, I wonder why it's not in their jingles. Yeah. 1877 Cars for Kids. Specifically for Jewish kids would be weird, right? Like that would probably be weird to add into the jingle, right? Like, yeah. And not just all Jewish kids, but Orthodox Jewish kids in Lakewood. Just wanted to make sure you understand. None of the money's going to any other type of kid. That's what it is. That's literally, this is the court case. Good luck. Good luck. It's one of those stories where you're like, it's one of those stories where you're like, I really want to explain this thing to you. This unbelievably famous charity has been caught doing false advertising and let's just, it's one of those things where it's like, listen, I'm going to try to hold your hand as I explain the story to you. It's a real, I'm not going to say what kind of doctor. Sometimes there are groups of people who will, I don't know, take donations and make it seem like that donation is going all around the country to aid children. And then Here, let's just run the story. Fuck it.
Well, chances are you've heard this jingle, but you may not hear it anymore.
Let's go back to Mike Rogers. Mike, a judge has ruled cars for kids can't keep using their ads.
Yeah, not in California. We've got the judge's ruling right here, and it all stems from what they're doing with the money after you donate a car to them. Now, this all stems from a case where a man in Orange County donated a 2001 Volvo to the organization. He got $250 for it, and he said, according to the judge, he thought that money was going to go to underprivileged kids here in California. He says he thought that because of the ad.
It's quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why does Cars for Kids funnel most of its money to Five-ish/Yap Dollar and a town in New Jersey? Yeah. Why would I donate my car to a kid? The fuck are they supposed to do with it? Yeah, anyway, let's continue. I'm just not going to say anything further. I'm just going to let the story play itself out, okay?
Yeah, because kids are our future is what the text on the bottom of the ad says, but he was shocked to find out that the money doesn't go to kids in California at all. Instead,
1-877 Cars for Kids. You might think it's all for kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids is just for specific kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. This is just for Jewish kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids, but not all Jewish kids. Just in Lakewood. Just in Lakewood, New Jersey. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Now, you might have thought that this was don't quit your day job. Yeah, okay. Well, this is my day job.
Goes to Cars for Kids' sister foundation, URA, which is a Jewish organization based in New Jersey that actually benefits teenagers. Now, this case went to court in Orange County. The judge ruled that
1-877 Cars for Kids. Actually, it's not even for Jewish kids. And 1-877 Cars for Kids is just for teenagers from Lakewood, New Jersey. This one specific neighborhood, this one specific Orthodox neighborhood, and it's not even for kids, it's just for teenagers. And you have anyway. Oh, God.
Ultimately, Cars for Kids is using misleading practices in advertising here in the state of California, which violates state law. I want to show you some of the testimony that was given in court, and this was in the judge's ruling. The COO testified that the organization's primary purpose is not to help economically disadvantaged children. The COO in court went on to say programs include matchmaking for young adults and gap year trips to Israel for 17 and 18-year-olds. That's where the majority.
Wow. What? It's... No. What? It's birthright? It's a eugenics program for Orthodox Jewish teenagers from Lakewood, New Jersey to get a free trip to Israel so they can go and meet other Israeli Jewish people and stay in Israel? What? Stop. You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me that that's what it was all along? I feel misled.
Majority of the funding is going, and then also admitted that Cars for Kids.
I live in Chicago, and I had an Uber driver years ago tell me the money went to Jewish teens to fund travel to Israel. I fully thought this was common knowledge. No, it's just one of those stories where, like, if someone says this to you, you immediately assume, like, yeah, that sounds like an anti-Semitic conspiracy. Especially if you hear from like an Arab unk cab driver, you're probably automatically going, "Ooh, this guy's actually kind of strange for telling me this." And then you scratch the surface. And you dig deep and you're like, oh my God, he was right. That's crazy. Okay? I don't know what the fuck this is about, but it is very funny because it's just like sits at a grand piano, takes a long contemplative drag from a cigarette, stubs it out in the ashtray overflowing with butts, cracks knuckles 1877 cars for oh, come on, Matt. I'm not reading that. Please show the 5-ish music video after, please. Okay, once again, and I need you to understand something for the Fox News watchers here. I'm not even going to full screen this so that people know this is Ura's own video, okay? I'm not watching a fucking Groyper. They didn't make this, okay? This is not like a Groyper edit. Ura made this video themselves. I'm just simply observing it. I'm not giving any commentary on it. Okay, this is the other charity that Cars for Kids funds, and this is the 5-ish dance too in Israel. Okay, this is a Jewish organization. They made this video. I didn't make it. I'm not watching a Groyper who made. I'm going to explain it one more time. Okay, listen. Warning. The video that you are about to watch was made by a Jewish organization. It was not made by a Groyper. Let's take a look. I don't think this is funny at all. I think this is it's a beautiful video. And there's nothing humorous about this. This doesn't actually lean into any famous tropes or anything like that. If you find that to be humorous, you're actually the bad guy for doing that. That's...
Wave your hands and bring them down. Slide right, slide left, turn around. Roll your hands from high to low, and that's how the 5...
By the way, this is low-key why I say, like, Israel is one of the most anti-Semitic inventions of all time. Okay? That's just it. Like, everything Israel does sounds so unhinged because it is unhinged. It is so unbelievably anti-Semitic.
Fish goes... Now you try it.
Wave your hands and bring them down. Slide right, slide left, and turn around. Roll your hands from high to low, and that's how the 5-ish goes. 5-ish, everyone. Dance the 5-ish, you'll have fun. 5-ish, your very own. Bring 5-ish to your home. 5-ish, everyone. Dance the 5-ish, you'll have fun. You can dance the 5-ish too. Come and I'll teach you.
Come and I'll teach you.
Wave your hands and bring them down. Slide right, slide left, and turn around. Roll your hands from high to low, and that's how the 5-ish goes.
Why is it American currency? What do you mean? Because it's American, pro-Israeli. Like it's like an Israel funding operation that is built in America. So it's funded by American dollars from American donors. We just described to you one of the funding mechanisms. Cars for Kids is one of the funding mechanisms, very much duping Americans into thinking that they're funding some sort of like philanthropic organization that aids underprivileged children all around the country. No, it's not. It's just not that. They just take your cars, they sell your cars, they take the money off the cars they sold, and then they fund five-ish URA, specifically birthright trips, so that 18-year-olds from Lakewood, New Jersey, Orthodox teenagers from Lakewood, New Jersey, can go to Israel and like get married to Israeli Jews so they can continue living in Israel and growing the Israeli Jewish population. Every single, this is trying to accurately describe cars for kids without sounding like a conspiracy theorist from 1930s Europe.
So, and I'm not joking, Israel, 1877 car for that one. It is that one. It is the one you're thinking of. The money gained from the donated cars didn't go to support kids as much as it went to support, I don't know, ethno-nationalism, let's just say.
It's like, it's a real, I'm not going to say what kind of teenagers. Look, I know this seems kind of odd to explain, like on its face. Okay? I know. But it's true. It's a thing that happened. Yeah, just fucking Google it, man. Just Google it. I can't explain it to you. Just Google it. Just Google it on your own.
How do I describe this without, like, sounding like Alex fucking Jones? I do not.
I'm a numbers guy. You gotta grok it.
Five-ish, everyone. Dance the five-ish, you'll have fun. Five-ish, your very own. Bring five-ish to your home. Five-ish, everyone. Dance the five-ish, you'll have fun. You can dance the five-ish too. Come and I'll teach you.
Yeah, so yeah, a lot of people were donating their cars to 1877 Cars for Kids, thinking that it was like a charity that was helping, teenagers in America or kids in America in poor neighborhoods, and it wasn't. It just wasn't doing that. It was actually funding URA so they can make wonderful videos like this one. The Five-ish dance. Five-ish is one of the other subsidiaries. So how long has it been going? Oh, for decades. This has kind of been like a known. I was just taking a shower listening to this. That's not a fucking $5 bill dancing with visible Jewish people, is it? Oh, no, that's what, for the listeners that are just tuning in. Yes, that's a bunch of Orthodox Jewish teenagers dancing in Jerusalem and numerous parts of Israel with a $5 bill, with a human being inside of a $5 bill costume. They chase the $5 bill in the beginning, which, once again, it starts off with the $5 bill running away from the teenagers. I'm just describing what for the listeners. For the audio only segment of this community, I am just explaining to them what is on the screen. This is a banger? Okay. Why didn't a single person think, hey, maybe we shouldn't have a visibly Jewish people chasing and hugging a $5 bill? What was happening? I don't know. I don't know what was going on. What is happening at 129? What do you mean? I don't know. Is that JD Vance? Actually? I think it's intentional. There's no way. Yeah, why is there a guy with a spear? I don't know. I just, maybe that's just a thing that happens in Israel. I'm not sure about that part. I don't really know. Anyway, so that's one of the stories that I was going to cover today. Here, let's continue.
No functional programs in California, except for a backpack giveaway that they admitted is also for marketing purposes and branding purposes. I want to show you the response from Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids says, we believe the decision is deeply flawed, ignores the facts, and misapplies the law. It's well known that we are a Jewish organization, and our website makes it abundantly clear. Take a look and judge for yourself. Then they gave us the link to their website. Their statement goes on to say, we believe this case was nothing more than a lawyer-driven attempt to siphon off charitable funds for their own gain.
Yeah, charitable funds for what? Say what the charitable funds are for. Charitable funds for what? Where are the charitable funds going? For what? How to view this video is not anti-Semitic, though? No, this literally is, like, I mean, this is a straight up anti-Semitic conspiracy. It just happens to not be a theory in this circumstance. Yeah, no, they are literally doing, like, you know, Jewish teenagers chasing a $5 bill. Like, they got zero chill. Like, they just straight up put their whole pussy into it. Okay, they were just like, no, it's fucking, this is what we're doing. What do you mean? That's just what it is. It is charity fraud, misrepresenting itself in its advertisement to dupe people into thinking that they're giving money to, like, you know, poor children or whatever, poor kids. And instead of giving the money to poor kids, it's actually just funding birthright trips for Orthodox Jewish 17 and 18-year-olds to go to Israel to match them with Israeli Jews in Israel, so they get married and they stay in Israel. That's what it is. Why did Adam Friedland allow Nick Mullen to make his joke real with his powers? This actually is... Cumtown has made jokes about this in the past, many, many years prior to this story gaining more prominence in the national level. So
you've probably heard...
Hold on, let me finish this real quick.
We expect to win on appeal because the law and the facts are clearly on our side. I want to point something out about their first part of the statement that the judge directly addresses here. You saw in their statement, look for yourself, go to carsforkids.org. But the judge says people that hear this ad on the radio or TV shouldn't have to go to the website to understand exactly where the funds are going. The judge says the ads do not make it clear that this is an organization benefiting Jewish children in New Jersey. And in fact, none of the funds, or a very small amount of the funds, are actually benefiting kids here in California. Now, as you heard from Cars for Kids, they plan to appeal, but this is a long-standing issue. And in fact, this issue has already been taken up in other states as well. And judges in other states have ruled in similar manner. So we'll see.
Yeah, so, I mean, you guys have probably seen the ad before, right? We'll run the ad one more time, and you can judge for yourself.
1877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate online at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Yeah, that's the ad. Okay. I saw this for the first time on a John Oliver video. Yeah, it's you watch it like that, it's, you know, it's ambiguous what the organization. I mean, it's not even ambiguous. It's just like you assume that the organization is aiding kids, helping kids. Also, once again, the marketing team on this, they put a black kid on the base. So do with that information what you will. That's a little bit crazy in and of itself. But yeah.
Heard it maybe many times over the almost 3 decades it's run on TV and radio.
1877 Cars for Kids.
It's even been mocked in pop culture.
1877 Cars for Kids.
Shut up! Shut up! What is this charity?
But this morning, a Superior Court judge in California says a Cars for Kids jingle must stop being broadcast in the state.
Donate your car.
It's just very funny because the more it unwinds, the funnier it gets, where you're like, oh, so you're telling me that this charity is actually not like helping kids in underserved neighborhoods, just, you know, I guess kids in one neighborhood. You're like, wait, okay, so it's one neighborhood in Lakewood, New Jersey's Orthodox Jewish neighborhood. Wait, you're telling me it actually doesn't even help all Jewish kids around the country? Wait, now you're telling me it doesn't even help the Jewish kids that are Orthodox in Lakewood, New Jersey. It's just teenagers. It's just Orthodox teenagers that are age 16 to 18, and it doesn't even help them. It just pays for their trip to Israel. It's just a way to send them to Israel on a birthright style trip. What the fuck?
Finding the nonprofit has been violating California's false advertising laws.
We have to show they knowingly and intentionally misled the public. And it's not an easy thing to do, but we did it.
The ruling stems from a lawsuit filed by a Southern California man who says he donated a car after hearing the ad on the radio. He believed the proceeds would go to help children in need. But his attorney says,
yeah, help children in need of what? Not children, teenagers in need of a vacation to Israel, in need of a serving a higher purpose of like populating Israel with more, you know, more of the right ethnic group, ethno-religious group. What's up? That's the need. It's a very important need.
That's not where the money has actually been going.
They knew what they were doing. The ad is extraordinarily impactful.
The judge ruling Cars for Kids has misled donors by implying the funds go to support needy children, but that most of the money actually goes to Orthodox Jewish programs in New York, New Jersey, and the Middle East. The court finding the money is spent on sending teenagers to Israel and a $16 million building there. The judge ordering Cars for Kids to pay the victim $250, the fair market value for his non-working car. In a statement, Cars for Kids...
By the way, this is a real, like, we looked at Russiagate and we scratched the surface, and underneath it we found Israelgate moment. Because, like, this is quite literally a common trope for, like, ethnic enclaves. Like, all they're doing is, like, you know, stealing American hard-earned dollars to, like, fund their country and, like, go back to their own country and fund initiatives there. And it's like, that's the American dream, baby. That's the American dream, you know? There it is.
It says, we believe this case was nothing more than a lawyer-driven attempt to siphon off charitable funds for their own gain. We expect to win on appeal because the law and facts are clearly on our side.
It will make many charities a little concerned that a case like this could be brought, and checking whether their disclosures are adequate.
All right, so Cars for Kids has until June 8th to stop airing the ads in California or get that ruling put on hold. It's also facing a similar federal class action lawsuit alleging much of the same. Rhiannon.
All right, thank you for that.
What did he know? I mean, the whole Cars for Kids situation is pretty well known. Like, I mean, this guy, Moss Planet, did a video on it a year ago.
1877 Cars for Kids. You probably know the tune if you're someone who has listened to radio at some point in the past 30 years. In the most recent rendition, the advertisement features a band of children with instruments that sing their awful, awful song, imploring you to donate your car, presumably for their own sake. It is a jingle so mentally taxing to the listener that it has led to literal death threats being sent to the organization.
Some like, oh, these kids are so cute, but then there was like, these kids should go kill themselves.
For kids. Man, fuck Car for Kids. It's the most stupidest, annoying.
Turn it off!
Everybody hates this song so much to the point where most people associate the organization behind it with
the cruel but effective agony of the Cars for Kids jingle.
The omnipresent malice against their ears that the song is. But a lot of others end up donating their cars to these kids, enough to keep their ads on the air. The question is, where are these cars going, and how are they for these kids? To my disappointment, this was not a charity that gave children free vehicles with which to fight each other in a fashion reminiscent of the Twisted Metal games. Instead, Cars for Kids takes
that would be fucking dope. Imagine, that would be super cool if they were giving like 8-year-olds cars, you know? Imagine that's the reason why the guy actually sued the charity. They were like, dude, what the fuck? It was too ambiguous. I thought I was giving my Kia Sorento to an 8-year-old so he could just like, you know, engage in bumper cars. It's fucking bullshit. Bullshit.
Vehicles and flips them at auto auctions. This isn't too unusual, and is a service that many people would rather just use to get a tax break instead of going through the hassle of selling their car by themselves. Despite the pitch of helping children and tax benefits being ostensibly hard to disagree with, the
guy who sues Cars for Kids because he thought if he gave his car up, he would get a child in exchange for the vehicle. Wait a minute. I thought I was giving my car up, and then where's my child? Where's my kid? I thought I'd get a free kid in exchange for a car.
Incredibly awful jingle has made Cars for Kids a charity everyone is sort of allowed to hate. What doesn't help with that reputation gained from the jingle is learning what Cars for Kids actually does with the money they receive. See, Cars for Kids doesn't actually give to any of the children you would think of as particularly in need. That's because the kids in question are being helped not because they are in need of charity, but because they are part of a religious group. Right on the Cars for Kids website, it clarifies that. Our all-encompassing program gives Jewish children and their families the support, resources, and guidance they need to develop into productive members of the community. What the website doesn't clarify is that these Jewish kids are almost exclusively in New Jersey, the city of...
No, but it's funny because it doesn't even do that. Okay? Even that's misleading. There are other sister charity organizations or subsidiary charity organizations, which I'm sure he's going to get into in this video. But like, there are other subsidiary organizations that actually take those funds and then don't even give it to the children. Don't even give it to the Jewish kids in Lakewood, New Jersey. It's just teenagers between the ages of 16 and 18 in Lakewood, New Jersey, who want to go to Israel for a matchmaking opportunity in Israel. It does do tutoring and summer camps for Orthodox kids in Lakewood, I think, at least. Okay. All right. At least there's that.
Lakewood in particular. I was surprised to learn that Cars for Kids was Jewish at first. Growing up in Minnesota, I heard that godforsaken jingle so many times, but had never heard about Cars for Kids.
Quick correction. I know it might seem like it's not a big deal, but teens are kids. I think it's important to be totally consistent on this because it's dangerous to think teens aren't children when we're talking about child marriage and or pedophilia. Thank you for... Yeah, except they don't have even teenagers on the fucking ad. They have little babies on the ad, okay? They have like barely babies on the ad. They could have said Cars for Teens, but they chose kids instead.
Kids from my Jewish friends, or saw any indication that any of the people at the Jewish community center I went to were supporting this seemingly omnipresent Jewish charity. It turns out I wasn't the only one in Minnesota that was confused by this. An investigation by the Minnesota Attorney General's office found that Cars for Kids spent essentially none of its raised money from Minnesota in the state on anything more than more ad buys. Cars for Kids has done a few programs helping the wider community. This mostly seems to manifest in handing out coats, basketballs, and developing an app that reminds you not to leave your children in a hot car. Looking at their website, these programs are either in Newark, New York City, or Philadelphia. Conveniently, no more than...
That sounds literally like contingencies, just to avoid whatever kind of like legal scrutiny might come your way, where you're just like, wow, well, we did this too. Look. God, so many charities are just absolute dog shit, okay? So many charities, man. What the hell?
a day trip from the headquarters of Cars for Kids in New Jersey. But this is all, at best, a half-assed attempt to argue on a technicality. In reality, 92% of the organization's cash is sent directly to another charity, URA, located in Lakewood, New Jersey, and run by Cars for Kids founder Eliyahu Mintz. There is functionally no difference between Cars for Kids and URA outside of paperwork and advertising. As a side note, I wouldn't feel qualified to write about this if I was just talking about URA, as I'm not a member of the Jewish community, nor have I had any personal interactions with Jewish people that prompted me to write this. The truth is that URA forfeited the deniability of being a religious organization, both when it got most of its money from Cars for Kids, and when it didn't even register as one for tax purposes. URA doesn't offer its services to Jewish people outside the greater New York and New Jersey metro area. Less than 1% of the money stays in other states that donate, and besides, any charity that is going to subject us to that awful jingle would already be one under intense legal scrutiny in a just system. I've actually been passively familiar with URA for a few years now. Like an unfortunately large number of things in my life, URA originally came to my attention via an episode of the Cumtown podcast. Now
No! Hey, that is crazy, bro. Oh my God. This is one of those things where you just don't admit it. You don't admit it. You just keep that to yourself. I mean, I know I brought it up as a joke earlier that this is like a very famous Cumtown bit, but god damn, dude, that's crazy.
I'll get to what part of URA was in that clip specifically, but if you know, you know. URA is itself a modern Orthodox Jewish charity that services said community.
Putting my protective hat on here, okay? For plausible deniability.
Orthodox Judaism is defined by maintaining Orthodox traditions while still interacting with the modern world as it is. This is different from ultra-Orthodox or Haredi Judaism, whose adherents self-segregate from broader society to maintain their beliefs as authentically as possible. In terms of services offered, URA seems to focus mainly on surprise.
10 years ago, people would be shocked to learn that you would listen to a show called Cumtown. Now it's normal. It was an ongoing bit in my community where I'd always go, "What's Cumtown?" That sounds kind of strange. And people would be like, "Oh, son, aren't you friends with Nick Mullen, Adam Friedland, and Stavros Halkias?" Because like people would always try to be like, "Well, you're not woke, like you're friends with these guys and they do anti-woke comedy." And I was like, "What's Cumtown?" Like that was the joke. Be like, "What, Seaman Village? I don't know what you're talking about." Because like all of these fucking weirdo edge communities would constantly try to like present me as this like reactionary because I was friends with the Cumtown guys.
The younger generation, although not exclusively. This focus makes sense given that Orthodox families have more children on average than any other Jewish denomination in America, and the community has a general distrust of public institutions. They need a lot of cars to pay for these kids. It is for this reason that the charity exists supposedly, as a means to provide the Orthodox community with help raising children through programs like day camp. I say supposedly because URA is unique even among shady charities for how strange it is. High-rise apartments, strip malls, and even mixed-use development in Jerusalem. Cars for Kids is already known to have some assets that are tangentially related to kids at best. When I looked at the tax returns for the two charities, a lot more than just buildings started to come up. I'll give you a rundown of a couple interesting finds.
I love how often the word shock gets used in your commentary in your chat, leading into the silliness of the dog collar thing. No, shocking is like a normal word that people use. You're just hyper focused on it because you think that it's like a thing that we're fearful of or something. It's just a word, man.
One property that URA owns is 985 Clare Drive in Lakewood, New Jersey. According to tax records, URA acquired this property in 2015. What's interesting is that the last time 985 Clare Drive was sold on the market was in 2009, according to Redfin. The property also isn't a facility, it's a single-family home. It's not the only single-family home owned by URA either. 851 Morris, 624 Vine, 107 and 119 Rutgers, all bought in 2008. All but one off the market since then. 107 was sold in 2022 for $85,000 more than the tax assessed value. I don't know what these are being used for, but the fact that Google Street View doesn't show any signs that these buildings are being converted into a non-residential role makes me think that there might be more going on. Another revelation from these forms is how much profit this nonprofit makes. 2021 revenue was $77,977,049, up 62.5% from the previous year, while expenses of $28,251,610 represented a mere 7% rise. These numbers aren't unprecedented. Look at pretty much any college in the US, but still raise questions. More specifically, it makes you wonder what that $34 million in cash is doing just sitting there. For that, I have at least a partial answer. URA hosts a yearly charity auction in a live stream telethon format. During this telethon, URA gives out several prizes, many of them straight up cash, in a format that they call an auction, but is really just a raffle. Interspersing these auctions is a character I knew I was going to have to talk about eventually, and it filled me with a sense of dread. I already mentioned it earlier, but it's time to talk about Five-ish.
Uh-oh.
Five-ish is something else. As alluded to previously, I first heard about Five-ish from the then Cumtown podcast. Five-ish was being discussed because, well, this is what Five-ish looks like. Five-ish is a giant $5 bill with cartoon eyes and giant Mickey Mouse-like limbs. Essentially, he is sort of like the mascot of URA, who goes around to their events and serves as what I think is supposed to be a sort of comic relief character. To quote a friend of mine who was on that episode of the aforementioned podcast, this is like if the Expendables of anti-Semitism came together to make something to make fun of Jews. URA really likes using Five-ish. This isn't a mascot I dug up from years ago or something they tested out in a couple videos. Like, they really fucking love Five-ish. They love Five-ish so much that...
Is this a Nazi group? This is a Jewish charity. This is... I mean, I already gave you the fucking warning ahead of time. I was like, this is not like Groypers didn't come up with this, okay? How does it feel knowing you've done this for years and the only legacy you have is that you're the guy who shocked his dog on stream? It's all you'll be remembered for. Eat a bag of dicks. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case, buddy. But thank you. Thank you for watching.
They have Five-ish as a plushie, Five-ish on a hat.
If you keep repeating it to yourself, maybe it'll be the case, though. Keep dreaming, Dream Machine.
President Five-ish, the Five-ish car, or Five-ish mobile. Really shitty CGI Five-ish. Five-ish in Israel on the news. Five-ish in Israel being harassed by other Orthodox Jews.
Gonna hurt you, Kenny's gonna hurt you.
These are filmed and uploaded to the URA channel, by the way. This is not like... Again, this wasn't like a random sighting and then they filmed it and then maybe some like weirdos got their hands on it. Like all of this is uploaded to the URA channel. I showed you one of them already. Okay, I showed you one of them already. I need you to understand. This is URA. The subsidiary under the Cars for Kids, like the funnel for Cars for Kids, is a Jewish charity. Okay. You should schedule your appointment for 2:30. Why can't you be a cute chatter like this, like you are in the fucking in the Hitler coalition? You know, dude is obsessed with Asmon every now and then, so no argument made. I suspect Asmongold is live, and he's probably reacting to a video of mine, which is why this guy came in here to say this, right? Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, mass arrest any day now, buddy.
Five-ish and his Five-ish family being washed ashore and threatened by the military of Panama, being partially led by a knockout version of the Prince from Frozen. Okay, why don't I start there at that last one? So, what commissioned or produced, I couldn't find exactly if it was done in-house, these animations featuring Five-ish. The intent is children's programming, which
you're in the thumbnail
is schmorg, as in...
Yeah. Mr. Yep. Mr. I never talk... Mr. Asmon never talks about Hasan. Hasan only talks about Asmongold. Boom. Always in the thumbnail, baby. Always. Every damn day.
Smorgasbord. The most interesting schmorg is one that is 38 minutes long and involves the aforementioned military of Panama. So the video starts, and after a short intro, we see 3 boys walk out of their bullet-ridden school onto the sidewalk. 2 of the boys stop as the 3rd boy asks where they're going. They say,
"We're going to visit Five-ish."
As all 3 boys blink their porcelain doll eyes to mimic human behaviors, a Cars for Kids branded taxi drives past and the scene moves on to another intro, except this one transitions into a theme song, an incredibly long theme song. In fact, I did some napkin math to find out that this theme song is a little under 2 minutes. For context, that is longer than the 1-minute, 36-second intro of the syndicated version of Twin Peaks. If you include the cold intro, it is about as long as the intro to Band of Brothers, and only 10 seconds shorter than the longest intro in TV language history, which is the cut intro to Twin Peaks. Look, it's a long intro. Rest in peace, David Lynch. The 3 boys finally arrive at Five-ish's house, where they inform him that they have anxiety that they won't be able to attend the yeshiva, religious school, that they want. There doesn't seem to be an inciting incident, really, or a stated reason that these boys are nervous. Nevertheless, Five-ish regales them with the story of when my friends and I were really scared. Now, even though this sounds like Five-ish is about to tell these whiny kids about his time in prison, that is unfortunately not the direction it goes. Five-ish is dropped off at the airport, does his Catskills material.
Wait. You forgot your change.
Change? What do you mean change? I need a change? Well, I mean, everybody could use a little bit of change. I'm not saying that, but I mean, how much do I really need to change?
No,
And enters the building. Then, Five-ish is accosted by this overbearing TSA worker, who then waves him through. The worker then starts talking with another, more anthropomorphic Five-ish, who is bringing a kosher meal on the plane, but is told it looks too much like a bomb. They then strike up a conversation about what yeshiva they went to, for some reason. What makes this so bizarre is, for a lack of a better term, it's sort of unskilled racism. Let me try to explain. So, the TSA worker speaks with some kind of accent. I say some kind because it's not clear what stereotype this man is supposed to represent. He wears a yarmulke, which would imply he's Jewish, but he also punctuates his sentences with Arabic terms like Habibi.
Habibi, look at me. Do I look like a stewardess?
This accent is so thick that it could either be
No, that's Israeli. No, that's an Israeli. That is an Israeli Arab Jew. Like, that's what the... It's not that confusing when you are a little bit more in tune with what's going on. You're so lame, and so is your entire fan base. You just sit in your chair and react to bullshit. John Pork is scalding. Yeah. Asmongold's chest down the line, chatter. Famously, I'm known famously for sitting around and reacting to shit and never going outside.
Really,
Thank
or
you.
some kind of approximation of Arabic. I say this because there's another Five-ish sketch showing an Arab terrorist going through security without issue. I think this man is supposed to be an overbearing Arab who accosts Five-ish who wants to bring a kosher meal on, but then they forgot and decided to add in some dialogue that makes him seem Israeli. After this, the Five-ishes get on their flight with El Al, the largest Israeli airliner, which then promptly crashes into the ocean because of engine breakage.
Enough reps for everyone. I know I should have done Hatavas Chalayim this morning.
I thought this was funny because they clearly did not consult El Al for this, as most airlines do not like to be shown crashing into the ocean. In fact, this is sort of the main things airlines don't want people to think of when it comes to them. It then cuts to the French-British island colony of Bingsalou, which has the Panamanian flag for some reason. It's never really explained why the colony is both French and British. Maybe it's a Quebec situation. The island is ruled by some sort of 17th century colonial merchant who I'll call the King, and an Xbox 360 version of the prince from Frozen named Franco. The King is being entertained by scuba divers who are hitting a ball that literally just has the default texture on it. No, I'm not kidding, that's just the default texture from Gary's mod.
Yes, that was wonderful. Let me see you slam that volleyball into the pool again.
In with the toes.
And go all the way to the nose.
That is disgusting.
There's sort of an implication that the King is getting a sexual thrill out of this, even though it just looks like an early CGI tech demo. I also have to mention that Franco seems to have a tribal tattoo on his jacket for some reason. We never really get to see his back fully, so I can't be entirely certain, but it seems—
Oh my god, he does. Why does he have a tribal tattoo in the back of his jacket?
It's like someone decided to add a sick-ass mid-2000s tribal tat for literally no reason. Anyway, the 5-ish plane crashes into the ocean with the thematically consistent but horrifically tragic 5 survivors. There are actually people on the plane, by the way, real humans that... Wait, is that Go Animate? No, I swear to fucking God, they use Go Animate assets on this thing. I don't even know how that's easier, honestly. They didn't animate them, they just loved the Go Animate assets so much that they need them to be there. I just had to mention that, I'm sorry. Anyway, the 5-ishes wash up on the beach, sing a song, and get reprimanded.
Prepare for war. The French.
The next most interesting thing to happen is when Lord Farquaad shows up. A lot of exposition occurs, there's a song, yada yada yada. The 5-ish congregation finds themselves trapped at the royal palace, where, after a musical number...
Wait a minute. Let me explain.
What the fuck is going on? I thought this was about a charity. Chatter, I don't know how to explain this to you, but it's still about the charity. Yeah. No, this is... I mean, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that, like, which one was the cult that did an anime? Like, that made that anime, the Japanese cult, Fun Times, Happy Fun Times, or whatever. Basically, this is the Orthodox Jewish version of that, where, remember, we started today by talking about Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids... oh yeah, Shinrikyo, Shinrikyo. So basically, here's what happened. Okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning just to, help people catch up. Cars for Kids is a charity with a very famous jingle, 1877 Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids has been sued all around the country in different state courts for misleading people who have, donated their cars into believing that they're donating their cars to help children in, underserved neighborhoods or whatever. Turns out Cars for Kids actually takes all of those funds and puts 92% of those funds into a Jewish charity called URA. Most of the money is spent not even on children. Some of it is spent specifically on Jewish children in Lakewood, New Jersey. But most of the money actually goes to URA, which is spent on taking Jewish Orthodox kids who are between the ages of 16 and 18 on birthright trips for matchmaking purposes to Israel. Okay? And this is one of the creative materials that URA has designed. I don't know for what reason. I don't know why they thought that this was a good way to like promote the charity or anything like that. But basically, URA has a character called 5-ish. It's a $5 bill. It's an anthropomorphic $5 bill that runs around all over the state of Israel. And there's a bunch of like Orthodox Jewish kids in the state of Israel that like chase him around. It feels fake, but it's not. And they're just, I mean, it's a money funneling operation. It sounds like an unbelievably anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, except it's just a thing that's been happening. And since more people are aware of it now, I just wanted to give you a little bit more background into it.
With a song! Hit it! New England clam chowder or gefilte fish, it's not too difficult to call. Why eat crab cakes or octopus instead of soup with matzo balls?
Get beckoned by a man named Moshe, a, quote, Jew just like you. This confirms that 5-ish is a full part of the religion and that URA wants children to know that money can indeed become Jewish. Moshe then tells them they don't like Jews here, which you would think is a prejudice that would fall away after a while, but apparently is very deeply held. There also isn't any mention by any other islander made about Jews, which makes me think that Moshe is just a guy who's...
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Moshe kind of looks like a Nazi. I don't know why they made him dress like that. But okay, so for those of you just tuning in now, okay, so I explained to you 5-ish, which is the character that URA created. It's a Jewish charity, Jewish organization, and yeah, he looks like Hirohito, but that's a totally separate point. these Jewish $5 bills, these Orthodox Jewish $5 bills are flying to Israel, and then the plane crashes, okay? And they land on an island. Now they're on the island, and there's a guy on the island who's like, my name is Moishe, I'm Jewish just like you, and everybody on this island hates the Jews, okay? This is supposed to be something that, I guess kids are watching for some reason. I don't know.
Hell, there also isn't any mention by any other islander made about Jews, which makes me think that Moishe is just a guy who sucks and is disliked for different reasons and just attributes it to anti-Semitism. I also wanted to mention that Moishe's outfit is weirdly specific. Not in its details, those are fairly scant, but the fact that it seems to include an Austro-Hungarian military ski cap for some reason, I found very bizarre. I don't note this because it's particularly important, but rather because it raises questions as to where they got his model from. Of all the models on all the asset stores, why it was an Austrian mountaineer circa 1915 that was chosen, I have no idea. Why instead did they not choose any other kind of generic soldier? And why did they choose something that I only recognize because I play way too many Hearts of Iron 4 mods? Anyway, the Five-ish-I, anyway, try to escape before being captured and taken back to chicken wire fences.
Get in there with the chickens. Where you belong.
Which is another thing about this supposedly lost colony I found strangely reminiscent of the industrial nature of the Holocaust. But just as the Five-ishes are going to be put on trial, a helicopter piloted by Boris, another Five-ish, swoops down to announce their arrest. In exchange, the islanders are offered a large chest of coins that the king is told are apparently edible.
They're very good, Your Highness. You'll like them.
Why does he sound like that? He does not. I'm sorry. Moishe, yes, Jewish name. Okay. Doesn't look Jewish at all. Kind of looks like he might hate the Jews. And also on top of that is dressed up in a very weird garb and doesn't sound in any way, shape, or form like this is a villain. This is the most anti-Semitic animation I've ever seen. If you laugh, you're anti-Semitic and I'll unfollow. I'm not laughing. I'm dead serious about this. None of this is weird to me. None of this is strange in any way, shape, or form. I think this is normal and good.
Shiny, valuable, but most importantly, edible.
I don't know. That then finally concludes our Five-ish story in the animated realm, but it continues into the aforementioned auction. Every year, URA hosts a charity auction that is really just a raffle. It's almost comically corrupt in terms of prizes offered to the point where it's basically just gambling. Just as I watched the Five-ish TV show, I also watched the Five-ish charity from 2023 and recorded what happened during it. I've been to a couple charity auctions myself. My memory consists mainly of watching people bid on gift baskets, memorabilia, or gift cards to sums of maybe $300 at the most. They were social events, either for a public school or a local nonprofit, where donors came to mingle. URA also does charity auctions, but the way they organize these events is in another galaxy compared to my experience and the experience of many others. I'm just going to cover the auction and telethon for now, but the online auction is both the easiest and hardest to explain. So it's not unheard of to pick up an item at a charity auction for below market rate. That's sometimes the incentive. For example, you buy a rare baseball card that got donated to a charity auction. There's some upsides to the benefiting institution in terms of taxes and ease of processing. URA takes it to a completely new level. URA auctions themselves don't work like auctions at all. Like I said, they're basically a sweepstakes or raffle where donors buy tickets that are then randomly drawn. The other main difference is the prizes. Where others have donated items with somewhat subjective market price, URA charity auctions seem to primarily have a different kind of prize. Cash, not collectible buffalo nickels, not a $2 bill signed by Richard Nixon. Large sums of money that URA gives to its winner. Of the 49 potential prizes, 15 of them were just money. That doesn't include the other prizes, many of which were just a step removed from being a transfer of money. Here's a list of the auction items that you can win for as little as $5 that are just straight up, undeniably money. In fact, one host points out that
I don't think this is funny at all. I'm visibly shaking my head.
One winner spent $500 on tickets and made their money back 100 times over. Here's a short list of 15 prizes. $25,000 cash. $7,000 Visa gift card, Five-ish cash, which is $5,555, $100,000 bonus, Daily cash, $50 a day for 6 months for 9,000.
He's dying. Five-ish is dying. How is this funny? The anthropomorphic $5 five-ish is dying. They are literally burying it under dollar bills. Oh, you think that's funny? I don't.
In total.
He's drowning in money. They're killing him. He's suffocating.
MasterCard. Weekly each, $100 a week for 1 year, or $5,200. $36,000.
It looks like he's literally gasping for air as he's being crowd crushed. Like, oh, save me!
Fat check, which is $6,130. Investment portfolio, parentheses, $10,000. $18,000 cash. Pick 50K. Allows you to pick one of 5 hidden cards, each worth $5, $50, $500, $5,000, or $50,000. Yearly cash. $1,000 every year for 10 years, for a total of $10,000. Instant 50K for $50,000. 10 of the 50 prizes are some form of guarantee and help paying for a specific bill or expense with a listed value. Choice items from that selection include rent and mortgage, an Amazon spree, and, quote, living expenses. 6 prizes are a trip to Israel, either for a holiday or just covering the ticket price of a dozen people. 11 prizes are what I would consider to be desirable for most people, even outside the community URA serves. These include items such as a Toyota Sienna, a fine silver, or a vacation anywhere. I also have to mention what is by far the strangest item in the last list on that count, which is $8,500 that goes towards a bunker or safe room on your property. Well, myself a Gentile, I never felt like having a secured bunker in your backyard is something that would be more appealing to the Jewish people I know. I mean, if I got offered a bunker for $5, would I turn it down? The answer doesn't have much to do with my ethnicity or religion, and really is just more a question of how cool I think having a bunker would be. The final 7 items are the only one I could find that were related to the local Orthodox community. These include things like a Sefer Torah and a year of $200
I'm not. No.
Every week towards Shabbos.
No.
One prize among these is the so-called Loser's Prize, which is a limited edition sweatshirt which features 5-ish surrounded by I'm a Winner, URA 2023 auction. Another part of the live stream that I wanted to talk about was an advertisement for another URA organization that shows up halfway through. And by being an URA organization, it is inherently one that is funded by Cars for Kids. Rebbitzins, I think I'm pronouncing that right, is a site that facilitates the traditional Orthodox Jewish shidduch, where young singles are matched with each other by members of the community. For a religious group that is strictly divided along gender lines and does not evangelize itself, the shidduch is a method for maintaining this tight social cohesion. In essence, the shidduch system is one of the only institutional forms of arranged marriage still in the United States. The shidduch is also a model that is in crisis. Creatively named the shidduch crisis, many in the Orthodox community fear that there is a decline in the number of marriages overall, which is being spearheaded by a drop in shidduch marriages. Looking into this, the conclusion that I saw reached by observers is that a high dropout rate of the religion picking its...
Would you turn down a free bunker? Never. I'm pro bunker, Enver Hoxha style, okay? Yes. URA, Enver Hoxha, we're bunker maxing.
By parents, and the generally dehumanizing nature of having your partner pick for you, as technology tears down more social barriers, are contributing to this crisis. Men are also less willing to marry, which combines with the higher male tendency for leaving Orthodox Judaism to make women in the shidduch system much more susceptible to being objectified, both by potential partners and often the woman's own parents, trying to sell her in a buyer's market. Rebbitzin seeks to fix part of that crisis by providing a more...
This is marketed towards American Jews? No, not even. This is just marketed towards American Jews in an Orthodox community in Lakewood, New Jersey. Okay? I mean, there are plenty of American Jews in this chat. Ask them if they've either ever heard of this or if this would be in any way, shape, or form appealing to them. And you will very quickly find out the answer is fuck no. Why would like a random, like, think about the American Jews that have been on my broadcast. Like, think about presenting this to Felix Biederman or Noah Colwyn to be like, hey, would this be appealing for you? Would you like random bunker in Tel Aviv? And then they'd be like, no. I mean, this would be appealing to Felix, but in a very different way. He would appreciate this probably in a totally different way.
Or streamlined and supportive shidduch process to parents. In the promo played during the telethon, it is made clear that the purpose of Rebbitzins is...
Weird that you didn't bring up Brace? Yes, there's a reason why I didn't bring up Brace, because Brace already has a bunker. No, I'm just kidding. All right,
to reinforce the shidduch system with their services. Despite a red background that brings to mind online dating services and romantic music, Rebbitzins is part of a deeply conservative tradition. As I previously mentioned, the shidduch system does not favor women. More than just the demographic issues that make women outnumber men in the community, women who are married using the shidduch system are being placed firmly inside a deeply patriarchal community structure. The most standing example of this fact is that Orthodox Jewish women are generally not allowed to seek a divorce. Only their husband can initiate that process. This can result in creative solutions where gangs of Orthodox men are hired on behalf of Orthodox women unsatisfied with their marriages to kidnap and convince the husbands who are refusing this divorce. The practice was the subject of the 3rd episode of The Sopranos.
Called Hasidim. Hasidim, but I don't believe them.
I mean, that's not funny. That's not a good joke. That's very bad.
What's he want, this titleman? He wants a divorce for his daughter. You know about this shit?
Run. Huh? Trust me. You don't want to do business with these people.
He said there's 25 large in it if we can get him this here get.
You know, there's an old saying amongst Jews. When a Jew gets a divorce, even the altar sheds tears.
Unfortunately, most Orthodox women aren't able to hire roving gangs or the Soprano crime family. While studies on the topic in American Orthodox Jewish communities are rare, it's found that the Orthodox community in Israel had high rates of domestic abuse, far higher than the average. A study from the University of Puget Sound noted the relationship between adherence and violence. Domestic violence is harder to escape for more religious women because of their strict adherence to the halacha. Despite Ura being more modern than other strains of Orthodox Judaism, the leadership still maintains a deeply conservative view towards marriage. Ura founder...
This is where I also have to give you guys an additional piece of information that many of you are familiar with if you've been watching for long enough, but oftentimes comes across as strange. Now, you would think that Orthodox Judaism is the original strand of Judaism, that it's been around for as long as Judaism has been around for. But it's actually the opposite. Judaism has been around for thousands of years, whereas Orthodox Judaism has only been around for a couple hundred years, almost 200 at this point. It was invented in Eastern Europe, and it's actually the most modern version of Judaism. Yeah, it's basically Wahhabism. Yes, it's Wahhabism for Jews, pretty much. And the reason why, yeah, it's younger than the United States of America, which is a relatively young country. And the reason why, if you were wondering why, like, Orthodox Judaism has, all of these like different things that you wear and stuff like that doesn't really fit in places where a lot of Orthodox Jews now live. Boca Raton, Los Angeles, New York. You're like, what the fuck? Why are you wearing so many different clothes that don't really fit the climate where you live, or Israel? That's because it was invented in Eastern Europe. It makes a lot of sense when you realize that it was invented in Eastern Europe as a newer version that is more fundamentalist of the OG line of Judaism. When you're like, why are you wearing a bearskin hat? It's 100 degrees in fucking Tel Aviv. That's because it makes sense for Ukraine, Eastern Europe in general. Doesn't necessarily make sense for many of the places that Orthodox Jews now live in.
Chaim Mintz said so himself in November
style,
2023,
bro, you don't understand. True.
Answering a question about the roles of men and women, in his statement summarized by Ura as, "The man makes the decisions because he has the Torah knowledge to back him up."
There's no boss in Jewish marriage. we'll put it as most wives like a husband as a leader because a husband who is.
You've never had sex because you don't have one of those hats? Yes. I think the hats are actually kind of dope. I feel like there's no way for me to acquire one without people considering me to be anti-Semitic. So I'm just not going to. I'm just not going to get one, but I do want one. It shows to the rest of the group that you have had sex. It's a marriage hat. For those of you who don't know, if you see those big hats, that implies that the person has been married. I think it's cool that you're like, yeah, this is my pussy getter hat. Like, I am hatless and will remain hatless. But yeah, that's what it means. It's like, it's one of those situations where you liking those hats is your most Gentile option. They smell really fucking bad in the summer if you don't take care of it properly. I think it's cool. It looks cool. That and the tefillin, both of those things look cool. The tefillin makes you look like a Muslim Spartan, okay? They do the Sparta wrap, and then it has a little Kaaba at the top. You know, that's just my own personal preference. Anyway, let's continue.
He's a Ben Torah, and he studies Torah, and he knows what the laws of the Torah are. Usually he knows more than the wife knows.
Statements like this point to a phenomenon called Haredization, where modern Orthodox communities have become increasingly observant of traditional practices. The growth has been on top of a high base level of poverty as well, that by some counts is equal to that of Detroit. The Orthodox community is known for higher poverty rates, while also helping one another very frequently, but this cannot sustain a growing community. Luckily, URA exists to promote the interests of Lakewood residents. By comparing the Lakewood city budget for 2021 with URA's operating expenses in the same year, my math showed that URA spends the equivalent of 23.5% of the city budget on its own project. URA runs a rather sophisticated operation for giving to its community. The Salvation Army Worldwide Office grants roughly 71% of its operating expenses to other organizations, and the Jewish community for the Foundation of Greater West Metro New Jersey gives almost 85% of its operating expenses away. URA only gives 12.7% of its operating expenses away. Over $13 million of the $28 million in 2021 operating expenses went to salaries, miscellaneous payroll obligations, and office expenses. But given the aforementioned insular nature of URA, these are almost definitely all being paid to Lakewood residents. Paying so many salaries creates a sort of Ouroboros of local investment that has coincided with the aforementioned boom that Lakewood has been experiencing in recent years. URA bolsters the yeshiva system of private religious schools by making them a more appealing option for parents, either by making them cheaper or by otherwise enhancing their facilities. Meanwhile, the yeshiva push has put the Lakewood School District into a financial death spiral. By using legal loopholes, yeshivas have been able to demand bus services for 30,000 private school students from a service that only educates around 5,000 public school students. This is a cost that a large organization like URA could feasibly take on, maybe by providing, I don't know, cars for these kids. All this, the telethon, the shidduch, the buses, Five-ish, is being funded by the dollars of mostly unaware people across the country donating to Cars for Kids. That is my main problem with URA. It's the deception. If you took all of what I just described and told me it was being funded by some billionaire donor, my tune would change, not because I would approve of it now anymore on a personal level, but because the externalities are being contained to one person. But given the number of times you've heard that Cars for Kids jingle, we all know it's not contained to one person. There are also plenty of Christian charities that misuse government funds and deceive the public. Hell, there are so many that the idea of a pastor with a private jet has become a joke for half the country and a religious reality for a significant minority. When compared to the sheer scale of fraud in the name of Jesus Christ that has been committed in this country, URA's tens of billions seem laughable.
What are you going to do? It's the American way, baby. It is. It really is.
With the $5 bill, huh? Put it on your pile with all your other fucking bill?
Probably, yeah. But those charities receive plenty of scrutiny for their actions, even if it doesn't work all the time. So as long as the start of that infamous jingle is prompting tens of thousands across the country to punch the power buttons on their car radios as fast as they can, URA remains everybody's problem. Hey, thanks for watching the video. This was something that I adapted.
That was a really good video. Respect. Dude even dropped. Dude, only in the United States of America in the year 2026 of our holy Lord do you have a guy who does an effort post on a Jewish charity, doesn't hit any like anti-Semitism notes whatsoever, issues a content warning in between, and previously promotes Cumtown at the same time. This is why I think like Woke 1 just simply did not fucking work. Okay? This is why Woke 1 didn't work. And we need something new. We need something better. Woke 2.0 needs to factor all of the unique nature of progressive politics into it. Like, think about it. He literally issues a content warning for domestic abuse. Okay, he issues a trigger warning, a content warning for domestic abuse, and he's a Cumtown enjoyer. This is what Woke 2.0 looks like. This is what Woke always was. This juxtaposition exists, okay? Anyway, I really like it. A bit of casual Islamophobia. Oh, you're showing the...
Step through the detector, please. Have your boarding pass and ticket available.
Ooh, I cannot wait to go to Eretz Yisrael for Hanukkah and visit my cousins, the Shekels.
All right, enjoy your flight.
Like, that's very clearly an Orthodox Jewish man that they put, like, what they want to make seem like a keffiyeh on his head. Oh, the TSA is so woke. They let Arab Muslims in. They let Arab Muslims in to do terrorism into Israel all the time. Wait, is this the guy who does Moss Planet? Oh, creator of the Moss Planet YouTube channel. Opposition researcher Styled Ape. Okay. Nice. Yeah, shouts out. New 5-ish and Cars for Kids in danger. This video is part 2 in an ongoing series on URA. We watched part 1. We can watch part 2 now too. Oh, he made it with Means TV. Yeah, this guy's dope. Makes sense. Makes sense that he's a cum boy. Makes sense that he is both a cum boy and also at the same time a Chapo head, and now has his own podcast too. On August 12th, 2020, a devastating fire destroyed the main dining room and kitchen at the Zone Girls Division.
As I covered in my last video, Cars for Kids is basically a front for the religious charity URA. It takes donated cars from mostly unsuspecting vehicle owners and either sells or scraps them to pay for real estate investments, 5-ish, and sometimes summer camps for kids, but only if they're Orthodox Jews.
Bro, he released this video one day before the Iran war, calling the Iran war he knows all. Have you said your Tam Am Israel Chai today? Of course, Am Israel Chai once again. I just wanna put that out there. Am Israel Chai. Okay, you already know it, baby. You know what it is. Am Israel Chai all day, every day.
Naturally, this makes the organization a massive conduit for shady deals and lavish spending. URA operates 2 facilities in the Catskills Mountains of New York, collectively referred to as The Zone. These are actually old ski resorts that were bought and converted into summer camps by URA. I said 2 facilities because they are not gender segregated by cabins, but by geography, as the boys' camp is located in Delaware County, New York, and the girls' camp is located 8 miles down the road in Schoharie County. This puts it more than an hour away from the closest airport, and virtually inaccessible by any method other than personal car or chartered bus. And there are plenty of reasons why you wouldn't want to come here. While the Catskills is no doubt beautiful, it is not just these mountains that makes the zone notable. Instead, it is the scandals inside the zone itself that are a justification for looking closer. Where to even start? Probably with safety hazards. See, there comes a certain set of upsides and downsides when you build a summer camp in an old ski resort. Upsides include more sophisticated housing, extensive facilities, and the potential to commune with a ghost that will help you get your tight 5 down. Downsides include older buildings that are more prone to issues, untrained counselors that can mishandle equipment, and that ghost is actually just the result of a gas leak by the aforementioned downsides.
Dear Mom and Dad, I've been at a sleepaway camp for almost 3 weeks, and I'm getting very scared.
Welcome to Sleepaway Camp. Someone is watching you. Someone is waiting for you.
Five-ish!
Someone
Five-ish, no!
wants to scare you to death.
Don't worry.
Sleepaway Camp. You won't be coming home.
In 2021,
we have to say 5-ish.
URA had to evacuate its boys' zone camp because of a carbon monoxide leak in one of its dorm buildings. This wasn't a lapse in protocol that caused the state bureaucracy to seize on a long-awaited opportunity. The gas leak was only reported because the entire dorm building spent one morning in various states of disorientation, including several campers passing out. 53 campers and staff members had to be taken to the hospital after inhaling potentially lethal quantities of carbon monoxide. Schoharie County's Director of Emergency Services said that the campers were still very lucky, as if the leak had happened in the middle of the night, there could have been a worse outcome. I'll let you figure out what that worse outcome would be on your own. Even worse, this wasn't the only near-fatal incident experienced by campers in the zone in the past 5-ish years. In July of 2020, the girl zone had to be evacuated because of a kitchen fire that burned down the dining hall. This was during the height of the COVID-19 restrictions, where camps like the Zone were fighting tooth and nail to shirk any social distancing orders through technicalities. It was also not the first time URA had faced criticism for not following fire safety codes. This is because it was back in 2014 that the city of Jefferson in Schoharie County, New York, filed a lawsuit against URA for allegedly having multiple fire and building codes violations. Even as COVID...
I missed the first video. How can I go back and see your reaction? Great question, my friend. You were a subscriber for the past 3 months. Maybe if you subscribe again, you'll have the answer. That's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service runs no ads. It's funded entirely by you, the people, and it's always going to be for you, the people. No ads here. Very few sponsorships, if at all. The Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Services, funded by your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. Use it here on your favorite independent news outlet today. A subscription, or a gifted subscription if you're fortunate enough to receive one, will allow you to use emotes all around the platform. Will allow you the option to gift, or will allow you the option to send me links and also rewind the broadcast. That's right, Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service. For you, the people, by you, the people. Thank you.
COVID restrictions were winding down, the Girl Zone was not done with negligent fire safety practices. In February of 2020, 3 of the buildings at the Girl Zone were destroyed in a fire that nearly spread to a 500-gallon propane tank. In case you're curious, here's what a 500-gallon propane tank exploding looks like. Thankfully, this happened during the winter when the kids weren't at the camp, but there is a pattern of neglect at URA's camps that is undeniable. We have no real signs that this is going to change, and the idea of anyone sending their kids to this inferno makes my stomach turn personally. The loophole that was utilized by the zone to remain open during the pandemic involved a reclassification of the summer camps as temporary residences, although if the parent stayed, was inconsistent at best. This practice was not limited to the zone, but it seems like they're the ones who have put the most children in danger because of it. According to a report by Schoharie County's public health director, Dr. Amy Gildemeist, busloads of unaccompanied children were being dropped off at the zone in the 2020 summer season. Curiously, the director of communications for the zone, who has the same role at Cars for Kids, Wendy Kirwan, defended the operation by stating that minor staff members went home at the end of the night and that the campers were accompanied by their parents. If you remember how far away from any major population center this is, the story doesn't really add up. A drive from Gilboa, a nearby city in upstate New York, to New York City itself, the closest major metropolitan area, take for these counselors who have worked at the zone while following COVID-19 restrictions, many of them would have to spend roughly 1/3 of any given day just shuttling to and from the zone. Most of these kids are not from upstate New York. In fact, many of them are pretty notably from New Jersey, which is even further away. So the idea that this wasn't an overnight camp is pretty laughable at some point. This is where Cars for Kids is sending your money, by the way. These are the titular kids that are being helped by your car donations. It seems like the main way that these children are being helped is by giving them the opportunity to spend their summer in these camps that are constantly filling their buildings with gases and burning everything down because of negligence. I'd argue that a better use of this money for children's welfare would be to just burn it or dump it into the middle of the ocean, because it seems like the way that it's being spent right now is actively endangering children. And that is not why people are donating their money to Cars for Kids. It's not even why Orthodox Jews are supporting this organization in the first place. And humans aren't the only ones suffering at the zone either. See, the zone is also home to a variety of different animals. The biggest draw seems to be horses, which feature prominently in promotional material as a draw for the camp. Unfortunately, it seems that these horses are not treated all that well. According to a statement by Rosemary Farm Sanctuary that links to a Facebook post outlining the details, these horses were recovered from the zone. The animals were found starved, exhausted, and branded by hot irons. It was only when one of the horses died from being overworked that the person leasing the horses to the camp got involved. Ultimately, it was only because of this intervention that the abuse even came to light in the first place. Thankfully, these horses have found a new home with the help of Rosemary Farm and Equine Rescue Resource, but the fact that it took one death of these horses for any investigation to occur is troubling to say the least. It may also be the cause of an abnormally high number of exotic bird sightings around Stamford, New York, where the zone is located. While looking for any anecdotes that might lead me to new stories in the Facebook group Stanford, New York Neighbors, I noticed that a few people seem to have spotted some kind of exotic bird walking around their yards. I'm not saying it's necessarily an escapee of the zone, but given all the information we have on the treatment of animals there, it's not impossible. This is also where I'd like to mention that the zone has uploaded a video to their YouTube channel that shows what appears to be a turkey and a peacock having some kind of disagreement in one of the buildings. It looks like there's
cockfight. That's crazy. I went to a Jewish day camp like this, and the head rabbi accused me, a 14, 15-year-old girl, of having nude photos on my flip phone with no camera. One of the most bizarre experiences of my life. Jesus Christ.
Ball in the background there. And the video is just titled Cockfight at the Zone, which, you know, not to be too quippy, but Jesus Christ, I mean, that's not what I would want to see on a camp's YouTube account. Exactly 1 week after the dining hall went up in flames, Ura had a new problem related to the girls' zone camp. But before I get into the details of that, I needed to return to an old friend.
Thank God. Thank God. Oh my God, I was worried. I was worried about Five-ish being endangered, and it has been brought to my attention that it's alive. Okay. Whew. That's good.
The Five-ish lore is far more extensive than I previously thought, and it now includes Five-ish corresponding with Barack Obama.
We're under attack with WMDs, weapons of mass depression, and this is only getting worse, and this is getting very serious, and I think the only one who can help is Five-ish.
And way more anti-Indian racism.
Obamacare, Citibank, Delta, Cars for Kids, and Kosher Delight. I understand you may be having an issue. Be quick because we have an overwhelming influx of cranky callers.
Alright, so this is another one of their Schmorg videos. Starting off, we can see that we are somewhere in Iran.
What the fuck?
There is a 3D model of what I believe to be Dr. Wily from Mega Man in a helicopter. After Dr. Wily lands, we then see a vaguely Arab-looking man T-posing inside of the spine of his camel before the camera pans just enough to obscure the location of his legs. There's also a character that is with Dr. Wily whose name I don't know if we ever get. He talks in a voice that I can only describe as aggressively nasal.
It's all the Google Maps.
Oh, shawarma! After introducing themselves to each other, the presumably Iranian man welcomes them to his secret laboratory. Now, it's not that I suspect Uruk.
See, they're not real ball knowers. Like that's just like unsophisticated racism. You should say, "Oh, Kubi Day." That's how you know, though. These guys are all Lakewood because they've just never been around Persian Jews, because they would at least know a little bit about like Iranian culture. If this was Tehrangelis, you know what I mean? If they had any like connection to the Persian Jewish community in Tehrangeles, they would know better. They wouldn't say, oh, shawarma, because they're trying to do, this is Iran, right? They would go, oh, Kubi Day. That's the, you know, thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu. I love Kubi Day. I will do terror. That's what the guy would be saying. Law, you're being racist now. I mean, this is a distinction. It's an important distinction to be. Don't make me put the fucking doctor's coat back on, okay? This is Dr. Jihad. I have a PhD in racism. I'm telling you, okay, unlike Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, I actually had to work for my degrees, okay? I have a doctorate in jihad and a PhD in racism. And as a PhD in racism, I know all of the different kinds of ways of being racist. And these guys are not being racist in the right way. Okay.
Cared about this in the slightest, but I will note that the Iranian scientist is dressed in a traditional thwab and keffiyeh in a way that is reminiscent of Saudi and Gulf state formal wear. Iranian officials, for the most part, wear Western-style suits and occasionally turbans. Obviously, the creators of this cartoon are pretty racist and aren't ashamed of it, but it also just feels so lazy to not even put the effort in to make this guy look like...
See, this guy called it out too. This is also the other part of this. Like, they made them... Yeah, they made them like a Gulf, like Qatari or Saudi, or you know, they did not factor in that this is supposed to be an Iranian nuclear facility. If you're in an Iranian nuclear facility, this is a Saudi guy, right? Like, it's not supposed to be a Saudi guy. Classic mistake. Dr. Jihad would never make this mistake.
Evil Iranian cleric or something like that. Surely there's plenty of source material to at least make a 3D model that vaguely resembles like an ugly version of the Ayatollah. It's like if you were making a racist political cartoon about Zohran Mamdani, but you kept depicting him wearing a fez. Like, it doesn't really hit hard, and all we can tell...
It doesn't, because he's an enemy of Turks. Everyone knows. Zohran Kwame Mamdani, enemy of the Turk, famously. Just so you guys know, I tried to petition him. I tried to lobby him. I even brought it up beforehand. I wanted him to pick up where Eric Adams, Adamoglu, left off. Our Albanian Turk, Eric Adams, he was taken out. And unfortunately, Zohran Kwame Mamdani is an enemy of the Turk. Do you own a fez? And am I racist for asking? Yes, I do own a fez. And yes, you are racist for asking.
Is that you're racist? Anyway, would it surprise you that less than 90 seconds in, this cartoon for children is implying that Iran is manufacturing nuclear weapons?
As we are in the final stages of developing something that, let's just say, rhymes with schmuckleer weapons.
This is especially ironic because Israel, the only Middle Eastern country to actually possess nuclear weapons, that will indiscriminately bomb your population centers if it thinks you might hypothetically be building one, receives plenty of gap year students whose tuition is paid for by URA.
There's a golden land that's promised to our fathers, where the streets are stoned and we kiss the ground. This is God's
where we kiss our daughters. This is God's country. Wait, that's AI. A lot of the previous ones. That wasn't AI. This is AI. Okay.
We pray.
Oh my God, they did Southern Country Slop, but for Israel. Oh my God. Oh my God, they did country music for Israel. God, what is happening? I don't know if it's any better, though, to be honest, because I've seen Israeli music. And let me tell you, this might be, you know, just slightly better than that, which is, you know, still a war crime, but maybe not as bad as a war crime as like regular homegrown Israeli techno music.
For peace and miracles keep falling, they can send their missiles, but we're not scared of nothing.
After some more reminders of why a rogue state in the Middle East that has nukes must be quickly sanctioned and invaded, the actual grand plan is revealed. It's a bomb that makes people all over the world sad and grumpy, which is somewhat elaborated on in a pretty god-awful musical number. I don't even mean god-awful in the way that a musical number might be over the top or at least be annoyingly catchy. It just sucks. It sounds like someone playing Jafar at Disneyland making up a song to buy time as he desperately waits for Jasmine to finish with her smoke break.
Creatures of the world unite. Stand up for your grumpy rights. We're happy when everyone is sad. Wonderful. I'm thrilled your mood is bad.
He looks like Stale 2000. No, not Stale 2000. He's going to do another musical number about how live stream fails must restore his moderation.
I also have to say that if you told me to come up with an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on the spot, I don't know if I could beat a bomb that makes you need to go to therapy. That's almost worse than Five-ish in terms of blatant anti-Semitism.
But that's crazy. That's all nonsense. That's nothing but a racket for the Jews.
Speaking of which, Five-ish wakes up in a panic. He's late for shul. When he gets there, he encounters a group of 3 men who I believe have the same face model as the old man from the movie Up. These old men are complaining about how awful a bunch of things in their lives are, but given the fact that old people love doing that, Five-ish doesn't seem to think much of it. Five-ish then walks around the synagogue and sees his middle school age friends from the last episode in all their PlayStation 2 rendered glory. They walk into a classroom to inquire about why everyone is seemingly so grumpy. After this is a scene showing a human child giving a cupcake to her Five-ish teacher.
Would you feel better if I gave you my cupcake that I bring for a snack?
Oh, thank you. How did you know I needed
Why are there so many random dollar bills that are also humans and Orthodox Jews in Israel? What? No one has described this to me. I need to understand. Why are some humans and some dollar bills, $5 bills in particular? Why? Why are the $5 bills Orthodox? Fuck. I can't do this anymore. I need this question to be answered right now. Why? Why is...
ugly now?
Which the teacher loves so much and seemingly brings her to what I can only really describe as the whimpers of someone who is recently starving or broken up with.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I really need this chocolate. Oh, it's delicious.
What?
We cut to Five-ish in his car with these 3 boys, where they get the news that everyone in the world is sad and that all the happiness is gone.
The president has declared a state of emergency. Special correspondent Finn Finnegan is on the scene live in New York City, where the epidemic seems to have hit the worst. Finn?
Thank you, John, for that great news. Ooh, what a great story to be covering.
After Five-ish and the boys try to figure out what to do, there's another cut to the offices of Yapchick Consulting, which, given who works there, should be called Yap Dollar Consulting because it's staffed by Five-ishes. One of them, Shlomo Meckel, is taking a call from someone asking what they should do if they run for president, to which he is told, get a motorcade, before taking another call, this time from Barack Obama.
Yom Kippur logic. I'm behind on stream, but they're $5 because of the Yiddish male name, Five-ish, pronounced the same from the Greek name Phoebus. Wait, really? I can't tell if you're fucking with me or not. Also, this is a new Obama. And it seems like this Obama has one ear that's larger than the other.
Who asks him what to do about this attack by a WMD, a weapon of mass depression.
Well, you see, we're under attack with WMDs, weapons of mass depression. and this is only getting worse, and this is getting very serious. And I think the only one who can help is Five-ish.
Of course, Five-ish. Yeah.
Obama then gets Five-ish's phone number from Meckel and is able to contact him on his private line. The president informs Five-ish that he and his associates are the only ones in the world not affected by the WMDs, and that he needs him to find a solution.
Oh, is this Mr. Five-ish?
There's no Five-ish here. My name is Five-ish.
I'm sorry, Mr. Five-ish.
Ooh, what? Mr. President?
Obama then breaks down in tears on the phone with Five-ish.
But you...
Something that I think is lost here is the fact that they're not depicting Obama as a virulent Jew hater, which obviously a lot of people in the pro-Israel community absolutely believe. So in a weird way, this is like kind of woke, unless this back and forth is taking place, or unless this video was made, not the video depicting, or not the video, talking about Five-ish, but maybe the original video was made before the JCPOA was finalized. Because like post 2015, it was a non-starter. Obama became the #1 op in the Zionist community. Obama was considered the biggest enemy of Jewish people. So this conversation would normally not take place in the ways that it is. It's like this conversation between Obama and Five-ish would be like Obama saying like, I'm going to kill you, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like he would be like if this was depicted after JCPOA, Obama would be depicted as a Jew hater.
See, we need you, and your country needs you, and the world needs you. It's,
I think this whole sequence might be a parody of the alleged relationship revealed in Jeffrey Epstein's emails, where Obama called Alan Dershowitz for help in what to do with Israel. The difference is that while Obama is still played by himself, the walking anti-Semitic caricature that has relations with young children is now played by Five-ish. Cut to a parking lot in Lakewood, New Jersey, where the theme of Top Gun plays and a trio of fighter jets flies above. My special aviation interest has to point out that the 3 shots that these jets are in each use a distinctly different model of jet for some reason, versus an F-22, then an F-16, then finally, the general lands his F-35 in the parking lot to talk with Five-ish and his associates. Five-ish insists that they need to get to India as soon as possible, before seemingly ditching the fighters to get on a chartered private jet.
Happy as can be, there's good in everything, and that is why we sing, let's make everybody happy as can be. It's all in your head now, even if you're sad, we will blow it away. Forget all your sadness, happiness is here to stay. Make everybody happy as can be.
After getting to India, they head to the largest call center in the world, so they can spread simcha.
That's how they depicted India? Oh my God, bro. Brother. First of all, if I'm in any way, shape, or form connected to Israel, I'm probably not talking about how much trash there is in other countries. Because have you ever seen a Google Street View of Tel Aviv even? With the exception of the parts that you always see, like some of the most developed parts, Israel looks exactly like India. Like in the worst parts of India that people oftentimes show, kind of looks like Israel in many respects. So weird to do that to another country. Like there are a couple touristy areas in Israel that you'll see oftentimes, the boardwalk on the beach where everyone's like, oh, we are here in Israel. We just left the bomb shelter and now we are doing gay sex at the beach. Only democracy in the Middle East. Like that type of shit. Like that's the backdrop that you see is always the same exact fucking boardwalk. But the rest of fucking Israel is just as underserved and broken down as most other countries in the developing world. Okay?
For happiness to the whole world by getting telemarketers on board. There's not much to this part. There's a ton of racist jokes that you can see coming from a mile away, and when he's told by the general that his plan won't work, Five-ish immediately folds, meaning the only purpose of going to India was for Five-ish and his associates to say things that are usually muttered under one's breath.
Would you believe Ura has a video series about a light against the dark of communism? Yes, I do believe that.
In a society that you're not afraid to go with the yarmulke you had, or say to people that you're Jewish, and you don't feel you endangered, or you're not ashamed to say that. In Moscow, 1917.
Okay, we're not doing this right now.
In a children's cartoon.
May the problem be today, sir?
You see, I was listening to the radio, and I heard a commercial that said if I wanted to be happy, I needed a brand new Z-Box. And the new operating system freezes excessively, and it seems it's making me more sad than I should be. Please fix it now.
First, kind sir, I need to ascertain that the system's electrical connection is firmly connected with your local electrical port on the wall of your house.
Five-ish lands in LA, where he tries and fails to get advice from his guitar-playing friend. Five-ish then declares that happiness can only come from Hashem, and tells the general to fly to Miami.
Hold on to your yarmulkes and wipe those frowns off your faces. Help doesn't come from traveling to all these exotic places. It comes from Hashem. We need to keep our bitachon. General, take us to Miami. Yes!
Here he meets what I would best describe as a Five-ish version of Cy Abelman. Five-ish Abelman tells Five-ish that to bring happiness back, they need to make a variety of Shabbos foods. What follows is a musical number featuring those foods singing a parody of Do You Like Waffles? Which, listen, if I'm being honest, doesn't look like food that would instantly or even slowly cheer me up.
Do you like CUBA? Yeah, we like CUBA. Do you like lahmacun? Yeah, we like lahmacun. Can't wait for Shabbat.
Wait. Lahmacun? Is that lahmacun? Do people in Israel, is that... Wait. Is that actually... Do Israelis try to own lahmacun too? Now they're crossing a line? Bro, they have been crossing all lines. What are you talking about? I didn't know they also tried to say that they invented lahmacun. I'd never heard about that. What? How did they sell it? Do they sell it as Israeli pizza? Traditional Israeli foods.
Shabbat! Shabbat! Shabbat!
I can't speak for the rest of the world, but it's not particularly appetizing. Cut to Lakewood, where the villains go to a kosher grocery store. Here, the cashier, after getting sad from the sadness WMD, opines that
I'm always so happy. I only make $4 an hour? What? That's minimum wage? I want to go home to my mommy in Guatemala.
Ooh la la.
Five-ish and his entourage then enter the store and come to the conclusion that the only way to feel happiness is through the teachings of the Torah. Dr. Wiley and his roommate overhear this and, like any reasonable person, start figuring out how to get past the security at the MetLife Stadium.
We need a counter plan before our hard work goes kaput.
I do love that none of them have even remotely an Iranian accent. They're supposed to be like evil Iranian doctor geniuses who are trying to build a weapon of mass destruction called weapon of mass depression here. And one of them is German and the other one is Stavros for some reason. I don't know why. Like, there's not a single person that they even tried to make look or sound like Iranian.
You can slip me past the security and get me to the podium. I am confident I could promote the virtues of being
miserable.
Cut to a spiritual gathering as Dr. Wiley's fellow confirmed bachelor has gotten on stage dressed like a rabbi and is preaching that the Torah teaches us all to be sad. Thankfully, one of the five-ish rabbis, whose name I don't even remember at this point, goes up and rips his fake beard off.
This Rami, that's what he is. He's a Rami. Look! Look, he's a Rami! He's a terrorist then!
Dr. Wiley's
New
gay
Mamdani
homosexual
employee
lover who has
soon.
gay sex with and fucks and kisses and doesn't forget the balls too and taps it on the tongue, exclaims that we have to get out of here, and then the scene basically ends.
Happiness is prevailing. Let's go. Can't we just stay for the smorgasbord? I hear they make nasty pastrami. It's to die for.
So that was how Five-ish stopped Iran's WMD program. I don't know why Israel felt the need to get those bunker busters if it was this easy. Maybe Five-ish was on island time when they needed him most. It's certainly an interesting story. I didn't think they had that kind of clout to get Obama on for a speaking role, but alas, it is not the most consequential thing Ura gets up to. Now, I want to ask you, what powers a city? Because it depends on a lot of factors.
Why is Five-ish doing full frontal nudity? Everyone else insertion clothes? Please explain. I can't explain anything. I can't explain anything to you about why Five-ish does the things that he does. You just have to experience it, okay? Not everything needs a reaction. Sometimes you can just sit back and enjoy the show.
Location, government policies, connection to other cities, and a lot of times it's just plain luck. For the city of Lakewood, New Jersey, it's a combination of all three. The town where the Cars for Kids organization is based has been experiencing explosive growth over the past few decades off this combination. Despite being located in what used to be a small logging town, Lakewood has managed to use its proximity to New York City in a manner that funnels students into its Jewish educational institutions. Beth Merdash Yehovah, BMG, is the second largest yeshiva in the world, and its expansion turned Lakewood into a college town of sorts.
You got
but problems
exposed.
rise for a city growing around a college when that college isn't really improving the productive capacity of its graduates.
It's true. I am the only person that Nandre knows who watches SNL because he needs more cool friends. Because watching SNL is cool.
See, no matter how cynical you are about the role of higher education, there is at minimum the conceit that society as a whole values a college degree. BMG does not fit neatly into that system, at least not intentionally. You know how a lot of tech venture capitalists went to Stanford, but they didn't even necessarily study business or computer science even? Or how people like Bill Gates dropped out of Harvard and unfortunately inspired a lot of guys you went to high school with to do the same thing without having the means to get into Harvard in the first place? This is because elite colleges will naturally attract the kinds of people that are willing and able to seek elite roles. And by bringing them together to commingle, they can find what they need before even graduating. Be that potential connections to investors, highly motivated employees on the ground floor, like Peter Thiel, or to develop your woman judging skills, like with Mark Zuckerberg. Think of this process where entrepreneurs find each other in the same terms that you'd think of the accumulation of nourishing DDT into the bloodstream of a majestic bald eagle.
This is called bioaccumulation. When DDT is sprayed on a marsh, its concentration in the water is very low. DDT is picked up by the plankton living.
Minimum wage in Israel is $12.13 USD an hour. Life is much cheaper there too. The social systems they created work. Poverty rate is basically the same as USA. Stop farming anti-Semitism. That's farming anti-Semitism? Wow, you mean to tell me that the #1 welfare state on the planet actually has better social safety nets than we do here in the United States of America? And we cover their entire fucking defense industry and office industry? Who's farming anti-Semitism between you and I? I simply stated, Israeli chatter, that Israel is not as like modernized or as urbanized as the way people present it. That's all I said. Seemingly it touched a nerve where you're like, no, you don't understand. Israel actually doing very well. Okay. Fuck them. I don't care about them. Fix the USA. Yeah, this is the same chatter that was crying about migration yesterday. Also, none of which I said is even remotely anti-Semitic.
In the marsh, and it accumulates in their tissues. Small fish that eat the plankton get a higher dose of DDT because of the accumulation resulting from eating many plankton during their lifespan. Larger fish that eat many smaller fish receive an even higher dose of DDT. Birds that eat fish, such as this heron, will receive a still higher dose because they eat many fish throughout their lives. This increased concentration of toxic substances in the bodies of animals higher on the food chain is called biological magnification or amplification.
BMG is a very different curriculum from those elite colleges like Stanford and Harvard, but not that different in how its students behave. What I mean here is that BMG is still an elite institution, and it seems to attract students accordingly. Much like Harvard and Stanford, many of these students do not graduate, and much like at those elite universities, it does not really matter. Possibly due to the very traditional nature of Orthodox Judaism, the students that go through BMG tend to overwhelmingly favor real estate when it comes to choosing a career path. An article in the real estate news site, The Real Deal, details how Lakewood's real estate has been supercharged in recent years. Using the arrest of Eli Puritz, a 29-year-old yeshiva graduate who has recently been sentenced to prison for real estate fraud along with his father, Aaron, as an example of how deep the problem of real estate fraud goes. Between just the two of them, over $42 million in restitution has been paid. Eli, for what it's worth, seemed to be extremely and genuinely remorseful about his actions in his quotes given for the article and in the podcast appearance it cites. He places blame on himself for what he did and seems almost relieved at his imminent 2-year prison stint. But Eli did not arrive at this shady deal with just his family connections. In the interview with The Real Deal, journalist Keith Larson provided some context that Eli elaborated upon. But the yeshiva graduates don't have much in the way of formal business education, and so they have to pursue careers with low barriers to entry. Puritz believes nursing homes and real estate fit the bill. It's definitely been a machine that's been on this vicious cycle, and I think that people just look at my story as well as similar stories and just think that it could have been them. What I've been dancing around is what makes the yeshiva system so problematic. They teach their graduates absolutely no real-world skills, but provide them with a vast network of connections. One would hope that the amount of response—
I mean, this is the same as like this is a big problem in Israel as well. Religious institutions that get a tremendous amount of their exemptions, including like religious institutions that get exemption from serving in the IDF, cause a major, like it's playing a major role in societal collapse in Israel because all they do is learn about religion. All they do is learn about religious texts and virtually nothing else. This is a real problem in American yeshiva schooling as well. No math, no science, no nothing, just religious text. Okay? In America, it's a big problem in New York and in Lakewood as well. And the reason why it's a big problem is because they're funneling resources that would normally go to public institutions. And because it's a religious school, it's actually... What? Yeah, fuck them. Tell me to get the fuck out of our politics and handle their own shit. What are you saying? Israel is America. You're so fucking dumb. Good job saying the quiet part out loud. What are you talking about? What are you complaining about, man? Black holes move towards my huge dick. My dick is so big, it can't be bent. It will be our president. Bro, what's wrong with this guy? Even in the Asmongold chat, he's getting fucking timed out because he's just crazy. Bro, dial it back, bro. You sound unhinged. The fuck? Anyway, yeah, he's fucking... He's just, he's out of his mind. Anyway, these guys, they don't really teach anything. And that's a big problem.
Responsibility for others' well-being is somewhat proportional to their qualifications and skills. Unfortunately, real estate is an area where this correlation is not enforced and not very common in the first place, especially in Lakewood, where most working-age men were in the yeshiva system at one point. The fact so many of these men chose to get into real estate is not actually all that surprising when you account for all the factors going in. 1. The barrier to entry is nearly non-existent, a requirement for yeshiva graduates who are taught virtually zero transferable skills. 2. Among jobs with low entry barriers, real estate brokerage is
not a big problem for Palestinians, in my honest opinion. No, it's a big problem for Palestinians as well. What are you talking about? as the Orthodox population, specifically the Haredi population, is the only growth, population growth that Israel's currently experiencing. So the less educated the popular base of support for Israel is, the less and the more religious they are, the more they are expansionist and not even remotely invested in like being connected to the outside world at all, and just singularly focused on the greater Israel project. The harder it is to even turn Israel into a social pariah when they make it when they make themselves a social pariah personally. A lot of the Haredim who spend all day in the yeshiva are also some of the least nationalists, so who knows? I mean, I'm talking about some of the Orthodox communities. The Orthodox communities are some of the, like, it's not just the Haredim that are the religious communities that are getting religious education. It's just the only area of growth is like people who are invested in expanding the settlements.
Far and away the most lucrative and can guarantee a sizable middle-class income to men even in their early 20s. 3. Orthodox Jews tend to...
That's why I was saying, like, there will be a population collapse in Israel that is imminent, because all of like the well-educated Ashkenazi population that's like dominated Israel for decades is becoming a tiny sliver of Israeli society, even though they've had a boost in population growth through the fall of the USSR. It's still, you know, it's going to turn into a more reactionary country than it is. Sounds crazy to say, but that's why you see support growing for Itamar Ben-Gvir and diminishing for even what's his face, Bezalel Smotrich, for example. Bezalel Smotrich has less support amongst the youth now because they think he's too fucking woke.
Have large families. For example, Eli Puritz already had 2 children he was referring to in the interview he gave, one of whom would have been born around the time he started.
Yo, I actually have a question. You asked Candace about Palestine and his support, but when they're asking Mamdani or stance was, why are they asking a New York mayor a question about Israel? Not rage baiting or anything, but trying to understand why it changed. Been in and out of streams. Great question. Don't think you're actually asking this sincerely. I think you're digging for a quote that you can clip out of context most likely, but I'll answer it regardless. I said, why are they asking a New York mayor if he would travel to Israel? Okay. And I know the answer. New York politics is also deeply intertwined with politics in Israel, same as Los Angeles. If you notice, the questions I asked Nithya weren't specifically about America's relationship with Israel necessarily, but more so about her own personal votes that she's or her own personal decisions as a council member in Los Angeles. Okay. Bro stole my question. What? If you paid close attention to my questions to Nithya, they revolved around her own personal decisions in the past. Okay. Yeah, I said, why did you support anti-BDS measures, for example? Like Americans engaging in a First Amendment protected act to protest Israel and barring them from doing that, barring them from engaging in this First Amendment, barring Los Angelinos from engaging in this First Amendment protected act is a very American, very Los Angeles specific question that revolves around Israel.
This scheme at age 24. 4. Supporting growing ultra-Orthodox families necessitates higher salaries for the men. Women are allowed to work, and actually do so at higher rates, at least in Israel among the ultra-Orthodox, but still make far less than their husbands on average. All of this squeezes the yeshiva graduate who wishes to make a career for himself into a narrow range of potential jobs, with real estate offering the best returns for the most ambitious. It's easy to see how someone like Eli got wrapped up in this with barely a high school education. So how does this tie into Cars for Kids? Quite easily, it turns out. Ura has been in this real estate game for a long time and has spent millions of donated dollars on various properties. Ura lost over $7 million after supposedly falling victim to a Ponzi scheme. This is compared to the $12 million that they spent on children's programming during the same time period. I say supposedly as Ura apparently used Liam Puritz, the father of the currently incarcerated Aaron Puritz, as their go-to developer. I couldn't find any indication that Lieb was involved in the Ponzi scheme at any point, but this might also just be Ura covering their own ass. Ura also works with retailers through Cars for Kids. They have a brokerage referral program which allows realtors to refer their clients to Cars for Kids and get reimbursed if the client donates the property to Cars for Kids. This has allowed Cars for Kids to accumulate a sizable portfolio of properties. Most appear to be empty lots in semi-rural areas, but with taxes on these being minuscule for Ura's balance sheets, it might be part of a longer-term strategy. In case you thought Ura wanted to keep this under the table, they actually offer learning opportunities for those interested in real estate. It's not totally clear how this program works, but it's not totally kept a secret either. There's more to this, there's more to everything about Ura, but this is the gist of what I could find. Still, sketchy financial dealings are only really scratching the surface when it comes to what makes Cars for Kids / Ura a truly reprehensible organization. Well, his father, Chaim Mintz, is the spiritual leader. Eliyahu Mintz is the brains behind Ura and Cars for Kids when it comes to their day-to-day operations. It's hard to find a definitive picture of a younger or even current day Mintz. He uses Five-ish as a profile picture whenever possible, but does post prolifically on Facebook and to his personal website. We'll get to that in a bit. His Facebook is where you can see some little details about how Cars for Kids is spending their money, like on a Hummer for their Boys Zone summer camp and on Five-ish's Funmobile. To cut to the point, Eliyahu Mintz is a rabid Zionist who takes every opportunity that he can to either deny or justify the atrocities committed by Israel. On his personal blog, he conflates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism and questions why Amnesty International...
That's so rare for people who defend Israel. That's like, wow. That's so strange. You never really hear that at all from people who like to defend Israel. So I'm shocked that this guy's doing it.
Condemns Israel and not actual human rights abuses. On his other blog, he has like 4 for some reason, he further dehumanizes Palestinians, referring to them only as either Arabs or as the so-called Palestinian people. This is also where he rages against the fact that Booking.com dared to put up warnings for people looking at hotels in the occupied West Bank, which Mintz refers to as Judea and Samaria, implying all of it belongs to Israel. His feelings on this might be connected to his downplaying of statements made by Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel, who called for a Palestinian village to be wiped out because there were no innocent people living there. Beyond the borders of Israel, Mintz has expressed his support for the assassination of Iran's leadership by the United States or Israel itself. He also celebrated the fact that Gal Gadot passed Gigi Hadid in Instagram followers, which is strange for him to do because I thought that Orthodox Judaism wasn't too accepting to the kind of person that cares about the following numbers of female celebrities. It really raises the question of why the head of such a large charity is putting his opinions out here like this. To partially answer the question, I think it's because this organization has insulated itself from public opinion so much that its CEO can say these things on his own blog and not get in trouble for it. Still, it's not the first thing that Ura prefers to keep under wraps. This is a content warning for sexual assault. I'll put up a timestamp for when I stop talking about it. By the time Dorina Sokolovsky settled out of court with Ura, over 6 years had passed. For all these years, Sokolovsky had been pursued relentlessly by the Orthodox community for uploading a video detailing her sexual abuse at the hands of Gidi Cohn-Scheinkopf, one of the counselors at the Girls' Zone. And the issue was repeatedly pushed to rabbinical courts in order to protect Scheinkopf from answering for these crimes as an employee of Ura. It was only thanks to the work of people in Zaka, a victims advocacy group working in the Orthodox community, that this case even came to light. Speaking out against abuse in any community is hard enough, but one that prizes insularity and trust as much as the Orthodox community makes coming forward a uniquely difficult emotional, mental, and sometimes even physical ordeal. Zaka actually lists on their website.
There's a very famous case where there was a girl who actually accused her parents, and then I think she died, right? This was in Israel. Let me see if I can find the details. Like very recently, yeah, this was an Israeli minister. Israeli minister whose daughter accused the family of sexual abuse, found dead. It's from Daily Sabah, a Turkish outlet, but the daughter of Israel's far-right national missions minister, Orit Struk, was found dead in her home in northern Israel, authorities said, as police opened an investigation into the case amid reports that she had recently accused her parents of sexual abuse, and they were doing like weird ritualistic sexual abuse as well. Something fucking crazy. Shoshana Struk, 34, the daughter of National Missions Minister Orit Struk, was found dead Sunday in her home in northern Israel under circumstances that remain unclear, the Jerusalem Post reported. Police have launched an investigation into the death, though officials have not publicly disclosed details about the cause. In recent months, Shoshana had posted several videos and messages on social media in which she claimed that she had been subjected to sexual abuse and exploitation by her parents during her childhood. She also said she had received threats and feared for her safety. In one video statement shared earlier this year, she said that the abuse began when she was very young while growing up in the Jewish settlement of Hebron. She also claimed that as a teenager, she was trafficked and exploited in Tel Aviv, alleging that her father profited from the abuse. Shoshana said she had reported some of the allegations to authorities and had been forced to leave her apartment after what she described as a recent assault. Police have not confirmed the allegations she made publicly, and the status of any investigations related to those claims remain unclear.
Cites a few key difficulties with holding abusers accountable in the Orthodox.
I mean, once again, this is like consistent with all fundamentalist sects. Okay, this is a byproduct of religious fundamentalism in many instances. It's not unique. It's not specific to Judaism in any way, shape, or form. It's just that Israel is a country that is dominated by fundamentalists and is a very far-right country. So you hear a lot of this stuff take place, or you don't really hear a lot about this kind of stuff taking place in Israel because many of you probably don't read Israeli news, and you only hear about Israel from American newspapers and American media, which rarely ever cover this shit at all. As a matter of fact, they choose not to cover this shit at all. I think as Israel's population shifts, they will lose the remaining positive image people have of the country in the West. Israel is seen as a modern Western liberal. Exactly. They're basically considered European. Exactly. That was deliberately done, by the way. The original settlers, the original Jewish settlers were primarily of Ashkenazi descent, and they wanted to create a European image. When they were designing Israeli society, they very carefully constructed this European image because they understood that massive transfer of wealth from European countries was a necessity to build Israel out. They were very secular. They were very progressive in many ways, even though obviously the underlying Zionist ideology still required the extermination of the indigenous population, the Arabs, the Palestinians, right? So, you know, they also were in many respects Soviet aligned as well initially. So that is completely going away. And I think people don't realize that once that goes away, once Israel becomes a complete pariah in and of itself, it's going to make that allegiance with the Western world even more difficult, which is something that I think Benjamin Netanyahu and many others in Israeli society are trying to rid themselves of. They're trying to rid themselves of their over-reliance on Western partners, but I think it's not going to work. Like, Israel will never be an autonomous country. It can't be. It has its entire economy is currently propped up by wealthy benefactors from the West, right? Like, even if they didn't get the social cover, the political cover of unbelievably popular Western nations and the unlimited funds that they seemingly receive in military aid from the United States of America and many other Western nations, without all of that, Israel ceases to exist. It can't exist, right? Like, they have a pharmaceutical industry, but when you become a pariah state, the academics are going to leave, right? When you have to focus on your own indigenous defense industry, all of a sudden you can't actually fund the public institutions and academia that is necessary to consistently have like for novel chemical compound discovery, for the pharmaceutical industry that is one of the only areas of growth in Israel that makes Israel like a valuable entity. And yes, you might think I'm talking about Israel, but guess what? I'm actually talking about the United States of America, which is going through the exact same motions right now, because the United States of America is also a fascist country that has destroyed its own education and is actively crippling the publicly funded institutions. Israel and America are very similar to one another in many respects. Okay.
To quote, many communities, particularly Haredi, ultra-Orthodox communities, have institutional policies requiring that victims ask rabbis for permission before reporting child sexual abusers to secular authorities. Other leverage points often involve pressuring victims or their families into silence by threatening them with unemployment, eviction, expulsion of their children from yeshiva, the prospect of their children and extended families being ineligible for shidduchim, matchmaking, or general ostracism from the community. This is also not just a case of hush money being paid so that an organization wouldn't have to deal with the fallout and paperwork of the lawsuit. URA fought this lawsuit tooth and nail. According to Zaka, motions and subpoenas were filed as often as possible by URA in order to prove that the lawsuit was being brought on by Zaka and not the plaintiff. Some of this is obviously to be expected by a group trying to win a legal battle, and we don't have URA's interpretation of events, but given how long this was drawn out, and the fact that URA went on the legal counteroffensive to get as many documents sealed as possible, it does raise a lot of questions as to what their end goal was. The lengths gone to here, gone with what the victim was put through out of court, suggests that the goal was not a quiet settlement, but explicit punishment. Of course, the greatest revelation from all of this is that the money donated to Cars for Kids is being used to settle child sexual abuse lawsuits. There's no way around this fact, and it should raise more red flags than even the disregard for children's physical safety at their camps. URA has not publicly acknowledged this lawsuit or offered any kind of explanation for what their role in it was, leaving Zaka as the only reliable source on what transpired. I've reached out to URA, but not gotten a response back yet. Of all the dangers in the zone camps, not all of them are to campers or animals. The most dangerous conditions are endured by the contractors it relies upon. See, subcontracting itself isn't all that unusual, and a summer camp that needs regular maintenance and new construction is going to be utilizing these services fairly often. What's notable about URA is how they treat their contractors.
Yes, you might know Zaka as the religious group that was responsible for a metric ton of atrocity propaganda. Post October 7, they were obviously condemned and criticized internally inside of Israel. Some of those criticisms made their way to the United States of America, but Western press, once again, not unsurprising to people who have been paying attention to this stuff, was a little bit blind and deaf to all of the many criticisms of Zaka.
Or really anyone outside their immediate organization. According to an anonymous source who lived in the community around the zone I spoke to, people who do work at the zone are routinely underpaid, which would be consistent with protests outside URA's headquarters that occurred back in 2010 and with Facebook comments I've read by local residents. This anonymous source also alerted me to an incident that occurred in one of the ponds owned by URA near the zone. Around 2:30 on Friday, March 31st, 2023, police were called to respond to a call off Scotch Valley Road in Schoharie County, according to the Times-Union. A small boat had flipped and 3 of the passengers were plunged into the icy waters. 2 of them had emerged, 1 could not be found. It would be another day before the body of Juan E. Parco Saez could be recovered. Saez, an Ecuadorian national, was being employed as part of a team installing tiles for the zone, but were not officially employees of the company, a fact that a camp spokesperson was quick to point out. Despite only working as contractors, it was reported that these men were living on site at the camp. It was never clarified why these men were fishing in a pond that had just recently thawed. The fact that these men were living on site in a remote area with potentially hostile employers makes the fact that they were fishing in these conditions seem less and less like a way to pass the time. My source told me that the other 2 men were gone the next day. presumably going back to New Jersey or to their families in Ecuador. At least one can only hope. URA runs a ruthless operation at the zone, but the way in which it is ruthless is not in its staff management. URA runs a ruthlessly efficient operation at the zone, but the way in which it is ruthless is not in its staff management, in its scheduling, or even in its building. In fact, it's pretty bad at all of those things. What it is ruthlessly efficient at is how they have kept this operation going for over a decade without significant public backlash, despite the fact that it is a beneficiary of a nationwide advertising campaign. One can really only hope that this changes soon.
All right. We went on a deep tangent here. That was crazy. Deep in the pocket. And it all started with this. Just kidding. Even though this is very strange. Realistic mustache, human hair, handmade fake beards with invisible soft lace, natural looking custom facial hair. Yeah, Amazon is this Amazon seller is using my likeness to sell mustaches to those who want a little bit of gender affirming care. What's the point of all of this? Oh, the reason why we looked at it is because Cars for Kids. There's also the rise of online cruelty. There's the Maya TED Talk we're going to be watching as well. You should give a shout out to True Announce Cars for Kids series. Yeah, shout out to True Announce Cars for Kids series. The guy who made it, I think, is the one who was interviewed. Ghost of Kuwait strikes again. Oh, I saw this. Watch 2 U.S. Navy FA-18 fighter jets collide mid-air while performing an air show in Idaho. I assume, what is the price point for this? What this little debacle? Couple hundred, maybe a hundo. 100 mil. Ay, ay, ay. I apologize for showing you this deeply anti-Semitic incident. Obviously, that was $100 million that could have been given to the beautiful nation state of Israel and instead was wasted on the countryside of Idaho. Just saying. Think about that. Those jets could have died fighting in Iran or something, you know? The planes didn't want to go to Iran. They wanted to embrace each other in true love and go out on their own terms. I can respect that. Yeah. What a lot of people don't know is that when jets are feeling very worried, they only do this when they're under tremendous stress and tremendous pressure. It's kind of like whales. You know how like whales beach themselves to do suicide? This is jet suicide. Yeah. Jet expert here. Jets only do this when they're under tremendous pressure. All right. We're going to do a quick hit on Cuba. Trump is turning his attention to Cuba now that he's done with China. Okay. We're going to cover this real quickly, real briefly. American media is back to its old tricks. Unsurprisingly. Donald Trump was coming back from the Beijing summit with not a lot of gains. It was fairly unremarkable overall. It was yet another revelation for those who are paying close attention that America's time in the spotlight as the singular hegemon is coming to an end. And in an effort to reinforce its power around the world, we are looking to strike increasingly vulnerable and smaller targets. Obviously, Iran failed in spectacular fashion. We know that it failed in spectacular fashion. It didn't work at all. It actually, I think, put a significant hit in the confidence that people had in American security cooperative arrangements. So now we're hitting an even weaker target, a much more vulnerable target, the country of Cuba, that happens to be 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America. Okay? A country that we have dominated through a sanctions terrorism package for the past 60 years for the crime of having a successful socialist revolution. A successful revolution that didn't even start off as a socialist revolution, but turned into a communist one later down the line. Talked about this extensively. I've been to Cuba recently, as you guys know, to deliver humanitarian aid, to see with my own two eyes how devastating America's oil blockade looks like. That oil blockade continued with one exception where Russian ships, one Russian oil tanker was able to go through, cut through the oil blockade and actually deliver some oil to the island, but now they've run out of oil once again. Here is Mark Capito's reporting from Axios. Cuba has acquired more than 300 military drones and recently began discussing plans to use them to attack the U.S. base at Guantanamo Bay, military vessels of possibly Key West, 90 miles north of Havana. They are trying to develop a pretext to engage in a first strike in Cuba. Last week, the United States also decided to indict former Cuban leader Raul Castro, who's like 90 years old. So we're gearing up. We're gearing up to do a special military operation, not dissimilar to the one that took place in Venezuela, but this time in Cuba. Cuba is even less protected than Venezuela, if we're being real. Cuba has a much more stable government than Venezuela does. However, Cuba obviously doesn't have a fraction of the military that Venezuela has, and therefore, this kind of pretext, this kind of justification, this kind of manufacturing consent will most likely lead to a swift military operation, or there could be a decapitation strike, or there could be an extraction mission to extract, again, 90-year-old Raul Castro, and operate a sham trial just like the one that Maduro's going through right now, and then probably implement a puppet state. Last week, the CIA was also in Cuba, having direct talks with Cuba. So it's very clear where this is headed. The Justice Department moved towards an indictment against former Cuban President Raul Castro. AP sources says this was from May 15th, 2 days ago. Financial Times reporting on possible Cuban military op. Donald Trump turns up the heat on Cuba. This is months in the making, as you guys know. And the only thing that held America back was most likely the military failures in the Strait of Hormuz. The quagmire that they got into in the Strait of Hormuz is what stopped them from engaging in this idiotic and unjustifiable and unbelievably cruel initiative on an island nation that we have destroyed personally for decades. I responded to the Mark Capito tweet saying Cuba has never been a threat to the United States. Its only threat was being a successful alternative, a country that fought and won its own sovereignty and dignity. We starved them for that and never stopped. Between this and the New York Times funding peace, we're manufacturing consent for war. Okay? There is no strategic purpose to the destruction of Cuba. It is just rank cruelty. Okay? It's Cold War, boomer vengeance that is still guiding a lot of people. Maybe you can call it like an ethnic tension, like an ethnic vengeance quest led by the Gusano lobby, the American Cubans that still have basically mythologized this alternative Cuba, this alternative history in Cuba. That's precisely the reason why you see many people, including Marco Rubio, including Ted Cruz, including Bob Menendez, falsely claim that their family was persecuted by Fidel Castro. This is not even true. Okay? That's one of the most fascinating aspects of the American-Cuban lobby, is that many of them actually didn't even flee. They just kind of personally left under the Batista regime. They didn't like what was going on under the Batista regime. It was very cruel. Batista was our ally, of course, at the time. And they just straight up lie about the fact that it was actually Fidel Castro that took away their land or anything or something like that. And that's why they had to like run away to the United States of America. This is a very common thing. There are probably Cuban Americans in this chat right now that have heard this story from their immediate relatives. And if they actually were to dig deep and look at the timeline of when their relatives came to the United States of America, they'd realize that their relatives actually didn't own any fucking property in Cuba at all. And it wasn't seized by the cruel communist Fidel Castro regime at all. They just, their immediate family members came here. Their grandparents came here when Batista was in charge. It's very, very interesting. This is unbelievably common. Combate Uphold Reality says, R worded Ted Cruz, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists.
Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
You know, it's very strange. Very strange and very fascinating diasporoid mythos here. Okay? And it is propped up by virtually all of the boomer anti-communist Cubans. My parents still think that Cuba is an authoritarian country, and mind you, we aren't even Cuban, we are Mexican. Yes, that is also because the media instruments in Latin America are unbelievably far right. That's precisely the reason why Morena had to establish its own direct communications channels on YouTube. And the, of course, unbelievably far right network of media in Latin America, backed by massive businesses, will utilize anti-Cuban, anti-communist sentiment as a warning, so that they can associate whatever kind of like social democratic initiatives with by socialist or sometimes communist governing parties with the dangers of Cuba and Cuban authoritarianism. It's very common. Mind you, the anti-communist influencers in Cuba started begging for donation as soon as U.S. aid was cut. Yes, of course, U.S. aid has played a formative role in propping up anti-communist sentiment inside of Cuba. Very common. I mean, this is very well reported on, too. Even in the United States of America, there have been so many sometimes hilarious failed initiatives to foment a counter-revolution inside of Cuba, even as recently as a couple decades ago. That it failed. There was a rap project conducted by the State Department. For those of you who don't know, there was literally like they were funding Cuban rappers to rap about how bad communism is. It failed. There was an internet project as soon as the internet was initiated in Cuba, and that was another thing. They were trying to create like a walled garden and intercept the Cuban internet and turn it into like anti-communist internet, which I think had a lot more success, if we're being real. From what I understand, COVID was a turning point for the counter-revolutionary movement. COVID was a big turning point because pre-2019, the Cuban government gave free access to the internet at parks and on certain locations, right? And then post 2019, they they basically fixed their infrastructure. They improved their infrastructure to allow internet to exist all around the island. And that literally hogified the entire fucking country almost overnight, accelerated by COVID and lockdowns during COVID. There was a big protest. It was one of the first ever massive protests that took place. Well over 10% of the Cuban population left after COVID as well. Tourism collapsed. Things have gotten so much worse, of course. All of this was also accelerated by the 2019 secondary sanctions that the Trump administration implemented that made it unbelievably difficult, even more difficult to trade with Cuba, right? There are numerous instances in our relationship with Cuba where we have specifically designed laws in the United States of America to render trade with Cuba impossible, not only for American companies, but also European companies and other companies in Latin America as well. Okay? This design was purposefully invisible so that you could have plausible deniability that no one wanted to trade with Cuba. Cuba doesn't have a God-given right to trade with other countries. If communism is so good, why can't they thrive? Right? Well, they can't because you made trade impossible with sanctions that you would implement on any country that dared to trade with Cuba. Yeah, I'm Cuban. There was massive protests on July 11, 2021. It was 100% fueled by the CIA, same as the sonic attacks in the U.S. Embassy that was dismantled after to be in office. So yeah, that was what I was going to say. The big turning point was July 11, 2021. There were massive protests. Cuba had very limited counter-revolutionary protests. Cubans are very proud people in general, and it was unlike anything that has ever existed. It was the SOS Cuba campaign that was beefed up by the Gusano lobby here in the United States of America. And there were a lot of arrests that took place in that process, including some people that I know who are still reporters inside of Cuba, the belly of the beast guys. They had some of their reporters get arrested in the process too. And yeah, that's this is where we're at. Since 2019, once Trump came back into office, obviously Biden never eased those sanctions at all until the last day in office. It was disgusting what he did. It was like a last fuck you to the Cubans, basically, where he removed those sanctions on his last day in office. Trump immediately put those sanctions back on. And Trump, a couple of months ago, decided to create a full-blown blockade, not just secondary sanctions for any tankers or any ships that touch a Cuban port that won't be able to, that won't be utilized in trade with the United States of America for 180 days. But they just straight up said, we are going to implement a naval blockade to ensure that there is not a single drop of oil that Cuba receives unless it's our oil tankers. Because it's not entirely correct to say that Cuba doesn't receive any oil whatsoever. Guantanamo Bay receives oil from the United States of America all the time. Guantanamo Bay is a colonial outpost for the United States of America. Many people might not know that. It also happens to be our, extrajudicious torture prison that we have. And yeah, they have energy. They have oil. Yeah. Gitmo needs to have its power, obviously, so they can continue torturing people. Gitmo has a McDonald's on it. So there was one attempt as well from random radicals. 10 Cubans on U.S. boat intended to carry out an armed infiltration, Havana says. If you remember, I covered this already. They rolled up to the Cuban Coast Guard, started opening fire. Cuban Coast Guard killed a couple of them, and then the rest of them were treated in a Cuban facility. But they recovered a tremendous amount of weapons off of those boats as well. Cuban Americans that tried to infiltrate and start a counter-revolution inside of Cuba. It failed. This was a couple of months ago. Reported in February 25th, 2026. So even before we went to Cuba as well. Now, yeah, they tried to do another Bay of Hogs, and it failed. Axios just published classified intelligence that the Trump administration says shows Cuba is planning drone attacks on Guantanamo Bay, U.S. warships in Key West. I'm calling false flag. The source is one anonymous senior U.S. official. Reuters could not independently verify the report. Axios' own framing in the article itself states the intelligence could become a pretext for U.S. military action. This is the second time this year a U.S. administration has had classified intelligence leaked about a Caribbean adversary planning attacks on U.S. targets during a period of U.S. military buildup in the region. To which Ruben Gallego said, no country in the current economic and military situation that Cuba is in would ever preemptively strike a superpower like the U.S. This is just propaganda to build a case for an invasion of Cuba. Now, what's interesting about this is coming from Ruben fucking Gallego, not exactly a bleeding heart communist by any means. Okay? I'm glad that there are some other Democrats who are finally speaking out about this kind of fuckery. I think this should be treated, if you want to treat it like a partisan issue, that's fine. But this is another unbelievably cruel action that we are already initiating that we will only worsen. What coincidence, Nick Field says, that Cuba has finally decided to attack America after 70 years, right when the Trump administration was planning their own regime change. What a strange bit of timing. Oh, well, let's not look into it. Trump is going full theocracy.
Finish the house of the Lord.
Okay, we'll do that in a second. Arturo Dominguez says, no one believes the story about Cuba attacking the U.S. to be true. That's how ridiculous it sounds. Yet these Miami Cubans are going to try to weaponize this nonsense since nothing else they've tried is working. Goes to show how dishonest they are and always has been. Yeah, Mario Diaz Balart says, we've seen the threat drones pose in the Middle East. Now they are 90 miles from our shores and near critical infrastructure. It's clear that the Cuban regime is a national security threat. Damn, at least go blow up a ship in Havana Harbor like we did in 1998. Way cooler false flag than some leaked intelligence bullshit. I mean, they're not even trying. They don't even need to try. That's the whole point, right? It's a real what are you going to do about it type situation here because the democratic wishes of the majority do not fucking matter. Yeah, this is what most gusanos sound like. Still mad they took my grandfather's plantation. Real Cubans like me love the U.S.-Israeli embargo. His slaves were happy, according to him. For slave owners, capitalism is freedom. You said 1998? Yeah, you mean 1898. The Belgian... wait, no, not 1898. No, there's... What are you talking about? No, after the Cuban Revolution, there was after the Cuban Revolution, or you're talking about USS Maine. But after the Cuban Revolution, they also blew up another, America allegedly blew up another weapon shipment that was coming in from Belgium. Yeah, you're talking about the USS Maine. But this has happened. I mean, this is also a rewriting. For the record, what is taking place right here? What is taking place right here is also not dissimilar to previous incidents, previous false flag attempts that we have designed. Okay? So even on this end, even the false manufacturing context or manufacturing pretext for a first strike on Cuba has been entertained in the past. JFK very famously said no to it. There was an initiative by the CIA at the time to create some kind of false flag where there would be an attempt at terrorism on U.S. soil. And they would pin it on Cubans. They wanted to make it seem like Cuba did, like a 9/11 style attack on, in Miami on U.S. soil. JFK said, that's insane. We don't want that. Operation North was the name. I've covered it before on this broadcast. And and then JFK was so mad about the numerous failures of the CIA and also this like insane attempt that it was reported, JFK was reported as saying, I'm going to rip the CIA into shreds and piece by piece. And then what happened to the CIA was, well, we don't know what happened to the CIA, but what happened to his head was what he said he was going to do to the CIA on that one sad afternoon in Dallas, Texas. Okay, so who knows? Yeah. Okay. So there is that. The Trump administration is sharply escalating its pressure campaign to get Cuba to open up its economy and allow greater political freedoms. Okay, sure. Even as the conflict in Iran continues, the U.S. is using a mix of threats and inducements, including new sanctions, potential indictments, and offers of aid to force the issue in the coming weeks. In a surprise visit to the island on Thursday, CIA Director John Ratcliffe delivered a message to Cuba that a rare chance to stabilize its failing economy, according to a U.S. official. But there is also an implicit threat that the U.S. could resort to the sort of military action that it took in Venezuela in January. This, I think, is literally because Trump wants it, for the record. It might come across as silly, but I genuinely think the only reason why this is happening is because Trump wants it. Because you don't need to do this at all to Cuba. I know for a fact, from my own personal conversations with both Cubans and even people in the government as well, that they are, and their own, revelations as well, they want to cut a deal with America. They just don't want America to keep killing them. Okay? So, I mean, Cuba does not have the military capabilities of staving off an American attack. It's ridiculous. It's no longer the 60s or 70s. There's no USSR aid here. There's no major global power that is going to offer any sort of military aid to Cuba. They have nothing. And their economy has been destroyed by the United States of America. They just want respite. They want to be able to operate like a normal country, right? They want to be able to operate like a normal fucking country. That's all they want. And America's not giving it to them. I mean, we've destroyed their electrical grid with these ridiculous sanctions. It's totally unjust. And then we offer them a crumb of aid in return with conditions. It's fucking ridiculous. Totally unnecessary, right? Anyway, the two governments have been in talks since February, but after some initial signs of movement, the U.S. administration has, over the past fortnight, been signaling a sense of growing frustration. Here's CIA Director John Ratcliffe attending a meeting with Cuban officials in Havana on Thursday. A U.S. official said the administration feared the Cubans were playing for time. Here, you can take that too. Right there. Oh, thank you. No, I'm good. Thank you. The U.S. official said the administration feared the Cubans were playing for time, given both the drawn-out conflict with Iran and opinion polls predicting strong results for Democrats in November's midterm elections. Washington is pushing for Cuba to liberalize its economy. Once again, Cuba has taken the initiative in the aftermath of the Obama deal. Doesn't this sound identical to fucking Trump with JCPOA, by the way? Trump destroys the JCPOA. Says, oh, we got a better deal for Cuba. They should liberalize its economy. Not the JCPOA, sorry, Cuban normalization. Yeah, Cuba liberalized its economy after normalization with Barack Obama. I can't believe it. He just literally is doing a shittier, more violent version, a less successful version of everything that Barack Obama has done as far as fucking foreign policy. It's so ridiculous, dude. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all. It doesn't make any sense. He literally is just like ripping apart over his 2 terms all the stuff that Barack Obama did, only to like put another shittier version of it from the American side. And I mean, shittier overall for everybody involved. Let's be real. And putting his name on it. Cuba does not constitute a threat to the United States of America. It's fucking bullshit. Anyway, let's watch this now.
They are running out of electricity, and so they are protesting against America and its embargo. For the last 4 months, Cubans have been cut off from their traditional lifeline, Venezuelan oil, in what looks like Washington's attempt at regime change, in what it's always regarded as its backyard.
We have gone more than 40 hours without electricity. I live in a community where there are many elderly people, many of them bedridden. Food is going bad inside refrigerators. That's the little food which can actually be bought.
America's domino theory was that Cuba's 1959 revolution would eventually flip all of Latin America communist. But now Donald Trump, who was flying back from China on Friday, is trying to flip Cuba capitalism's way instead.
You talk about a declining country. They are really a nation or a country in decline. So we're going to see. We have a lot to talk about on Cuba, but not maybe for tonight.
The president sent his CIA.
By the way, every Latin American country is the same. Every election cycle, they go and they fucking vote for a social democrat who is immediately called a communist. The social democrat does like maybe modest improvements on some social safety nets. And then at the end of his term, every single Latin American country turns around and goes, oh, we just need a fascist, actually. We just need a fascist who is going to be a neoliberal. So then they elect a fascist neoliberal, and approximately 3 weeks into the reign of the fascist neoliberal, the entire country decides, oh my God, this was a fucking massive mistake. How could we have done this? We should shut this shit down with a general strike. Literally. I don't know what the fuck goes on in the minds of Latin American countries and the citizens living there, but they will literally elect a neoliberal fascist and they will go, in a matter of weeks, not even like a year. They don't wait for a year. They'll be like, oh my God, it took us 1 week to realize we made a massive mistake. The only exception right now to this cycle in Latin America is Mexico. Okay? I don't understand how you go and you vote for the neoliberal fascism party. Like, it'll literally be like, hello, I am, please vote for me. I am Pinochet's grandson. And I love what my grandfather did to this country. And then the country will be like, this is a great idea. We should vote for Pinochet's grandson. We should do neoliberal fascism here. And then a week later, they'll be like, what a mistake this was. We have to stop. We have to cripple the entire economy now. We have to do a mass strike. It's like, bro, y'all voted for him. What the fuck? In any case, the reason for why I'm bringing this up is because, like, flipping Cuba into a capitalist country is not going to have any reverberations for other nation states. Capitalism itself is a contradictory system that's destroying itself, that's eating itself alive. So people are already frustrated. Isn't neoliberal and fascist oxymoronic? What? Buddy, do you know who Pinochet is? Oxymoronic? That's the OG fascist. Or not the OG fascist, the OG neoliberal, sorry.
Director John Ratcliffe to Havana this week, America's chief spy demanding what the agency called fundamental changes, with US officials not ruling out the use of force. The faces of US intelligence officers were blurred in what is otherwise a blatant return to the politics of the Cold War.
It's my personal opinion. You cannot change the economic trajectory of Cuba as long as the people who are in charge of it now are in charge of it. That's what's going to have to change, because these people are proven incapable. I hope I'm wrong. We'll give them a chance. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge in that regime.
Raul Castro still dresses like a Cuban revolutionary, even though he's about to turn 95 next month. The Americans are talking to his bodyguard, wearing blue in the middle here. That's also Raul Castro's grandson. But prosecutors in Florida are also threatening to indict the old man to face trial in the United States, as they did before capturing Venezuela's president earlier this year.
The message to the Cubans is very clear that a similar situation could arise with Raul Castro being under indictment and potentially extradited. So the message to the Cubans is clear. The pressure is on. A timeline's been delivered. Now it's going to be up to the Cubans as to whether or not they comply.
It seems unlikely that US Special Forces really would mount an operation to capture a frail 95-year-old. But what is becoming clearer is that Cuba could well be living on borrowed time.
For what? The United States of America, the CIA would do flyover missions over Cuba and deploy bioweapons during the Cold War. So obviously Cuban anti-air defense systems were very highly alerted to any sort of unsanctioned flight missions over the Cuban airspace. And one of these unsanctioned flight missions was, what is it called? The Brothers something. It was like a fake anti-Cuba, anti-communist charity. And they were doing a flight mission where they were, according to the American side, they were doing a flight mission to drop flyers over Cuban airspace. And they were warned numerous times. They were warned numerous times with the Cuban administration, the Cuban military, and they did not respond, so the Cubans shot them down. This was many, many years ago. The American government is using that as a reason to indict Raul Castro, the fucking, Brothers to the Rescue. Thank you. Hermanos al Rescate, Brothers to the Rescue. They're using that as a reason. They're saying it was his responsibility.
The Americans are not demanding this Caribbean island transition to democracy. But these departing CIA officers are tasked with changing Cuba's leadership to open it up to American companies and giving President Trump, their boss, the kind of geopolitical success which Iran has so far denied him.
Controversial streamer.
It's so funny. Literally all of these countries want to do business with America. With Iran, Iran would love to do business with America. That's one of their demands. When we talk about sanctions relief in Iran, which is very clearly their major demand, that is sanctions relief for American companies so they can do business with Iranian companies. Like, that's literally the number one demand that Iran has made since the sanctions started. Of course they want fucking business with America. It's the consumption engine of the planet. So when Trump is like, yeah, we have to fucking kill them dead so that they'll do business with us, it's so stupid. Same with Cuba. Just take the sanctions off then, dumbass. What do you mean? It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, clavicular has been charged. But there's more. I wanted to cover more. Like, do you guys have like a good video that we could watch potentially about quick resource that we can point to for what America's done in Cuba, maybe? Not my own documentary, obviously.
Alone.
Yeah. Go back to my YouTube playlist. Why is clavicular charge in the middle of a lesbian flag? I don't know. The Cuba stuff makes me feel like my blood pressure's going up. Yeah, I know. Overzealots is actually pretty good. He has some Cuba videos we could watch. We were watching In Defense of Cuba, How the Media Lies to You. Here, I'll just drop you into this right now.
Largely due to the U.S. blockade. I don't think I need to remind you about the negatives when that's all the Western media loves to go on about. Instead, let this video serve as a counterbalance that highlights all that's commendable about post-revolutionary Cuba. Immediately upon taking over, the new Cuban revolutionary government got to work implementing the Moncada program, making good on Castro's platform outlined back during his trial in '53. Cuba at this time was suffering from immense income inequality exacerbated by the years of colonialism, neocolonialism, US-backed dictatorship, and a collaborationist comprador Cuban elite. As we've already seen, those who aim to diminish the results of the Cuban Revolution love to claim that prior to Castro, Cuba was a rich country.
Cuba had in 1958, the year before Castro took over, the highest standard of living of any Latin American country and half of Europe.
However, this is the same old dishonest bullshit said about many pre-revolutionary societies where the riches are funneled straight to the upper echelons while the masses live in squalor. To quote Vijay Prashad and Noam Chomsky on the matter, a study by professors in Havana from 1957 noted, the city of Havana is living in an epoch of extraordinary prosperity while in the countryside, people, especially the agricultural workers, are living in sluggish, miserable, and desperate conditions too difficult to believe. That is why the new revolution's agrarian reform law was so eagerly anticipated. See, one of the ways the revolutionary government tackled this issue of inequality was by limiting land holdings and redistributing land to the peasantry. Contrary to what you may have heard, Castro did offer compensation for this. These agrarian reforms not only broke up the latifundia, huge estates controlled by a small, typically white elite whose power flowed directly from colonial-era land structures, but also led to the expropriation, again with compensation, and redistribution of the vast arable land hoarded by foreign companies to the detriment of the Cuban masses. To quote Arnold August's Cuba and Its Neighbors, according to a 2008 U.S. Department of Agriculture report, in the late 1950s, U.S. interests owned 75% of the arable land. The end result of these land reforms was the distribution of land to over 100,000 landless farmers who had previously lived in poverty. Aside from the land reforms, Castro's government emphasized...
For the record, Fidel Castro's parents also owned land. As a testament to how much of a real one he is, he also literally took pieces of the farmland that his own family owned that was beyond the government allotted like personal land usage, and he redistributed it back.
The need for human services and more radical change, and they wasted no time getting going. The Urban Reform Law of 1960 set rents to no more than 10% of a family's income, mortgage rates were cut.
Cuba is the most overhated, most maligned, like unjustifiably maligned country on the planet, dude. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara are genuinely two of the greatest revolutionaries in history. I love Lenin, I love Fidel Castro, and I love Che Guevara. They are genuinely fucking heroes. Okay? Adjusted to their time, they were unbelievable saints. Okay? No, even more so than like Mao. Because look, looking at the entirety, like what Mao was able to achieve is insane, right? What Mao was able to achieve was absolutely insane. He is the godfather of the People's Republic of China. But it's obvious that there were especially in the later years, there were tremendous excesses, right? Che and Lenin did no cultural revolution. Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, there was a conversation that I had, I won't tell you with who, where I was talking to them about how China has this like unbelievable tendency for efficiency where like they have, you know, like rating systems for even police officers, right? You have a bad experience with a cop, you go onto an app and you literally tattle on the cop to the government. You say, this was a bad experience, boom, I'm rating him low. And I was talking to this person who was telling me like, you know, that doesn't fucking work. And I was like, why can't we have that in America? And he was like, I don't know, maybe because there was no cultural revolution. Americans would literally abuse the Uber rating system like crazy. There would never be like a normal process there. It would get bricked in like a fucking week. And I was thinking, I was like, damn, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. I mean, look at fucking Yelp reviews. You go to Japan, Google reviews are very important in Japan. America, Google reviews mean nothing. Nothing at all. Okay? Also, the USSR didn't have a cultural revolution and then they ended up with Pizza Hut. True, true, true. Anyway, let's continue.
Landlords were forbidden to evict their tenants, and the owners of urban land were obliged to sell vacant sites at low prices to anyone planning to build a house, wrote historian Richard Gott. Utility rates for electricity, transport, and telephone services were slashed to make them more affordable for the working class. Real wages increased by about 15%, and social services were quickly expanded to include free schooling, healthcare, medicine, water, social security, burial services, and more. In 1961, the government took massive strides to combat illiteracy, and according to historian Paco Ignacio Taibo II, the results were spectacular. 707,000 people had been taught to read and write, and only 3.9% of the population was illiterate after just 2 years of revolution and just one mass campaign. I feel like when it comes to judging the progress made by a developing country, some of us have this tendency to compare it to imperialist Western nations and then mock it for being relatively behind. But that's not exactly fair, is it? These countries don't have centuries of colonial plundering under their belts to thank for their wealth. They were on the receiving end of that brutal structure all this time. Shouldn't we be comparing these countries to A, where they started from, and B, their neighbors? In the case of Cuba, the improvements were astonishing. Take the aforementioned health services as an example.
You can't do that, because if you do that, all of a sudden, if you adjust the timeline, if you compare countries to their relative beginning position, all of a sudden, you arrive at a very scary truth. That scary truth is that every communist revolution has led to unbelievable improvements. You must never do that. You have to compare them to countries that have engaged in colonial plunder. And even then, only adjusted to the immediate circumstances, never to where those countries' actual material conditions are from their own relative beginnings. You can't do that. However, as capitalism, this like suicidal behemoth, worsens contradictions in a way where it's virtually impossible not to notice it to the average person. When you look at like places like Syracuse, Buffalo, West Virginia in its entirety, you look at Gary, Indiana, you look at all these different places that are on a downward trajectory for the past couple of decades. And then you look at a place like fucking China where you're like on maximalist code, where you're like, whoa, those are tier 1 cities. Okay, you look at tier 4 cities in China and you're like, they have an upwards trajectory. How the fuck did that happen? It becomes very clear that China is raising living standards dramatically all across the board. Whereas in America, there is a downward trajectory virtually everywhere. That's it. That's it. So even that relativity comparison adjusted to today's conditions and the trajectory is becoming noticeable. Who the fuck told you that Buffalo's on a downward trajectory is pretty nice? Bitch, I've seen it. What do you mean?
Prior to the revolution, things were atrocious. Rural infant and maternal mortality rates were the second highest in Latin America, noted professor of Latin American political economy, Helen Jaffe. So when our annoying little friend over here recites the claim that Cuba's infant mortality rate was actually already low prior to Castro,
here's the Wall Street Journal. The Cuba that Castro inherited was developing but relatively prosperous and ranked third in Latin America in doctors and dentists and daily calorie consumption per capita. Its infant mortality rate was the lowest in the region.
He's operating on skewed data, where the affluent parts of Cuba mess up the numbers and mask the brutal inequality and suffering in the rural parts. Jaffe goes on to write, some 80% of children in the countryside suffered intestinal parasites in 1959. It was the #1 cause of death, and 60% of the rural population was seriously undernourished. Life expectancy in rural areas was 50 years, 60 nationally. There was only one rural hospital, only 4% of rural Cubans ate meat, only 3% had bread, less than 20% had eggs, only 2% had running water, 9% had electricity, and as Jaffe goes on, the true enemy of public health, a report noted, was economic underdevelopment, feudal exploitation, the latifundia plantation system, and its consequences. Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, and the revolutionary government remedied this. They established the rural medical services to provide those suffering in the countryside with aid so that no one was left sick, dying, and forgotten anywhere in the country. A free, universal healthcare system was created. Infant mortality dropped to under 10 deaths per 1,000 live births by the 1990s and to under 5 deaths by 2017, a rate lower than that of the much richer United States and 10 times lower than Cuba's closest neighbor, Haiti. This represented a significant improvement over pre-revolutionary Cuba, where infant mortality stood at 60 per 1,000 live births overall and 100 per 1,000 in rural areas. Not to mention that maternal mortality was 120 deaths per 100,000 births, with only half of all births in the country taking place in hospitals in the 1950s. By the 1990s, 99% of births were taking place in hospitals. Life expectancy has soared from nearly 60 years before the revolution, when there were only around 6,000 physicians, mostly stationed in Havana, to nearly 80 years today, with over 70,000 physicians spread across the entire country, as is noted in
Higher than America.
Pedro Ross's How the Workers' Parliaments Saved the Cuban Revolution. Thanks to a national immunization campaign that began in 1962, the Cuban government was able to radically combat disease. Polio was eradicated that same year, malaria in 68, diphtheria in 71, measles in 93, rubella in 95, and so on and so forth. And when we compare Cuba's economic performance to that of its Latin American contemporaries, it substantially outperformed them, especially during the 70s and 80s. To be specific, between 1970 to 1988, Cuba enjoyed an annual economic growth rate that averaged 4.1%, while the comparable growth figure for Latin America during that time was just 1.2%. In the 80s, the rest of Latin America suffered an extreme debt crisis that caused the region's overall GDP to plummet by almost 10% between 1981 and 1984, while Cuba experienced an economic boom at that time with an annual average growth rate of 7.3%. It wasn't until Cuba's trading partners ceased to exist and the US economic warfare intensified that Cuba began to suffer substantially. But we'll get to that later. First, we haven't even touched on the social improvements in the wake of the Cuban Revolution. Castro's government immediately banned all forms of racial discrimination.
Unbelievably woke, by the way, with one exception. The Cuban Revolution was incredibly woke. There was a social revolution. There wasn't like a cultural revolution in the way that, it existed in China, but it was absolutely a social revolution as well. It had a lot of social elements. The only non-woke aspect of the Cuban Revolution was homosexuality. And that's it. And it's so funny that racist, homophobic, queer-phobic Americans will regularly point to that to be like, dude, what about the gays? What about the gays? And it's really funny because dude, what the fuck was America doing at the time? Okay. What are you talking about? They were fucking far more woke than us far before we were. Okay. Calm down. Thank you for the 25 bones, Özlem Sherif.
In private and public life, prior to the revolution, Cuba had segregated beaches, clubs, schools, and so forth. The revolutionary government outlawed this while promoting gender equality and the integration of women into the workforce. Now, if I were to tell you, my mostly Western audience, that post-revolutionary Cuba also boasts a unique form of participatory democracy, odds are a good amount of you wouldn't believe me. And that's fine. Again, I'm not here to pretend that Cuba is perfect or that they have everything figured out, but rather to challenge your preconceptions, specifically about democracy and what actually constitutes it. In the West, particularly in the US, democracy seems to be something people do once every 4 years, where they go out and vote for one of two corrupt politicians from two corrupt parties, all while their material realities steadily...
One-party communist states have... Okay, here. I'll explain it to you. In the Western world... in Western liberal democracy, you have multi-parties, you have a two-party system, you have a multi-party system, right? You have a parliamentary system, you have a two-party presidential system like the one we have, like in a constitutional republic. And the reality is, it usually brackets itself off into two different poles, right? It's true. You got the right pole, the right coalition, you got the left coalition. Sometimes it's shepherded by the Labor Party, but it's actually a neoliberal party, whatever, right? However, in one party governance, like in Cuba or in China, there are some fake parties. It's, irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's symbolic, right? But they have direct participatory democracy at the local level. And the parties have an infrastructure where through past performance and efficiency, you rise up through the ranks. It's actually in China specifically, it's like one of the most difficult tasks is to be a guy who works in local government in the party. I'll give you one additional example. Like I was watching this thing where they were talking about how, like, in China, in certain rural areas, they have the name of the party official outside of doors in one of their poverty eradication initiatives, to say, if this party official whose name is outside of this door doesn't successfully eradicate the poverty of this specific house, then they will no longer be reelected. They will never get, they will never get a better standing within the party system itself. It's unbelievably focused on efficiency. It's a very interesting, there's a very interesting management style that is as close to meritocracy as you can get, but it's very bureaucratic. And it blows the Western consciousness, where people are like, well, what do you mean there's one party? The reality is, even in the Western system, we have uniparty consensus on a lot of things, right? Even if I were to believe that the multi-party or, it is a technocracy. Absolutely. You're not wrong. So in the Western world, and I grew up in the Western system. I like the Western system. I like the facade of choice. I believe that it's very good. In the Western world, we technically have two poles, right? Two different poles that seemingly are at odds with one another, but there is a lot of consensus politics. So it turns into the same one-party politics that you normally would see. This is part of the reason why. There are some marginal differences between, like, the Democrats and Republicans in many respects. And if you're bought into this system, you look at it and you think, well, how dare you? Even those marginal differences have, like, ginormous consequences with one party over the other. But that's a race to the bottom, right? It's a race to the bottom of which party is going to be less cruel to you. That's why harm reduction narratives is unbelievably successful, or used to be unbelievably successful, right? The consensus exists within the system, and anything outside of that consensus is functionally barred, right? Even if it's not legally barred, it's functionally barred. So the way that works is, simply put, if we look at it from an outsider's perspective, in China, capital is controlled by the government. Capital is subservient to the government. In America, the government is subservient to capital. So you have two different parties, but nothing really changes. In China, you have one party, but everything changes all the time. It is much more responsive and much more dynamic in many instances. This concept is not, this is descriptive, right? This concept blows Westerners' minds where they're like, how can you say this? Like, this doesn't make any sense. They're not democratic. They're a dictatorship. They're authoritarian, all this shit. But when you look at the results, of China, regardless of the lack of a multi-party system within China, they have participatory democracy at the local level, within the party system. And not only that, but also they have been unbelievably responsive, right? Did you see the same explanatory TikTok I saw about the subject? No, I didn't. So, as I was saying, this has changed quite a bit in recent years. Oh, the one aspect of consensus politics I was going to explain to you is the same exact conversation that I had with Adam Mockler, also known as Adam Mogler at times, and sometimes known as Adam Mocklib. I tried to explain to Adam the concept of consensus democracy, where we were talking about the marginal differences between either party and how consequential it is to the average citizens. However, from my perspective, and the perspective of a lot of regular Americans, that there is a radical alternative beyond what two parties demonstrate as the only viable route. The example I used was on healthcare. So Adam stayed within the consensus and said, well, Democrats want to fund ACA subsidies. If you take those ACA subsidies away, all of a sudden, tens of thousands of people are going to experience, medical debt, and maybe even death because they can't go to the doctor because they don't have enough money. And I was like, that's right. That's unbelievably cruel. But from my framework, there's an alternative out there that's not a part of the consensus politics. The consensus politics in America is that healthcare has to remain private. It's private. It'll get, at most, Democratic Party-backed subsidies for private healthcare. And the Republicans will try to take those subsidies away and deregulate the industry even further to allow them to draw even higher profits. But there is an alternative out there. It's called socialized medicine. And yet neither of the two parties genuinely push for socialized medicine. That's consensus politics. And from my perspective, outside of the consensus politics, it's approximately 50 to 60,000 people every single year that die due to lack of access to adequate health care because they are paywalled. That's far more cruel than even the Democratic Party's alternative, and certainly unbelievably cruel in comparison to the Republican Party's alternative. But that's consensus politics. So this is why we say those who are a little bit more radical than the average, or those who are a little bit more advanced in their political education in comparison to the average self-identifying liberal, we say, look, there's two parties in America, two major parties, but they have a consensus on a lot of issues. They don't actually look for alternatives that are real solutions that can help improve Americans' material conditions, the working class's material conditions. Socialized medicine is outside of that consensus. Anti-imperialism is outside of that consensus. Funding Israel is outside of that consensus. Notice how difficult it's been to get the Democratic Party to be responsive to the needs of the base. The base doesn't want to continue the genocide. The base wanted to stop Biden. They demanded it. Democrats refused to listen. It was an election season, too. It was the one time where they have to at least fake being responsive, and yet they decided to lose the election instead. That's uniparty politics. That's consensus politics. Okay? This is important to understand. Was this the video?
There's a laminated
oh, yeah, I did see
card.
this video. This is what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the one-party system. Yes, this is what I was talking about.
Nailed to the front door of roughly 29 million homes in rural China. It lists the family's names, their monthly subsidy, and one other thing: the name and personal phone number of the party official whose career depends on getting that specific family out of poverty. Between 2013 and 2020, China registered 89.62 million people across 832 counties into a national poverty file system. Each household got a checklist: no worry about food or clothing, plus guaranteed education, basic medical care, and safe housing. Roughly 3 million officials were dispatched into villages to manage individual files. In one village in Guizhou, a district official named Luo Wenshui arrived to find 137 poor households and 52 officials already assigned to help them. That's nearly one official for every 3 families. If your assigned households didn't clear the poverty line, you lost promotion eligibility, bonuses, sometimes salary. Western anti-poverty systems count people in poverty nationally and distribute resources through agencies. There is no named official accountable for that file clearing. No one loses their job if a specific family is still poor next year. But instead of just
also Western poverty eradication initiatives, and this sounds so insane when people, do you want to know how Western poverty eradication initiatives work? It's not by literally improving the immediate material circumstances of like a poor family. It's crafted around how many people you kick off of welfare. That's precisely the reason why Republicans regularly make it harder for people to access welfare, and then they turn around and say, see, we eradicated poverty. Isn't that fucking crazy? In the West, Americans, in the American government, poverty eradication is determined by how many poor people whose lives you objectively made worse. We eradicated homelessness not by counting them as humans. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that.
just throwing resources at the problem, China reformatted the problem itself. 5 indicators, a checklist, a name on the door. The tool doesn't exist in the West, not because we think it's a bad idea, but because we never even thought of it. And that's worth sitting with regardless of what you think about the politics.
Oregon recently ran a pilot program in which homeless teens were given housing and a stipend. It was wildly successful. Almost all ended up leaving the program voluntarily because they had sufficient income and were able to secure their own housing without assistance. Wait, really? Is that kicking off welfare a standard general metric or just a Republican metric? No, it's a standard general metric. Democrats do it too. Who do you think was the OG? Bilbo motherfucking Clinton. That's who. Who do you think was the OG kicker of welfare recipients? Bill motherfucking Clinton. That's who. That, my friends, is uniparty consensus politics. There you go. There you fucking go.
Decline over time, and it seems as though fundamental change never comes, no matter how badly the populace wants it. Take universal health care in the US, for example. The masses want it, it's a popular demand, but no matter the color tie on the president, it never comes. As the saying goes, in America you could change the party, but not the policy. In a place like Cuba, sure, you have one party that serves as an ideological vanguard, but the policies can actually be changed and the masses can exert some form of control on a grassroots level. That's why
I think this also literally stems from the two different mechanisms of authority. Okay. The overt authoritarian level of control that you see in a lot of these countries, and I'm not even talking about like state repression, because state repression in Cuba is unbelievably marginal in comparison to like fucking North Korea, which would have the highest level of state repression, or China that has a relatively high level of state repression. Cuba doesn't have much state repression at all. Like, there are people that get arrested. There are people who will be detained, maybe thrown in jail for a little bit for engaging in like counter-revolutionary behavior, engaging in behavior that's like obviously unstable, because it's, you know, in a constant state of war with the largest hegemon on the planet, the largest, most powerful hegemon on the planet. So it's understandable to exist under those like warlike conditions where you're going to be like, okay, you're a spy for my enemy, right? Although, weren't the larger purges in the beginning? No, their purges were also totally overblown. As a matter of fact, there's, I don't know if Overzealous talks about it, but there's extensive reporting from declassified CIA materials where they look at like the state-sponsored executions that take place afterwards, after the Cuban Revolution. And in comparison to the Batista regime's executions, it was literally nothing. And the only reason why they had to do some kind of legal punishment was to literally satiate the masses, because they wanted to do decentralized violence to whoever they decided is a Batista supporter. Because there was a lot of revenge. There was a lot of demand for revenge. So the masses were trying to straight up murder whoever the fuck they could get their hands on that was a Batista supporter, because Batista was incredibly cruel, much, much more cruel than even the way that the Americans have talked about the Cuban Revolution. So, yeah, the relative like legal punishments that came in the aftermath of the Cuban government after the Cuban Revolution was marginal.
As Arnold August notes, Cuba is an example of democracy in motion, as opposed to the stagnant, decrepit bullshit that takes place in the US. And in case you don't believe me, I'll quickly explain how the system of participatory democracy...
By the way, that was also the exact opposite of the Cultural Revolution that took place. If you want to look at a comparison... If you want to look at a comparison between like decentralized violence that had tremendous excesses, the Cultural Revolution is a great example of that, as opposed to like this was very localized, very centralized, or not localized, very centralized. The central government force in the interim were the ones who dished out the punishments for some of the worst, most ruthless torturers and rapists and the like.
Looks in Cuba. Right off the bat, it's worth mentioning that many Cubans reject the imposition of multi-party systems and argue that before 1959, Cuba had political parties, but no democracy. A direct rebuttal to the idea that the two are inextricably linked. But before we get into that, we should probably lay some groundwork and talk about what democracy even is and why it's important. Aviva Chomsky, in her book A History of the Cuban Revolution, has a great succinct passage that perfectly describes how a fully fleshed out democracy should look. It goes like this. In essence, democracy has to do with systems or mechanisms for the people of a society to be involved in making decisions about how their society will function. Political scientists distinguish between representative and direct democracy. In a representative democracy, people participate in decision-making by electing representatives to make the actual decisions. In a direct democracy, decisions are made by some sort of collective assembly in which all can participate. And in Cuba, the latter reigns through direct citizen involvement, mass organizations, and a unique electoral structure.
To be fair, though, not to get all actually here, but due to the deteriorating material conditions in Cuba as of like the last decade or so, I will say the participation has diminished. The youth are completely checked out. Every single young Cuban that is born on the island, their dream is to leave, get the fuck out of Cuba, okay? Their dream is to just get the fuck out of Cuba. They don't believe that the government can ever fucking protect them. They don't have any care or consideration for it. They've heard it so many fucking times that it was the blockade, it's the blockade, it's the blockade, it's the embargo, it's the blockade. They fucking despise that argument because that's all they've known, right? That's all they've ever known. And it's understandable if all you've ever known is death, destruction, poverty, and one government. You're going to think that it's the fucking government that's played a major role here, you know? Hello, HasanAbi. I believe healthcare should be privatized. You fucking mutt. What are you, Mr. Blue Cross or Mr. Blue Shield? What the fuck do you mean? Okay, man. I assume it's a Canadian hog. Right? It's gotta be. It's gotta be a Canadian hog. Damn, you read the chat fast? Show mercy? Okay, take a second off. We found Gretchen Whitmer's alt.
Are held at the municipal, provincial, and national levels, and the Communist Party of Cuba, the PCC, does not nominate or run candidates. Money plays no role in Cuban elections, no advertising, no campaigning, just a one-page biography of each candidate posted publicly. The general election process is divided into two distinct phases. Phase 1 covers municipal elections. In small neighborhood districts, residents gather in open assemblies to directly nominate candidates.
Like, saying, oh, you can only be a part of one party, so how could this be democratic? You have disagreements, robust disagreements within the party system. Okay? So it's not like, it would be akin to like having a Nazi party, right? Like you can't have a Nazi party, even though it exists, but you can't really have a serious, significant growth of a Nazi party. You can't have a Nazi party in Germany, for example, right? You have to have the AfD as a substitute. So it's kind of like that, where there are obviously not robust disagreement. No, there is. There absolutely is a lot of disagreement within the Cuban system. There are people who want to liberalize the economy. There are people who are actually actively pushing to liberalize the economy. And then there's obviously more resistant, more restrained forces that don't want to do it. And for the longest time, the forces that did not want any change is the reason why that change never came. So even if it's a one-party system, it's not like they're fucking aligned entirely, and local needs are primarily important, like first and foremost.
Candidates from among themselves by a show of hands. Citizens then elect delegates to the municipal assemblies via secret ballot. Once constituted, these local municipal
Yeah, it's like if DSA was the sole party. If America was run by the singular, solitary Democratic Socialists of America as a one-party state, think about how many different tendencies exist, how many different caucuses exist within the DSA. You got the left caucus, you got the right caucuses. Oh my God. Oh my God, the fucking groundworks guys would be unfucking bearable, I think. I mean, no disrespect. I love the groundworks guys, you know, but I do think that they would be impossible to contend with. They would do, oh my God.
Assemblies elect their own president and vice president from among their ranks. Phase 2 covers national elections for the National Assembly of People's Power. For these seats, candidates are proposed by
I mean, I would go so far as to say the Democratic Socialists of America, which is not like a separate party within our current duopoly, but will run candidates, even cadre candidates that they have seemingly no control over, Zohran Mamdani, or even candidates that they have actually opposed in the past or have called out. I won't name any names on that front. And yet there is an unbelievable degree of ideological diversity within the DSA in comparison to the Democratic Party, which literally ranges from AOC and Zohran Mamdani to fucking, you know, Joe Biden. So are you stupid, commie mutt, evil Chinese drone? Wait, what? No, don't ban him. We were having fun with him. He was like, please be merciful. And I gave him a second off, and he came back from that 1 second and said, you're an evil commie mutt. I wanted to see what he would say. I want to play with this one. This is a toy. Are you fucking stupid? Typical commie mutt Chinese drone. DSA is actually democratic. That's a superpower. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking call that a superpower. Let's be real. I have a difference in opinion on how. I mean, look, I'm not going to say anything. I'm on the outside. I'm agnostic. I'm org agnostic. I'm in favor of all anti-capitalist initiatives. Okay, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, third worldists, people who are maybe not Larishites or Revcoms. Like, unless it turns into a literal weird fucking sex cult or some kind of like potentially Fed-funded initiative, like a wrecker initiative, I'm usually going to be in favor of it. Okay. Can it be a normal sex cult? No. The Black Panther Party was democratic centralism. CIA feared that. Lol, not some decentralized ass structure. I think the CIA feared the Black Panthers not because of their democratic centralism, but because they were black. They were black revolutionaries. At a time when there was an ongoing civil rights struggle in the country. Come on. That's gotta be. Lol, it's much more than that. You can't, dude. That's whiteness talking a little bit, I think. And even if you tell me that you're black, that's still, you know, a little bit of a white education that's getting you to say that the CIA feared the Black Panthers because of their. I am black. Lol, no, I fucking knew it. Yeah, it's white education. Come on, man. You think the CIA was primarily worried about the Black Panthers because of their organizational tools? I mean, no, that's not the major reason. It was because they were black. I know the CIA, yeah, they were black and they had guns and they were organizing in black neighborhoods in a communist manner. They were black, they were armed, and they were communists. Of course, that's like the trifecta. You can't get more scary in the eyes of a racist government than those three things. And they were drippy, which is, you know, probably also important. Yeah, they were a black revolutionary organization with weapons. Dude, they only killed Fred once he started organizing outside of black communities. It was when he became an actual threat. That's not to deny the fact that it was extremely racist, but it was definitely both. Guys, none of that has anything to do with the internal structure of the organization, though. He's making it seem like the reason why the CIA doesn't do anything about the DSA is because DSA is too decentralized and doesn't have like one singular focus in its organizational structure, as opposed to the Black Panthers, who were not assassinated because they were black, but because of democratic centralism. That's what the CIA feared the most. I don't think it wasn't because they were black. That is the central reason. I think it's both. Okay. The CIA feared democratic centralism. I don't even disagree with your ideological tendency. It's just funny to think that the CIA was like, listen, if these guys, the CIA back then was that smart, for the record. Yes, they were. They were that smart. They were way, way better equipped back then. They knew a lot more than they do now. They knew crazy ball. How else could they infiltrate these communities? Come on. Nowadays, it doesn't take much. All you got to say is, sweetie, sweetie, where was the pro-Palestinian crowd for black folk? That's what they say. Everyone knows all black folk love Israel. That's what the CIA is doing nowadays. Back then, they actually had to have ball knowers. They had to have real ball knowers that were like actually educated. Real ass Mormons. Nowadays, motherfuckers are already engaging in record behavior on their own. Brother, you will not believe exactly who said what you just said. I'm crying. She should have said, never mind, fuck BLM after one black person argued with her. What? Terrorists that throw trans women off roofs? Did that ever happen? My esteemed colleagues in the Democratic Party are so currently so brainwashed with Islamist propaganda that they're unsure if Hamas are fans of trans women. Lord help us. You made a statement about trans women being thrown off of roofs. It either happened or it didn't. Which is it? So you made it up. I knew that, but it's been fun interacting. Lol. I'm so glad I went to all those Black Lives Matter protests. Really feel the solidarity, diva. Bro, you can never come across like this. If I ever catch you in the real world, treating allyship as treating solidarity, I don't want to use fucking liberalized language, solidarity as a transactional thing, I will launch you into the goddamn sun. This is why I always tell you, okay? This idea that this is like supposed to be transactional. I went to the Black Lives Matter protest, so now you have to agree with whatever kind of Islamophobic and idiotic pro-American empire propaganda I am representing. You're a fucking asshole. Okay? What's wrong with her? Jesus, what isn't wrong with that woman, to be honest? Interesting how her threshold for abandoning black people is one disagreement, yet she is still a rabid Zionist when 95% of them are rampantly transphobic and think her existence is an abomination. Also, the follow-up, lol. You could have left it alone. Instead, you chose to interact and proved yourself to be a liar. Who's the stupid one? If I'd shown up in your mentions asking if slavery had happened, I'd imagine you'd be equally unwilling to take it seriously. Yeah, the difference is slavery did happen. Hamas never threw a trans person off of a rooftop. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, just because you're a trans person doesn't mean that if you like hallucinate another one of America and Israel's enemies doing something to trans people doesn't change the reality that one did not fucking happen and the other did. Now you're undermining the existence of chattel slavery to win an argument against a black woman who actually dared to question you. What the fuck? There are a lot of bigots like you in our party. Oh my God. Gen Z CIA can't read. Now is our time to organize. True, but also at the same time, I've talked about this so many times, but we already have solidarity poison. American individualism is a moral rot that has baked the collective consciousness of the American masses. Okay? So people already do record behavior on their own. You got the ultras on the one side who will just be like, what you're doing, I disagree with slightly, which is why you are my primary enemy. And then you got the liberals on the other side actively trying to undermine any kind of solidarity initiatives, constantly disparaging any sort of movement, constantly fucking claiming that like the real threat is actually to their left and not to the fascist developments happening on the right. So unfortunately, we have people behaving like little cops on their own. There's a little J. Edgar Hoover in the minds of every single fucking teeny bopper. Okay, every single goddamn Zoomer has a little J. Edgar Hoover working overtime in the back of their own minds, in the back of their own brains that says, this must be a cynical person. This person actually is not up to my standard. This person has been found to be guilty in the court of public opinion for a social crime, and therefore they're done. That's why we say, kill the cop in your brain. Kill the little J. Edgar Hoover in your brain. Yes, inside of you, there are two J. Edgar Hoovers. Both are gay. That's why all the Gen Z is gay, or at least love cross-dressing, just like J. Edgar Hoover. All right, let's continue.
These commissions, made up of representatives from mass organizations such as trade.
I maintain a take that we need more illiterate leftists. Y'all think that the motherfuckers who stormed the Winter Palace could read? Meanwhile, modern leftists spend all their time reading theory. No, every successful revolutionary movement has been comprised of some of the most illiterate, and also with the most to gain from any kind of revolution, and also some of the most literate. It's always the urban academics, and also those working in the farms, the peasants, those who actually served in the military. It's always been that. It's always been that way. And then everyone becomes literate. Of course, that's one of the beauties of revolution.
Unions, student groups, and the Women's Federation, rather than directly by neighborhood assemblies. To ensure the national government remains anchored to the grassroots, up to 50% of these national deputies are the local municipal delegates who were already elected by their neighborhoods in Phase 1. Ultimately, this creates a participatory, bottom-up democratic system. So by now you might be wondering, if the PCC isn't involved in elections, what's its purpose? Well, it exists as an ideological vanguard. Influenced largely by the ideas of José Martí, who believed in a single unifying party to defend Cuba against foreign domination, the PCC guides the overall political and economic orientation of the country, but refrains from taking over administrative procedures or participating in the electoral process. And Cuba's democracy in motion goes beyond voting and includes massive networks of civil organizations. These organizations are embedded directly in the political system and have the constitutional right to initiate legislation, stabilize the economy during crisis, and more. For example, in the 1990s, after the USSR dissolved, over 80,000 workers' parliaments collectively formulated strategies to reorganize production and save the Cuban economy. But the most telling feature of Cuban democracy, in my opinion, is the grassroots legislative consultations. In Cuba, major national policies undergo extensive grassroots deliberation and amendment before they can be passed. As August wrote in reference to Castro's relationship with the citizenry, this is groundbreaking in the annals of revolution, whereby leaders publicly exchange with the people in mass meetings and a dialectic bond is created in order to make decisions. A clear example of this principle in action is the 2008 Social Security Bill, which was debated in over 85,000 local workers' assemblies.
So you're saying that that's dead now, the youth? Yes. Participation in the Cuban governance process is just effectively dead at this point, especially for the youth. They don't give a shit. They're completely checked out for the most part and want to get the fuck out of the country, which is understandable because all they've known their whole lives is fucking worsening material conditions, abject poverty, no job prospects, or even if they have a job, they just can't fucking pay for food because there's tremendous inflation because of this like patchwork liberalized system that they currently have on top of everything else, and because of the lack of materials necessary for a competent agricultural system. Can you explain why my Cuban American friends are so anti-Cuba? This is the whole video.
By more than 3 million people. Citizens' input directly shaped and amended the bill until it reflected the wishes of the masses. As a result, pensions were recalculated in a way that was more favorable to workers than what was originally proposed in the bill's first draft. The 2011 economic guideline reforms were debated by about 9 million people in over 160,000 meetings, which resulted in 68% of the guidelines being modified before being adopted. And the list goes on. My apologies if this part of the video feels dry or boring or too analytical, but I think it's important to show how democracy can take a different shape than what we see in the US, and how it can produce more meaningful results. In Cuba, there's a highly decentralized electoral system paired with massive ongoing public consultations that give everyday Cubans veto power and the ability to amend the laws and economic plans that affect them. In the US, by contrast, you get to vote between Epstein's friend in red or Epstein's friend in blue. And yes, there are still shortcomings with the way things are in Cuba. That's why democracy is understood as a process and something that is ongoing and in motion, not just something that happens every 4th November, where you vote for the lesser evil. In April of 1960, a U.S. Internal State Department memo, colloquially referred to as the Mallory Memorandum, boasted the subject line, "The Decline and Fall of Castro," and it explicitly stated that the majority of Cubans supported Castro, that there was no effective political opposition in Cuba, and that U.S. military intervention would only cause Castro to become even more popular. The memo goes on to explain how the U.S. would go about achieving its goal of destroying Cuba so that its corporations can get back to plundering it the way they had for so many years prior. The only foreseeable means of alienating internal support is through disenchantment and disaffection based on economic dissatisfaction and hardship. Every possible means should be undertaken promptly to weaken the economic life of Cuba, it reads. Then it calls for denying Cuba money and supplies, openly fantasizes about falling real and monetary wages, and explicitly seeks to induce hunger, desperation, and the overthrow of Castro. Typically, when we talk about Cuba, people love to blame communism as though it were the primary cause of the island's suffering, supposedly doomed to fail because of its inherent futility. But if communism were destined to collapse on its own, why did U.S. officials feel the need to go all out like this? And to be clear, everything laid out in that memorandum was eventually carried out by the U.S. Remember how earlier I mentioned that the Cuban revolutionary government carried out land reform programs where vast tracts of often uncultivated arable land, hoarded by foreign companies and the descendants of slave-owning Cuban elites, were redistributed to the peasantry? Well, this is often cited as one of the main causes of economic tension between the US and Cuba. People point to this and claim that the evil communist dictator Fidel Castro stole property from the US and the Cuban land-owning elite, but in reality, Castro offered compensation for everything he expropriated, acted within the legal limits of Cuba's own 1940 constitution, which allowed confiscation for the public good and explicitly prohibited large land holdings, and he did so to reclaim land hoarded by foreign companies to the direct detriment of the Cuban people. If this sounds like some alien communist concept, I'd encourage you to look at your own country's eminent domain laws, which allows the state to confiscate private property.
No, but that's different because that's like capitalist style. Yeah. It's so funny because in many respects, like even the control over the flows of capital, for example, when people talk about that shit, it's like it is, what is this, fear and animated? Okay. Here, I'll watch the OG. Okay, checking Twitter on my laptop because checking Twitter on my laptop because it's not on my phone while I'm on the pooper. Okay, come downstairs.
Wait, you have your laptop on your lap while you're taking
I have a desk
shit?
in front of my bathroom.
Shut the you have a desk in front of your toilet?
Yeah. You haven't seen it? I'll show you when we go upstairs.
How did I miss this?
It's not like a desk. It's like a side table.
He's got he's in all men there are two wolves. And I think you're letting the autistic one win.
Oh my God, that was incredible. What is this? Care to explain this? What the fuck is this shit? Anytime someone sends me an Instagram link is horrible. What is this? Church of Jesus Christ Arabic.
كتاب مرمون نقرأ أنا نافي إذ ولدت لأبوين صالحين. إحنا نعرف إنه الأدوار في العائلة مهم جدا وإحنا نقدر نتعلم عن العلاقات اللي يستمر بعدها الحياة علاقات أبدية. في آية
I don't like this idea of you reading chat while shitting. I am. I don't know why you sent this to me. Okay? I don't know. I don't understand why you sent that to me. See, we just watched a beautiful animated recreation of a fear and bit. It's not even a bit. It's just my life, but whatever. And then you have to send me this fucking stupid ass bullshit. Will Nev added to your Cars universe?
There is an allusion to the fact that in Cars there is the Queen, which means that Princess Diana killed herself by driving into a wall. Okay. If we're gonna be okay with the other thing that he was doing, we're just gonna open it up. There is an illusion.
That's true. To Michael Hastings fan. Okay. That's crazy. Stop being mean to Michael Hastings fan. Is he even in the chat right now? How did JFK die? Ooh, that's a good one. The holy word of Utah's strongest soldiers is stupid to you now, Hasan. Of course he's in here. The fuck is an IRL token? Went outside? That's a real thing? Stop taking thirst traps. Stop wearing clothes. Stop eating. Stop pooping. How do you do it, man? I just don't listen to people. All right, let's finish this video.
Necessary. I'd argue that the situation in Cuba, where the majority of arable land was held either by foreign companies, leaving much of it idle, or by some asshole who earned his acreage by inheriting a
Lee Harvey Oswald.
plantation from a slave-owning granddaddy.
John Fitzcarrald. Carldy.
While the masses lived in squalor, was more than enough justification for this policy. And again, Castro offered compensation. Other major Western countries, Canada, Spain, Switzerland, the UK, France, all negotiated with Fidel and accepted his terms. The United States was the exception. It refused to negotiate, shot the offer down, and claimed that Castro wasn't offering adequate compensation. Well, then let's talk about how Fidel's government actually came up with this compensation plan. He offered to compensate those whose property he expropriated with 20 to 29-year government bonds carrying a 4.5% interest rate. The amount of compensation was based directly on the value the owners themselves had declared on their tax returns. U.S. companies and Cuban elites were outraged by Castro's offer and perceived it to be an undercut because they had been systematically undervaluing their land for years to pay less in taxes. All Fidel did was take them at their word about what their property was worth. Another major catalyst for tensions between the US and Cuba was the fact that Cuba signed a lucrative trade deal with the Soviet Union in 1960, where the Cubans would trade sugar for Soviet oil and goods. In response to this agreement, American oil companies operating in Cuba and acting on advice from Washington refused to process Soviet petroleum. This move caused Castro to expropriate and nationalize the refineries. Now, in case you think that Castro had no legal right to do this, you would be wrong. As Salim Lamrani wrote in The Economic War Against Cuba, where he touches on the legality of Castro's expropriations, they were carried out in accordance with international law that grants any nation the sovereign right to nationalize companies operating on its territory in exchange for compensation. And as we've already been over, when it came to Castro's nationalizations, his government put forth plans to compensate those whose property was affected. Other Western governments and companies came to an agreement with him. The US stubbornly refused to negotiate. Quote, all of the nations affected by the expropriation process negotiated with the Cuban government and accepted global compensation agreements, all with the exception of the United States. The Eisenhower administration demanded, as a minimum standard, an indemnification rapid, adequate, and effective for the nationalization of U.S. assets. However, this procedure is not recognized by international law, which prohibits a third country from imposing conditions on sovereign nations, that is to say, involving itself in that nation's internal affairs. Anyway, this move by Castro led the Eisenhower administration to cut Cuba's sugar quota and eventually impose a trade embargo on Cuba in October of 1960. By 1961, the US severed all diplomatic relations with the island. Now, all of these specifics are important to know, but honestly, I'm of the opinion that there was really nothing the Cubans could have done to avoid the wrath of the United States government. As the previously mentioned April 1960 Mallory Memorandum made clear, well before Castro nationalized the oil refineries in June of that year, the U.S. goal was to deliberately inflict economic destruction and hardship on Cuba in order to overthrow the new government. CIA officials themselves acknowledged that.
Yeah, they very clearly design the sanctions regime in a way to rip apart the Cuban economy and destabilize it, but do it in a way where it was like invisible enough that there was always plausible deniability and that they could simply say, oh, it's just the Cuban government's incompetence. It was actually, unsurprisingly, Trump, once again, saying the quiet part out loud when he instituted a full-blown oil blockade, which has greatly accelerated the demise, but also made it impossible to deny, right? Obviously, if you are intelligent enough, you can comprehend, like, oh, it's pretty clear, like, these guys can't do normal trade, and therefore I mean, they can't do normal trade because Kia Sanat. Okay, stop. Saddam Hussein? Guys, fucking lock in, man. I can't even talk about Barack Obama. What the hell's going on in the chat, man? We moved on from the Cars Cinematic Universe an hour ago. That's real? Osama bin Laden? Shut the fuck up. Fidel Castro? Jesus Chrysler? Joseph Stalin? How brutal was Saddam Hussein? I have to.
How brutal was the car dictator Saddam Hussein? Often regarded as the Middle East's most ruthless autocrat, Saddam acquired power over the oil-rich country of Iraq through control of the secret police and a shifting political situation. His numerous accounts of vehicle rights violations include banning left-hand turns and closing down multiple lanes during rush hour traffic, often for no reason. Saddam was an early backer of Sir David Axelrod's All-in-All plot to increase dependency on the oil industry. Ultimately, he was overthrown by America during the Iraq War when it was alleged he had links to Al-Qaeda.
Man, the Cars 5 plot is crazy. I need to see more of this. Jesus Christ. History, the movie, true documentary. What the fuck? Why did someone attempt to assassinate the car pope?
Why did someone attempt to assassinate the car pope? As head of the Catholic Church, His Holiness Pope Pinion IV leads the car universe's 2.5 billion Catholics. He was of course selected from the roliest of all the car brands, Chrysler. In the second Cars movie, His Holiness travels around in the Pope-mobile as a direct result of the 1981 attempted assassination of Pope John Paul II. John Paul was attacked by a lemon protesting the Pope's planned road trip to Turkey and saw the Pope as the driving force for many of the injustices suffered from the Crusades to take back the Holy Land.
Really was a Turkish guy.
How did the car dictator Kim Jong-un acquire weapons of gas destruction? The Kim Jong make has ruled North Korea for at least 3 different models, with the most dangerous of them being the current ruler, Kim Jong-un. His high-speed pursuit of acquiring nuclear weapons has caused many leaders in the westbound world to call him a tyrant. But ironically, it would be the westbound world who would accidentally lead Vroom to getting a weapon of gas destruction when North Korean spies snuck a camera into the premiere of the Oppenheimer biopic and used the film's step-by-step guide on how to build a nuke. Now Kim Jong-un has become Speed, the destroyer of piston cars.
There's a Mao one?
How ruthless was the car dictator Mao Zedong? Often called the father of communist China, the road raging autocrat Mao Zedong has totaled more cars during his reign than perhaps any other. This came as a result of his disastrous 5-year lease policy known as the Great Beep Forward, which forced many rural cars to commute to rapidly industrializing cities in China for work. Millions would gas away from these long commutes as the heavy rush hour traffic caused many to wreck or inhale too much exhaust fumes. But even worse than this was his infamous carceral revolution, which sought to use the young red cards to purge his political parking spot rivals through the execution of Order Route 66.
This is KIA propaganda? Yeah, this is classic. Classic Kia propaganda. Dude, I'm sorry, but this is awesome. No fucking way they made him a convertible. John F. Kennedy. I wanted to see if they made a JFK car because he canonically exists in the Cars universe and found this. Lamau, who's your favorite car president? Donald Trump start? Joe Biden. Barack Granada? These are really funny. They're fucking cards. That's awesome. Ferrari Castro? I mean, that's goated. Beepin' Ping has your back. Don't worry, fam. Carly Kirk took a bullet to the catalytic converter by Toyota Robinson. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Can we stop? Can we please? We need to stop. Oh, God. Gerald Ford into Jimmy Carter. We already live in the Cars universe. Dun dun. Land on B. Johnson. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're done with this. What the fuck? Hawks don't even pretend they want to fight China anymore. They just look at you like this. Oh, ritualistic humiliation and total defeat. I love that. I love that.
Trump said, President Trump, it would be up to me and me alone, and he's right about that. What can I do as a member of Congress? We'll be introducing with Senator Sullivan from Alaska hard-hitting pre-invasion sanctions that would put tariffs and sanctions on China if they did invade Taiwan. I want China to know, if you invade Taiwan, try to take Taiwan by force, here's what happens to your economy. The full weight and measure of sanctions and tariffs from the United States will kick in on day one. That's what I want to do to deter an invasion. As to Trump said, President Trump, it would be up to me and me alone, and he's right about that. What can I do as a member of Congress?
We're going to be calling it Taiwan soon, the way things are going. Okay, Chinese Taiwan. They call it Chinese Taipei. What I see in the near future is we're going to try to make haste and move those TSMC factories over here to the United States of America and then allow China to reunify without having any sort of military ambition, military conquest, it seems, because kind of feels like we don't have a lot of motion right now, doesn't it? It's crazy. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about nothing. They just want the chips, okay? They're like, as long as we move those goddamn chips elsewhere, the chip production facilities elsewhere, we're good. Yeah, if you invade, we'll apply tariffs that hurt our own people more than ever. Republicans always pulling the gun to their own temple as a threat. Yeah. By the way, I know unpopular opinion, especially on Twitter, but like, yeah, I've been wrong about this before with Russia, but like, you know, China's not Russia. Perhaps I'm wrong, but there have been plenty of moments where China could have invaded Taiwan and have not done so because it doesn't seem to be their goal at all. Okay? Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps I'm wrong. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I might be wrong. But so far, so far, this is, I mean, for the last, multiple decades, has been what America is claiming is going to happen, right? It's going to happen. It's going to happen any moment now. They're moments away. They're moments away. And yet it hasn't. Now we're getting to a point where, what the fuck is Trump posting? I feel like he's trying to break the brains of people, right? But why does the U.S. even want to control over Taiwan? Is there an actual strategic purpose? Is it because they want to act all tough? What do you mean? It's never to just act all tough. Of course, there's a purpose for it. It's a landing pad for American intervention. It's a landing pad if necessary and the last option. But like, it's also a point of American intervention. In the grand scheme of history, Taiwan is settled by Han Chinese as a break-off region from the rest of China during the Civil War, during the revolution that takes place, where the PRC is created. The nationalist forces lose. They escape. They take a bunch of gold, and they escape to the island of Formosa. They settle there. They do a metric ton of violence when they do settle there, and people act as though that is, in a broader. In the grand scheme of history, looking at it with century by century, it's a relatively new phenomena. But of course, human life is finite and relatively short. So we just look at it as like the last generation's politics. And the last generation's politics has been no longer like a martial law system in Taiwan, but at least some semblance of liberal capitalist democracy. To be fair to the KMT as well, they were, they took a lot of notes from even the centralized planning of the Communist Party as well, even though they were, fairly violent. But nowadays, people just look at it as like, oh, no, these are totally separate people, totally separate people that want to be separate, that want independence now. And as far as I understand, I think most of the population in Taiwan simply want status quo politics. A lot of them work in mainland China, as a matter of fact. One of them happens to be a relative of mine who does work in mainland China, but is from Taiwan. Direct descendants of the KMT. Like the OG. Anyway. So, yeah, it's interesting because the way people talk about it, it's like liberals. Liberals are the ones who are just like real aggro on this shit. And I find it very odd because we're already stuck in a war with Iran and they're pushing our shit in. Okay? Like, Iran is already dunking on us. Russia had to invade Ukraine if they wanted to usurp control. The Chinese are winning over more and more Taiwanese without military action. Why torch their own progress at this rate when they are guaranteed to integrate in 1 to 2 to 3 decades when they clearly are long-term oriented? Yes. Also, that's unnecessary friction. It's risky. It's deadly. They don't want to do any of that. Why the fuck would they do any of that? You know? The Chinese are not native to Taiwan. The indigenous are Austronesian. In fact, all Austronesian people from Madagascar to Hawaii have their origins in Taiwan. Yes, I know, but that's not how things work. It's now obviously the Han Chinese people that live there, right? Like there was indigenous massacres that took place even before the last KMT moved to Taiwan, and now it is a tiny marginal percentage of the population of Taiwan that is indigenous. And it wasn't just the Chinese that massacred the indigenous population as well. It was Japanese too. Anyway, Taiwan boring. TED Talk exciting. Maya Higa over Lindsey Graham. I also made a statement that summarizes some of my thoughts with the hopes that like all of my left chirpers will hopefully develop a better understanding of what I'm trying to do. I said, without class consciousness and political education, the masses in the imperial core will continue to self-ID with the politics of liberalism, even if their desires for change go far beyond. Most communists and socialists in the U.S. went on their ideological journey because of Bernie's insurgent Democratic Socialist campaign in 2016 when he ran as a Democrat against Hillary Clinton. The electoral system is a viable route to reach the masses with an alternative. This is what the moneyed interests in both parties fear. This is why they spend against their left flank and fight it tooth and nail. We must continue helping people awaken to the reality of the system's design that creates such inequality. It is not the migrant workers, nor trans people, or Muslims, or Jews, but the billionaires and the parasitic forces of capital and its servants that are responsible for the deteriorating material conditions. Okay? This dude wants the masses to have class consciousness. Brian Griffin. Well, as an economist, the conclusion you make at the end is factually incorrect. Midwestern Marx. Most Americans want a third-party alternative. Hasan is objectively behind the American people while lecturing everyone about how they lack class consciousness. Oh, God, ACP. Hasan, the conservative alternative. We have to make the rich pay their fair share. Socialists. Okay, fork it over, Richie Rich. No, not me. I didn't mean me. I meant everyone besides me. Please relocate your un-American self to China to enjoy your communist journey elsewhere. Hasan, go third party, please. People are exhausted and they depreciate it. Do you not see how supporting a politician who believes in Israel's right to exist is actually tailing the masses, though? Put the green mask on, Hasan. Hasan Piker supporting Zionist Democrats, but the based, angry Ottoman Bolshevik within him is screaming inside hiding to break with soilenial democratic socialism. If people learned anything from Sanders' campaign, it's that Democrats will never give you the option. Again, this is all people who just don't fucking understand the point I'm making. Your own ideological journey started with something, and that something was still very much an outsider, an independent that caucused with the Democrats, who calls himself a Democratic Socialist, running as a Democratic Socialist in the Democratic Party's primaries. Okay? That's the point. The point I'm making is that you did not awaken one day with a fucking copy of State and Revolution. You didn't awaken one day to the understanding of the works of Marx, Lenin, and many others. You went on that journey because something had to incite that in you, okay? And that something was an insurgent electoral campaign within one of the two parties. That's it. You are just DemSoc now, honestly. More leftist IDF veterans in the Senate. Again, responding to, I don't know what, really. Not necessarily what. What, Lamau, mine started with growing up in a union family. Sure. Like, a lot of people that have these like tiny third-party initiatives that they try to like start from the ground up. It's great. I'm glad that you're working to develop an alternative. Okay, I'm glad that you're working to develop an alternative. However, I mean, the ACP's numbers are at like 350 apparently, right? 350 people total. That's like a DSA chapter in one major city, or smaller than a DSA chapter in most cities. New York DSA is 14,000, right? DSA total is numbering now at 100,000 plus, right? When you talk to us, fix that fucking face. I don't know what that means. like, what's really frustrating about this process is that, like, they are able to, I mean, you might disagree with them. You might think they're bitches. You might think that they're all fucking liberals or whatever. But, like, they actually do have motion. And the way that they've been able to generate that membership number is because, bro, even Philly's DSA is 8x that. Exactly. But the reason why they've been able to generate that is because they run candidates. And then their candidates win. And then their candidates present themselves as popular alternatives to whatever the fuck the Democrats are currently doing. And then people go, you know what? I want more people like that. I'm going to join my DSA. DSA is also an unbelievably important tool for unlocking class consciousness in people and engaging them with the tools necessary for them to better communicate their desires, theory, political education. This is what unions used to do as well. They don't anymore because, unfortunately, a lot of our unions have been corrupted by corporate entities and are an electioneering machine for the Democratic Party. And now the Teamsters are seemingly at the national level turning into a machine for the Republican Party for some fucking weird reason. But, like, ASCP has to leech off DSA. There's a few cool folks in the DSA chapter by me who are also in ACP or whatever. The point is, like, people have different attitudes, but perhaps maybe the same fucking goals. Okay. But if you're spending all of the finite time you have on God's green earth trying to chip away at other organizations that you are holding responsible, like whether it be the DSA or whether it be someone like myself, if you're like, oh, I would have an organization numbering in the millions if it wasn't for a fucking Twitch streamer, then you're an unserious person. Okay? Sorry. This probably hurts to hear because you're trying your very best and you think, oh, what is this fucking asshole saying from his ivory tower? What the fuck do you know about organizing? You're just a rich asshole who streams on Twitch. You don't do anything and you tail the Democrats, right? But it's cope. If you think I'm your impediment to unlocking class consciousness in this country, you, one, fundamentally misunderstand my role and my goal. And two, you're coping. You're coping because your methods are currently not working that well. It's that simple. Oh my God. Relevant video, a critique of Western Marxism. Let's take a look at this
video was
Red Pen
made
video.
possible by the generous support of my patrons. If you would like to join them in helping grow this channel, you can do so at the links in the description
Alexandria Ocasio Corvette. Okay, you stop.
below. For Karl Marx, theory was never an abstract exercise detached from practice, but a guide to concrete political struggle rooted in material conditions. However, over time, his emphasis on praxis, the unity of theory and revolutionary action, has become a key point of disagreement within the Marxist tradition. Today, nowhere is this tension more sharply expressed than in the debates surrounding Marxism-Leninism and Western Marxism over the political and economic nature of the People's Republic of China. On the one hand, Marxism-Leninism has largely developed among the Global South, which has used this theory as a guide to revolutionary action, and in many cases has even seen communist parties capture state power. In the imperial core, however, Western Marxism largely remains a creation of the bourgeois academy, rejecting the theory of Marxism-Leninism and the practice of actually existing socialist states. Instead, it seeks to synthesize Marx with Freud, Heidegger, or any number of non-Marxist eclectic thinkers to expand the horizons of Marxist thought beyond Lenin. This leaves it not only poorly equipped to wage socialist struggle, but also renders it incapable of analyzing countries like the People's Republic of China
Deng Xiaomi
as a historically grounded project of socialist construction. This video therefore attempts to intervene in this gap by arguing that a serious Marxist analysis must return to Marx's original problem of not only interpreting the world, but politically acting to change it. In doing so, we will critically examine the limitations of Western Marxist approaches to actually existing socialism and recenter the question of socialism with Chinese characteristics within a Marxist-Leninist framework. Throughout the 1980s, actually existing socialism entered a period of profound crisis. In the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms, combined with mounting economic, political, and military pressures, culminated in the collapse of the Soviet bloc in 1989 and the illegal dissolution of the USSR in 1991. At the same time, the People's Republic of China faced its own upheavals. The legacy of the Cultural Revolution, the political crisis following the death of Mao Zedong, and the uncertain transition towards market reforms under Chen Yun and Deng Xiaoping. To many observers, these developments signaled not only the failure of socialist states, but the obsolescence of Marxism-Leninism as well. This sentiment,
another L from Fukuyama,
was expressed in Francis Fukuyama's End of History thesis, which, although analytically weak, gained global prominence by proclaiming the definitive triumph of capitalism in the global class struggle, functioning as capitalism's eulogy for socialism.
How'd that take age, Francis? I mean, he admits it was bunk. It's really interesting because it's like such an important work for like 99% of the most annoying fucking liberals that still operate on the assumption that history has ended. Liberalism won, it's over. Liberalism is permanently the monoculture. And they just refuse to recognize that the guy who said it also now disagrees with the initial thesis.
But this narrative began to unravel after the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, where two things started to become clear. First, the crisis exposed the recklessness of financialized capitalism and the class character of the state's response. As millions of working-class Americans lost their homes, jobs, and their life savings, the very institutions responsible for the collapse were rescued through massive public bailouts, rewarded with bonuses, and retained decisive influence over economic policy. The crisis revealed not only systemic instability, but a profound indifference of ruling elites towards the social consequences of their recklessness. Second, the crisis highlighted the resilience of the Chinese system. While Western Europe saw its average GDP contract by 5% in 2009, go through a slow recovery process, and then drop another 6% in the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic.
You'd assume that this is good. Turkey's GDP growth rate being at 4%, as though that economic activity translates to, a better economy for the everyday Turkish people. God, the GDP is so ass. As a
China
metric.
maintained roughly 7.5 annual GDP growth until 2019, and then even saw a modest 2% growth throughout 2020. This contrast between these two systems signaled to many that regardless of how China's economic system was labeled, it appeared to possess institutional mechanisms that insulated it from the financial contagion that American finance capital was spreading to the rest of the world.
Turkey's much richer than it was 10 to 20 years ago. Yeah. It doesn't translate to like overall wealth for the average person, though. That was the point I was making.
At the time, however, China remained a contentious case for many on the left. Still relatively underdeveloped, marked by environmental degradation, and recognized as the workshop of the world, it did not conform to Western idealized visions of socialism. For those seeking a pure socialism, for now, China's model left much to be desired. For the most part, Western Marxists were dismissive of China. However, there did remain a select number of Marxist-Leninist thinkers in the West who were able to comprehend the socialist logic behind China's reform and opening up. Domenico Lucerdo, for example, recognized in 2010 that China's market
Does fun mean learning? I don't think so. Yes, it does.
Reforms were part of a long-term socialist trajectory rather than a capitulation to capitalism. Since then, China's political and economic system has continued to attract interest and has gained the attention of many foreign observers, sharpening debate around whether or not China is a truly socialist system. The division between Marxist-Leninist and Western Marxist perspectives on China can perhaps be best understood within the framework of the classic debate between the scientific socialism of Marx and Engels and the idealism of various utopian socialists. Vladimir Lenin later identified these utopian tendencies in what he called left-wing communism, marked by a preference for ideological purity over strategic compromise and concrete analysis. More recently, the great Marxist scholar Michael Parenti described a similar tendency in his remarks on pure socialism. He says that the pure socialists support every revolution except the ones that succeed. When reality proves different and more difficult, some on the left proceed to condemn the real thing and announce that they feel betrayed.
Yeah. Read it in fucking Wheat, bozos. Oh, China's not real communism. China's not real socialism. Cuba's not real socialism. Real socialism has never been implemented.
By this or that revolution. The pure socialists see socialism as an ideal that was tarnished by communist venality, duplicity, and power cravings. The pure socialists oppose the Soviet model, but offer little evidence to demonstrate that other paths could have been taken, that other models of socialism could have taken hold and worked better. Today, this tendency is often referred to as Western Marxism. Western Marxism conforms to this utopian tradition of ultra-left purity fetishism by distancing itself from revolutionary praxis. It frequently reduces Marxism down to a critique of capitalism, while stopping short of offering any type of coherent strategy, institutional model, or policy program for moving beyond it. It offers no examples to emulate, either past or present, no agreed-upon principles, no coherent or tested strategy, just a vague belief in socialism from below and proletarian internationalism.
Sorry, but r/ultra left said that no, that's not even the ultras that say that. That's left comms. Left comms will say the resistance in Palestine is bourgeois in nature, and therefore they refuse to support it. Okay? It's a real, how about no nation states ideology? Like the nonsensical position where people will be like, well, don't you think trying to develop an ethnic enclave for the Kurds is inherently reactionary? You know? I thought you didn't want an ethno state. It's like, okay, well, they're fucking stateless for the most part, you know? What do you fucking want?
They invest all of their hopes in the notion that an as yet unrealized third way
I've never seen a left com say that. No, I've seen that on
to
Twitter.
Socialism will spontaneously emerge at this advanced and decaying stage of monopoly capitalism. Its slogan, neither Washington nor Moscow, now recycled as neither Washington nor Beijing, expresses this retreat from reality very well. Rather than engaging with the real historical processes of building towards a socialist project, they seem to believe that history will somehow deliver a new model capable of transcending both monopoly capitalism and actually existing socialism. In this way, Western Marxism hardly offers anything more than a hollow politics that leads to a dead end in revolutionary praxis. Western Marxism tends to treat the case against China's market socialism as self-evident. If an economy contains private ownership, wage labor, or market exchange, according to them, it must be capitalist, and therefore...
Literally every liberal does this, by the way. Every liberal that, like, maybe read a little bit of socialist literature will be like, you say, sweetie, that China is a transitional socialist state, but guess what? They're still private enterprise. It's like, okay, yeah, well, let's do that then. Let's do that. I want that. How about, that's a better the way to organize society. Let's just move in that direction then. Fuck it. Yeah, it's capitalism. Let's do Chinese style. Let's do socialism with American characteristics. Let's call it that.
China is capitalist, plain and simple. For Western Marxism, socialism is defined in purely idealist terms, a system of direct worker control over production, political power exercised through direct democracy, the abolition of markets, money, and class relations altogether, a society freed from all forms of exploitation, where it becomes possible to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, and criticize after dinner. By this standard, the People's Republic of China clearly falls short. However, what Western Marxism tends to overlook is the fact that China did initially strive towards this type of pure socialism during the Maoist era. Throughout the Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976, efforts to prioritize ideological transformation often came at the expense of developing the economic base. In the name of egalitarianism, workers and peasants were elevated to positions of authority based on class background rather than technical competence, while experts, technicians, and urban intellectuals were marginalized, leading to widespread inefficiencies that constrained productive development. In fact, economic problems, namely the persistence of poverty, became so acute that the Maoist Gang of Four attempted to redefine socialism as a type of common poverty, declaring that it is better to be poor under socialism than rich under capitalism. However, addressing the material needs of the people through the level of ideology or consciousness in this way would only go so far until qualitative social and economic transformation became unavoidable and a pivot towards something new became urgently necessary. The party's pivot away from the Maoist Gang of Four was largely marked by Deng Xiaoping's return to the party and his declaration that socialism is not poverty. Socialism means eliminating poverty. Unless you are developing the forces of production, you cannot say you are building socialism. In fact, Deng Xiaoping repeatedly emphasized that market socialism was necessary to proceed down the
to be rich is to be glorious
socialist road, and that it did not represent an attempt to abandon socialist ideals altogether. In 1979, he clarified that if we did not adhere to socialism, if we did not adhere to the leadership of the Communist Party, if we did not adhere to Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, China would inevitably become chaotic. He even explicitly rejected Soviet-style de-Stalinization and reiterated his commitment to Mao Zedong thought in the early 1980s.
To be fair, different strokes for different folks. Mao Zedong was seen as like the North Star in every stage of development in Chinese transitional socialism. The reason why is because like even if like Deng Xiaoping's reforms and market liberalization initiatives, or marketization initiatives rather, were to work, he would also have to really beef up how much he loves Mao Zedong on the other side because of the tremendous amount of reverence that Mao Zedong had. This is a thing that most people don't understand about China or the Chinese. Everyone outside of China in the Western world especially be like, you like Mao Zedong? He was a ruthless murderer. And it's like everyone in China is like, that's the godfather of the modern nation. Like, the fuck are you talking about? It's so funny. I can't think of another equivalent where the argument made by the West is he killed so many Chinese. He killed 100 billion Chinese, right? They'll be like, he killed tens of millions of crows and 100 billion Chinese in tow. And it's like, dog, go ask the descendants. Or go ask the Chinese people how they feel about Mao Zedong. Like, Americans act as though, like it's not like they don't even say like, oh, Mao Zedong killed other people. He's saying he killed Chinese, right? So why the fuck is it the Chinese love him so much? At least with de-Stalinization, due to the nature of the excesses during the Stalin period, post World War II period especially, there was at least some enmity internally within the USSR. So there was at least like a reasonable amount of people that were saying like, yeah, de-Stalinization is good. Whereas with Mao Zedong, they've had the exact opposite effect, where in periods of crisis, or when there's like significant changes taking place in society, they hold extra reverence towards Mao Zedong as though he is the North Star, right? The more you stray away from Maoist principles or Mao Zedong thought, the more you hype up Mao Zedong, which is exactly what Deng Xiaoping did. Exact opposite of post-Stalin USSR. They overdid the de-Stalinization too? Sure.
when he assured that, "We will not do to Chairman Mao what Khrushchev did to Stalin." In 1992, he further explained that planning and market forces are not the essential difference between socialism and capitalism, and that market reform was undertaken not to abandon socialism, but to develop it. The reform and opening up was therefore not a counter-revolution or a betrayal of socialism, but the outcome of trial and error, emerging from earlier failed.
Yep, Jokasai, can you explain Deng without Mao and vice versa? There is no Deng without Mao, and there's no Mao without Deng. Or there is no modern China without both of these figures, rather. There is a, you know, like everything that happened in Chinese development happened in succession. It's the Bao joke. Okay? In front of you are 5 dumplings. Okay? You eat the first dumpling, and then you eat the second dumpling, and you eat the third dumpling, and on the 4th dumpling, you say, "Wow, I'm full." Is it the 4th dumpling that made you full? Could you have just rushed to the 4th dumpling and just eaten that and feel full all the same? No. You had to have the dumplings that came before it.
Attempts to create a socialist society completely free from exploitation. After Mao, the Communist Party had determined that earlier attempts to achieve socialism were hindered by the fact that China rested.
Thank you, Biden, for giving us Trump. I mean, there is also truth to that, absolutely. But you also have to remember, yes, this is successive regression happening at the hands of capitalist bourgeois parties. Parties change, but societal or the politics doesn't change at all. So yeah, if we were to look at the real ideological differences with waves rather than one party swapping power over to the other, I would say that the period of changes that took place in America that were incredibly important happened under FDR, and then post FDR all the way until Ronald Reagan. There is a domineering impact of social democratization, social democracy in America in the way that you experience it in like Europe, close to that, right? Obviously, never to that same degree. There were plenty of parts of the welfare apparatus that were still unbelievably decentralized. But like the New Deal Democrats dominated American politics post New Deal. Okay, until Carter, yes. Carter is the turning point towards neoliberalism, but Reagan is when it completely changes, completely shifts, and now you have the Democratic Party post-Reagan following the Republican whims. Okay? Post-Reagan, Democratic parties have followed the Republicans. The Republicans have been leading this country since Ronald Reagan in their dominant attitude, in their dominant politics. Although Carter marks that change, for sure, it becomes undeniable that this is a reactionary Republican country post-Reagan, and it is perhaps best apparent with every single Democrat that has come post-Ronald Reagan. There's a reason why even Nixon is responsible for the development of the EPA and numerous other things. No such initiatives have taken place on the Republican side since then. Like, think about it. Richard Nixon, at a point, instituted price controls. Obviously, it was a period of tremendous economic instability, but he did that nonetheless. He built the EPA. Like, there's a bunch of shit that he did. I can't think of a Republican president post that era that has ever built upon additional government agencies or built new regulatory agencies rather than destroy the existing ones. And the Democrats have contributed to that as well. Bush made DHS, buddy. I'm talking about regulatory agencies, okay? The Department of Homeland Security is a mutated behemoth that is comprised of all of these other pre-existing agencies that was designed to surveil America's citizens, okay? That's very different. Political eras of the United States. Yeah, New Deal Democratic era, dominated by a coalition of socially conservative Democrats based in the South and economically progressive Democrats based in the greater Rust Belt region, the Sun Belt on the West Coast of the United States. This marks the beginning of the party switch. Liberals in the North and urban cities slowly flip Democratic. 1969, the present divided government era. I don't think that's correct. That's my assessment is different than this, is what I'm trying to say. I think post-Reagan is the I guess if you want to call the FDR post FDR the New Deal Democratic era, I would say post Reagan is the Reaganomics era, neoliberal, the period of late stage capitalism, neoliberalization in the United States of America. Maybe you can call it the unitary executive theory era. I don't know. There's many different things that you can say. Yeah. Sixth party system describes a system that began in the 1980s, known for in the period which Republicans used a Southern strategy to realign Dixiecrats from the South into party, which began in 64 when Goldwater became the first Republican since Reconstruction to win in the Deep South, although he lost the overall South, and finalized in 1984 when Reagan kept the South permanently Republican. This allowed the party to gain dominant control over the presidency after 1968 or 1980, though dominant control of Congress would remain in Democratic hands because of the Southern seats in Congress remaining a solid Democratic bloc until the Republicans flipped the congressional South in the 1994 Republican Revolution. Because of this realignment, the first half of this party system is heavily dominated by ticket splitting, i.e. Nixon Democrats and Reagan Democrats. Then a second realignment occurred among centrist independent voters in the North and West who supported John B. Anderson and Ross Perot in the Democratic Party from 1996 to 2008. Allowing the Democrats to make the presidency competitive. This half of the party system is dominated by polarization. Seventh party system is the populist era. Some political science suggests a new party system, seventh party system, may be emerging in the United States, especially. No, it's not. Donald Trump is a Reaganomics guy through and through. We are absolutely still in the post-Reagan universe. He is an accelerated Reaganist. Okay? This marks a big shift in American politics that's coming to its logical is coming to its logical end, which inevitably will lead to fascism. Okay? But like fascism in the way that you fully understand it. What is this? Glenn Deason, my goat. Journalism 2026. The future is not Chinese. This guy, listen. Glenn Deason gets to have so much FaceTime with Mersheimer and all of the other goats. I love this guy. I watch so much of his. I didn't know who this guy was at all, and I just watch him all the fucking time now. It's so funny. Undeserving. No, he's great. He just doesn't say anything. He literally just lets them talk for hours. Yeah, the future is not Chinese. We have Apple, the NBA, and Sydney Sweeney. What do they have? Cope is what we have. Oh my God. What the fuck is Sydney Sweeney? Are you fucking kidding me? You think Sydney Sweeney is an international institution? BYD clear Sydney Sweeney as far as global prominence goes. As far as like global presence goes, solar power and BYD automatically clear Sydney Sweeney and maybe even Apple to a certain degree. Okay? As far as, I mean, maybe not Apple, but as far as like cultural impact, cultural imperialism, if you want to talk about that, this writer is a crazed sex pervert. Yeah, he wrote this with one hand, bro. He was cranking. What is this? You're an international institution? What? Where did they bring me up or something? New intelligence report on Cuban drones draws Iraq comparison from the left. Critics warned of manufacturing consent. The reaction from the left was swift, with commentator Hasan Piker writing on X that the report was manufacturing consent for war, suggesting the intelligence may be selectively framed. In the lead up to the 2003 Iraq War, the Bush administration asserted Saddam Hussein possessed active chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons programs. These claims were presented as urgent, definitive, and backed by U.S. intelligence agencies. After the invasion, the Iraq Survey Group found no stockpiles of WMDs, and many of the intelligence assessments were later shown. Cuba has never been a threat to us, Piker wrote. Its only threat was being a successful alternative, a country that fought and won its own sovereignty and dignity. We starved them for that and never stopped. Former Obama senior advisor Dan Pfeiffer echoed those sentiments, writing on X, real Iraq war vibes here. Classified intelligence shared with reporters to sell a war to a skeptical public. Midas Touch editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski, a lifelong Republican who turned Democrat in 2021, also weighed in on the Axios report, writing on X, pretext for the next war, same pretext for the last war. Some old story, same old song and dance. It's true. You said this like 2 hours ago, and it's already in Newsweek, baby. All the news that's fit the print. Anyway, why the fuck was I talking about the different political eras in American politics? Oh, it's because we're talking about China.
On a remarkably underdeveloped economic base. Therefore, the fundamental principle guiding the pivot towards market socialism was the necessity of overcoming material scarcity by rapidly developing the forces of production. The benefits of
my job on the commune would probably be extracting profit from the labor and resources of the exploited periphery. Okay. I'm a labor Zionist, and this is my I'm a labor Zionist. I'm living in a kibbutzim right now, and this is my politics. I would help collect rents from some small holders, but I'll allow them to keep their own servants who are almost slaves in their consumption and living standards. That's cool. I'd be the semi-nomad from the periphery who's cyclically invited into the commune when you fail to properly manage the exploitation so I can more efficiently restore the exploitation of the periphery. Never say that again. It's true. Graham Plattner's praxis. Okay. Dude, listen. The Grant Plattner stuff. Listen. I listened to the New York Times interview. There's a lot of areas where he's very clearly fibbing, okay? However, I will say this. He does bring up how they just fucked up Iraq and Afghanistan unnecessarily over and over again. It's not as much as a woe is me, I am the real victim here mentality that many leftists claim it is. Graham Prius. Stop making Cars Universe puns for American and international and historic politicians. Stop it. Abdul El Suzuki? Also, Graham or Grand Am Plattner or Graham Tractor is right there. What do you mean, Graham Prius? Honda Piker? Nissan Piker? Nissan. What do you mean? You can get better at this. Stop. Zoran Maserati? I need to stop responding to this. I need to stop.
The market could outweigh the risks so long as the Communist Party maintained a firm grip on the power of the state and prevented the national bourgeoisie from transforming its economic power into political power. By these means, and these means only, could the Communist Party ensure that China would continue the long march down the socialist road, even though it was opening space for markets and private investment. But rather than engaging seriously with China's historical development, Western Marxism often reduces its trajectory to a simplistic narrative, that Deng Xiaoping forcefully pushed capitalist restoration under the guise of socialist language. But this account merely substitutes moral judgment for materialist analysis, where complex questions, such as labor relations, state policy, and internal contradictions, all become collapsed into vague labels like authoritarianism, which explain very little while foreclosing deeper inquiry. Meanwhile, the successes of actually existing socialism, if Western Marxism identifies any at all, are attributed abstractly to the people, while failures are assigned to the state, producing a one-sided and undialectical account of China's economic development. Some of the more charitable interpretations within Western scholarship attempt to explain China's development as a hybrid between socialism and capitalism, or a mixed economy, similar to the Scandinavian model. However, this comparison also lacks nuance and obscures fundamental structural differences between these two systems. Much like the vague use of the term authoritarian to equate communism with fascism, the label mixed economy often collapses important distinctions between Western capitalism and socialism with Chinese characteristics into a false equivalence. Under the mixed economy model of the imperial core, welfare states emerged in the post-World War II era as a response to the contradictions of capitalism. The working class would temporarily receive a large portion of the surplus product, but the bourgeois class would continue to control the state and therefore determine the nature of social reform altogether. These economies were deemed mixed insofar as they contained capitalist elements, such as private control over the commanding heights of the economy and state, but socialist insofar as they had universal health care, maternity leave, a pension system, and other redistributive policies and mechanisms. In fact, as these progressive reforms were introduced, much of the Western working class and socialist movement began to shift more towards a type of socialist politics that no longer fought for state power, but merely fought for progressive reforms under the bourgeois state. However, in the People's Republic of China, things are structured differently. Emphasis tends to focus less on the size of the welfare state as a measure of social progress, and much more on the question of who holds political power over the state. As disciplined Marxist-Leninists, the Communist Party of China has always understood that unless the proletariat captured state power and suppressed the political and military might of the ousted counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, any reform won by the workers was only temporary. If the state remained a dictatorship of capital, the working class would forfeit its political sovereignty, and democracy would become a privilege of the propertied few. Therefore, one of the defining features of the Chinese system is the dictatorship of—
Bro says Sharif Highway. His last name is already Street. He already has a car cinematic universe ass name, dude. You didn't have to change it to Highway. What? That's crazy. Hummer Lee. Okay, stop. We have to stop. No, this is terrible. This is terrible. Carmela hatchback.
The proletariat in the form of a one-party state, which allows the Communist Party to prevent
Bend.
the economic power of capital from transforming into political power. The party maintains its control through aggressive anti-corruption campaigns, people-oriented market regulations, and long-term plans for economic outlook. The Communist Party's dominance over capital and refusal to become corrupted by it has enabled it to direct economic development towards socialist ends rather than the private interests of oligarchs. The mistakes that Western Marxism makes in its analysis ultimately boil down to the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Their analysis fails to recognize the difference between private ownership under capitalism versus partial privatization under socialism, which they mistake as parallel phenomenon. However, the difference is that the capitalist state operates according to the logic of capital, while socialist states, having broken from the influence of capital, can orient themselves towards long-term people-centered development. Sometimes retreats in the development of socialism are necessary, sometimes mistakes are made, but so long as the dictatorship of the proletariat maintains political control, it has the power to determine when and how to further advance down the socialist road. Western Marxism often treats state-owned enterprises, in and of themselves, as a defining feature of socialism. State-owned enterprises can provide essential goods and services such as healthcare, infrastructure, and education independently of profitability, and are therefore seen as a mechanism for decommodifying goods and services and distributing them as social rights. From this standpoint, Western Marxist critics argue that the expansion of markets, wage labor, and private capital, alongside the retrenchment of certain welfare guarantees, signals a shift not only towards capitalism, but even neoliberalism. However, this perspective tends to overlook how the state has frequently retained decisive influence through its regulatory authority and control over corporate governance. The four following points highlight the essential difference between the Chinese economic system to that of the West. First, despite privatization, the state continues to maintain control over the commanding heights of the economy. The commanding heights of the economy refers to the strategic sectors upon which the functioning of society depends: finance, energy, telecommunications, transportation, utilities, and defense. These industries form the structural foundation of the economy, and disruption in any one of them can generate cascading effects across the entire system. In the People's Republic of China, the state retains full ownership over core strategic sectors such as defense, nuclear industries, major infrastructure, and banking. Some areas within the commanding heights of the economy have undergone partial marketization, allowing for limited forms of private investment. This does not imply a loss of state control, but that private capital operates within the boundaries set by the state, often restricted to minority shareholder stakes or specific forms of private partnership. For example, in the energy or telecommunications sectors, state-owned enterprises coexist with private firms, but the state ultimately exercises decisive authority through regulation, pricing power, and ownership structures. In some cases, the state holds a majority of the shares of private companies, but in other cases, it maintains effective control through a minority shareholder stake, which still enables it to determine corporate governance and strategic direction. This is similar to capitalist contexts, where figures like Jeff Bezos can control firms like Amazon without a majority share of ownership. Billionaires in the capitalist West learned long ago that they only require about a 40% stake in a company to determine its board of directors. The Communist Party of China learned from these and similar examples to implement state control over industry while still allowing investment and markets to develop. Enterprises that may appear private on the surface are often embedded within a broader framework of state direction and long-term planning. The key issue regarding socialist development is therefore not simply a question of private versus public ownership in a narrow legal sense, but how the state situates itself as the key decision maker in all areas of the economy.
Yes, it's a fucking cliche at this point, but in China, the government controls capital. In America, and largely in the Western world, capital controls the government. That's it. One party, many changes. Two parties or multiple parties, no changes. You decide.
Enabling it to coordinate.
And for the record, I'm not saying that that's like the best system possible. I'm not saying that at all. Just looking at results.
And plan long-term strategic outlook and adapt to systemic crises like the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, the state mitigates public losses by privatizing technological research and development. Public attention tends to focus on the small number of tech firms that succeeded and have generated enormous wealth, while overlooking the vast amounts of capital that have been lost in failed ventures. With an estimated 80 to 90% of tech startups failing, high-tech investment is inherently risky and can produce significant losses. Yet technological innovation remains essential to the development of the productive forces, a central goal of the Communist Party. In the People's Republic of China, this conundrum has been managed through a pragmatic division of roles. Rather than exposing public funds to high levels of speculative risk, the state has encouraged the national bourgeoisie to take on this function. However, in order for private investors to accept these risks, the potential for outsized returns must exist. Otherwise, why invest in such risky ventures? The Communist Party has therefore allowed for private investment and the emergence of a billionaire class through an open market in the tech sector. This arrangement reflects a strategic compromise where private capital is permitted to accumulate wealth, but only on the condition that its activity contributes to national development and aligns with broader social objectives, such as developing the forces of.
If the argument is that state ownership and state control over capital equates equals socialism, I feel like that leaves holes for countries like Saudi Arabia and other petrostates where the state controls almost all aspects of capital and capital serves the coffers of the state. No, absolutely. You're not wrong. Or, I mean, you can literally look at fucking, you can look at Russia, the Russian Federation. Russia is a petro-capitalist state where I would say the party, or rather the singular person, has tremendous control over capital. The difference is, I don't think Saudi Arabia is as invested in the development or the improvement of the material conditions of all of the people living on Saudi soil, many of which are not even considered Saudi nationals, right? As opposed to China, where the party's focus is proletarian in nature, and the party machine is comprised of those who come from diverse backgrounds from all around the country and have worked all around the country as well. So not all forms of dominance over capital is going to be socialist in nature. Mallory McLaren? Okay, stop. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Production. This is why, while banks remain entirely nationalized, major fintech firms such as Tencent operate with access to both domestic and global investment. Paradoxically, this process, while generating significant...
Is people with the rural hukou not able to travel that much different from the workers in Saudi Arabia? Yes, it absolutely is. Because rural hukou system doesn't render travel impossible. Rural hukou system, which is already in the process of being reformed and adjusted to the current needs of current Chinese society, doesn't render them... it doesn't render their travel impossible. It just shuts their access off to social services outside of where they're, where they live. And there's an application process, jank Uber. Oh my God. Oh my God. Stop. You can't bring up a decent point and then have me explain it only to fucking bait me with jank Uber, dude. What the fuck? The hukou system, in the way that it works currently, is about access to social safety nets, like access to free healthcare, access to free education, things of that nature. I think one of the hukou system is just to prevent overcrowding in bigger cities. It's more of a problem unique to countries with big rural populations like China. But I would also say that I think China's biggest problem right now isn't even the hukou system at all. I think their biggest problem is that they're turning into the West in some respects, where they have a crisis of like unemployed educated people. without a doubt that the Chinese model has numerous advantages over the American model, but is it better than the Scandinavian model in your opinion? China has substantially more income inequality than the Scandinavian nations, for one. I think they're in the process of solving these crises. So only time will tell. Like, it's not necessarily just a matter of size, but I think it's about how well they can solve these issues. My humble Westerner opinion, the other aspect of Chinese governance that I think is way too heavy-handed and actually, in a weird way, tempers its development in certain forces is its cultural repression, or rather its tendency to control culture. There is a very heavy-handed approach as far as like sometimes restricting the arts or redirecting the arts in a way to play a very significant role in the development of culture by changing like societal attitudes almost by force sometimes, by saying like, no, you can't do this. You have to do this other thing instead. I think that is part of the reason why, paired up with the fact that they just have never really been that invested in soft power, in my opinion, which, many people will disagree with me on this. I think that it's a huge L. Like their propaganda to the Western world, their propaganda focus to the rest of the world is ass. There is a tremendous room for growth there. And part of the reason why there hasn't been that much, and like the most salient aspect of Chinese culture that people know is Hong Kong cinema, because Hong Kong is, or was a Western enclave, so it didn't have the same like similar social restrictions that mainland China has. Chinese culture is incredible. I mean, you have an endless well of cool, novel things of the Western world that you could straight up showcase. Like, look at how much Japanese culture has been able to dominate the rest of the world, right? There are a lot of artifacts in Japanese culture that unironically come from China. Like, this isn't even that crazy. China was the domineering, imperial force in the region for quite a long time. So many of the things that even Westerners consider to be Japanese culture are actually relics and artifacts from Chinese culture originally. So the fact that Japan has been able to dominate this much, as opposed to China, who has shown no interest whatsoever in developing soft power, is a little silly. Now, of course, you could just say they don't give a shit, right? They don't give a shit at all. They have a massive economy. They're constantly focused internally on producing things for their own population, and that's fine. That is definitely what the Chinese cultural industry has served, right? But I do think that there is a tremendous benefit to soft power initiatives with cultural exports. Yeah, Goku is literally Sun Wukong retold, which is Chinese folklore. That's only one aspect of it. When you're a fucking 5,000-year empire, you have a lot more of that. Okay? Who cares, though? They're still going downhill despite all the soft power? Yes, I mean, Japan is a fucking... is a vassal. Of course they're going downhill. But... I'm just saying, like, this is my own personal opinion, my own personal humble Westerner opinion. Maybe I'm totally off base with this, but I feel like China could have, China would dominate the rest of the world because it already has the productive capabilities, and it already has an unbelievable untapped well of cultural products that they could just show the rest of the world, and tell their own story with their own language, with the way that they want to tell it, and it would be automatically novel for the Western world. You know, it would be new. it would be refreshing. It would be exciting because we haven't really seen, Chinese cultural products. I mean, look how much Labubu took the world by storm, right? It almost feels like an accident. Whenever there is a Chinese work of art that actually gets a lot of prominence in the Western world, it unironically feels like it was an accident. Like they just were able to sneak it out of China and it really blew up. Labubu being one example, and obviously Black Myth Wukong is another example as well. Two cultural works that Xi Jinping mentioned by name alongside Ninja in his annual State of the Union address. I feel like this is a Western-centric viewpoint. There's no reason to cater to the Western audience. Western cultural dominance didn't come from the West catering to third world tastes. What? No. What? Catering to third world tastes? That's not what I'm saying at all. You're redefining third world tastes. That's what the West did. Why do you think everybody loves America but fucking hates American policy? It's pretty significant. It is actually pretty significant. It's one way to be a towering behemoth around the globe. America would never have been able to explain to people that its singular hegemonic superpower position is actually for the benefit of mankind if it wasn't for all of the cultural exports and all of its soft power initiatives. I think cultural soft power is more consequential than economic soft power. I think they're both necessary and it's important. That's why USAID exists. But, you need both. Yeah. That's why, you got Libya, dudes in Libya in the Kobe jersey shooting a fucking RPG, you know? That's why you got... That's why there was a national day of mourning when the mangaka of Dragon Ball passed away, Akira Toriyama. Like that's important. Those things are important.
Inequalities in the short term is framed as laying the material foundation for their eventual transcendence. Third, full privatization only exists in smaller markets. Smaller markets, such as retail, light manufacturing, and consumer services, are broadly open to private investment and competition. Rather than centrally managing all production, the state delegates low-stakes sectors to market mechanisms while retaining overall direction of the economy. This arrangement allows the state to focus its resources on the commanding heights of the economy and long-term strategic development. These small market sectors generate modest profits that encourage...
I think China will not be able to break through culturally unless the government lifts its hand off the scale in art. Chinese films are reminiscent of the 1950s American films in a way. No sex, no on-screen violence. No, that's what I'm saying. That was precisely my point. I think China's focus on social engineering is what absolutely limits the people's artistic expression. I mean, they're very good at everything else, right? Yeah, C-dramas and Chinese yaois a major export too. Yeah, you just described two things that the Chinese government is currently trying to get under control. Ironically enough, yes. Yes, that's my point. You literally just described two massive growth sectors that the Chinese government is like, enough of this gay shit. Okay, we have a population crisis that's imminent. No more sexy femboys. We gotta fucking dial that back in. We have to have wolf style masculine men shown prominently. And also the C-dramas are are I guess like I don't know how much it's how real that is. It's probably Western propaganda a little bit, but all right, man, you changed my mind on China. I was a defender before you told me the Yowie's gone. Yeah.
Encourage entrepreneurship and
Yeah, no more CEOs falling in love with poor ladies.
employment.
Too
But do
ridiculous.
not concentrate wealth on a scale that empowers the bourgeoisie to meaningfully challenge state authority. Instead, they function in a highly regulated and controlled space for market activity, meeting the everyday needs of consumers, offering employment to workers, while supporting economic dynamism.
I feel like this Western chauvinism saying China doesn't do art well from a Western point of view is kind of saying China doesn't do art Western style enough. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying Chinese culture is awesome, okay? And there is fucking thousands of years of it. They should just export some of that to the West. They don't have to. They don't have to fit Western tastes at all. That's not what I'm saying. They don't have to fit Western tastes in any way, shape, or form. It will be novel regardless at reception because it will be novel from the reception of the West regardless because it's new. It's just something that they haven't encountered. I'm saying make 1 million Black Myth Wukongs, okay? That's it. Make it or whatever version of that. You're misunderstanding my point. I'm saying if I'm Israel Epstein, okay? If I'm the one white guy, Israel Epstein, in the Communist Party of China, okay? And as the as the outsider giving advice, as the one lone white boy with swag in the Communist Party of China, and I'm sitting and the standing committee pulls me up and they say, hey, like, what do you think? Where do you think we're lacking? Because we're fucking, our bitches are bad. Our smoke is so fucking loud. Our weed is so loud. We're killing it. Okay. What do you think is an area that we are lacking? I'd be like, good sirs. Okay. Good sirs. I, in the spirit of Israel Epstein, I'm telling you, you got to make Bloodborne, okay? Just make Chinese Bloodborne and pump it to the West. China made banger old school TV shows. No one cared back then because in the West because China wasn't dominant economically. So at the end of the day, economy is still number one. I'm not discounting that. And then they go, Bloodborne? There's blood in the name. That's crazy. Yes, this is Israel Epstein. Member of the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Okay? Yes, I wasn't joking. No, Israel Epstein. He's a real guy. He died at the age of 90 in 2005. RIP. I will not abide by Yowie misinfo. I must correct you further. Yowie, it's still allowed and consumed. The Yowie is still allowed. Hasan, what the fuck? My roommate goes home to China and brings back merch for Yowie franchises. Check logs. I'm the Yowie enjoyer. Jesus Christ. You just thoroughly embarrassed yourself to correct the record, but hey, I respect it. I will not abide by Yowie misinfo. Oh my God. I was born in 2005. I am the reincarnation of Israel Epstein. Your first mistake was assuming yaoi enjoyers feel shame. Yeah, nickname I pay. APAC. Israel Epstein. Nickname APAC. It's fucked up. Okay, all right, let's continue with this video.
Importantly, these markets are not free in a classical capitalist sense, as the state thoroughly shapes them through regulation, industrial policy, and macroeconomic planning, using tools such as price controls, credit allocation, licensing, and targeted subsidies.
What is this?
Lastly, it is important to reiterate the centrality of the dictatorship of the proletariat. China's economic model is premised on the continued political dominance of the Communist Party, understood in Marxist-Leninist terms as the institutional expression of a dictatorship of the proletariat. Without this foundation, state power would be captured by capital, enabling the national bourgeoisie to convert its economic influence into political control and shape state policies in the narrow interests of capital.
This was one of the things that Xi Jinping's period will be best known for, which was chopping up. Like there was a period where I think the Chinese bourgeois, national bourgeois class, got a little bit too big for its own britches, and he came in and he just fucking chopped it up. Like massive anti-corruption initiatives. A lot of CEOs in prison or, killed, executed by the state.
Seen across much of the Western world.
Disappeared only to return.
But instead,
in a much more diminished role.
Retains authority over the commanding heights of the economy, enforces regulatory discipline, and uses anti-corruption measures to constrain the political power of capital and promote people-centered development. In capitalist societies, stability is often maintained through the consolidation of bourgeois control over the commanding heights of the economy.
My uncle went to prison when Xi came in, Lamau. Damn.
Which translates to bourgeois political power within the state, limiting the political capacity of the working class. As a result, the bourgeois class maintains dictatorial control over the reproduction of the capitalist system itself. But in the People's Republic of China, this logic is reversed. The state controls the commanding heights of the economy.
I just don't really agree that state repression has much effect on cultural export. People in China, even these days, are still nostalgic for old school shows and movies, and most people agree that they were so much better than the stuff these days, and those are commissioned and made 100% by the state. Okay, then make the state make it. I'm just saying, someone's got to make it. But it's interesting that such a fucking towering behemoth like China around the world has yet to make a significant impact as far as cultural exports goes. And there's got to be a reason for that. I suspect the social engineering that takes place at the top probably plays a little bit of a role. There's a Chinese show that I think is a good example of the state letting go of it. The Long Season is a C-drama that deals with China's northeastern Rust Belt and the fallout of the Xiaogang, or the mass layoffs from the SOEs during the 90s and reform and opening up. It talks about the social consequences of government policy. And while comedic does not always stay with the happy attitude that Chinese media has, a good show would recommend. Damn, that's a real ass nerd, bro. That's crazy. Cloud District enjoyer, just straight up watching fucking Chinese C-dramas to develop a deeper understanding of Chinese culture. Just saying, stop gatekeeping Chinese culture.
And therefore does not surrender entire key industries to the dictates of capital and the narrow self-interest of a small group of monopolists. This political...
That's a real systemic criticism, though. What prevents a post-Xi world from snapping back to the bourgeoisie? It's the internal party structure and how people advance through it and how they get to their position of prominence, how they advance to the standing committee. It's just the institution, the party institution itself is supposed to rid people of those sorts of ambitions.
Structure promotes a distinctive form of stability by allowing the state to pursue development strategies on a long-term scale while orienting policy towards broader socialist objectives. Sorely lacking within Western Marxism is any sustained or serious engagement with socialism with Chinese characteristics. Much of this literature either ignores or abstracts away from the historical conditions out of which modern China emerged, the devastation of the Century of Humiliation, the extreme poverty inherited after 1949, the widespread opium addiction, and the persistent efforts of imperialist powers to contain or disrupt China's socialist development. Western Marxist analyses appear less concerned with understanding socialist construction in practice than with defending an abstract conception of it against actually existing models. They frequently overlook the crucial fact that China remains the only country from the global south to have developed economic and technological capacities that rival the most advanced Western states, while simultaneously raising life expectancy, dramatically improving living standards, and lifting hundreds of millions out of poverty in the span of just a few decades. Rather than deriving their conclusions from empirical outcomes, they often begin from a priori theoretical commitments and interpret China through that lens, producing significant analytical blind spots. For example, this paper criticizes China as capitalist because it has, quote, universal commodity production, unquote. The argument not only ignores the extensive system of social rights provided to Chinese citizens, but also overlooks the fact that commodity production has not become universalized in any comparable way to advanced capitalist economies. For example, gambling, pornography, and even Bitcoin are prohibited in Chinese markets because they don't promote people-centered development. This paper claims that China is capitalist because workers do not directly own and control the means of production.
How do we square China's hostility to labor unions, especially as they shift towards the mixed economy that the video describes? It's literally baked into the Constitution, and it is heavily enforced as well. One recent example is that there was an AI company where a guy literally trained the AI to replace him, and then he sued the company, and then the court system immediately struck down the decision by the company, and it became a new provision that new AI initiatives cannot displace pre-existing labor force. It's kind of saying like, oh, well, there are no minimum wages in Nordic countries. Yeah, there isn't, because the labor system engages in sectoral, the labor union system that they have engages in sectoral bargaining. And therefore it renders a minimum wage to be useless. As a matter of fact, the minimum wage in places like the Scandinavian systems would actually be a depressive force on overall wages. And that's why it's completely unnecessary. You know, not to get all dengist here, but black cat, white cat, as long as it catches the rat.
This type of...
What's your thoughts on Vietnam socialism and government in comparison to China? Oh, it's nothing. It's not. It's not as. Their system is, I would say, very different.
Criticism similarly minimizes...
As far as I understand, I'm not super knowledgeable. But theirs is a very different system than the Chinese one.
Dramatic improvements in the working and living conditions experienced by the
I generally agree with you, but it kind of sounds like actually I have a really nice employer, so I don't need a union. It's a dictatorship of the proletariat. It's run by a communist party. There are still issues, for the record, like in the gig economy, which has been the major growth sector, which is a real problem in China. And that as far as I understand, has led to some work stoppages, some demonstrations as well. As long as the government is responsive, then it's good. I think those are the real areas of problems in China, though.
Chinese working class. Since the reform and opening up period, roughly 850 million people have been lifted out of absolute poverty, the most significant poverty reduction in human history. Yet this transformation is rarely given any meaningful weight in Western Marxist analyses. Criticisms of China's environmental reforms follow a similar pattern. They point to China's reliance on coal and rapid industrialization as evidence of its abandonment of environmental initiatives. However, once again, little attention is paid to the country's diversified energy strategy, its significant investments in renewable.
Yeah. Analysis that takes a skeptical tone of Chinese development, that refuses to listen to the 5-year plans and what their trajectory looks like, will always look silly a decade later. Okay? If you noticed, for the longest time, if you remember, in the green energy side, people that would propagandize against China would always say, oh, dude, they got so much reliance on coal, dude. They're a massive polluter. They're a massive polluter. They got so much environmental pollution. It's like, well, one, it's because they're making shit for you. Okay? They're making shit for us. So that's part of the reason why there was a lot of industrial waste and pollution. And two, just fucking wait. And now they don't say that anymore because they've made unbelievable leaps in renewable energy. They are the domineering force in the next wave of energy. They just completely dominate it now.
Energy, or its ongoing efforts to improve ecological conditions. Even the construction of new coal power plants are presented without context, despite the fact that many of these plants are being designed with greater efficiency and emissions reductions technologies, such as carbon capture. While these measures are not a complete solution, they do represent meaningful, albeit incremental, steps towards lowering overall emissions. Critiques of real estate speculation and housing similarly misrepresent the structure and outcomes of China's housing system. Some Western Marxists portray Chinese housing markets as having been fully privatized and commodified in a manner similar to Western housing markets. But in reality, approximately 90% of Chinese households own their own home, and roughly 70% of Chinese millennials do. Compare this with the West, where only 60% of adults and 30% of millennials own their own home. Overall, Western Marxism's broader political function is in redirecting inquiry away from strategic engagement with existing socialist states and revolutionary traditions. Instead, it tends to privilege theoretical critique over political construction, frequently dismissing communist parties and socialist states as illegitimate while offering no viable alternative pathway to power in advanced capitalist societies. In doing so, it risks functioning less as a framework for anti-capitalist transformation than as an internal critique that remains politically inert. Socialist construction has always involved victories and failures, and any serious Marxist analysis must be capable of studying both if it is to contribute to future praxis. But by rejecting historically successful revolutionary methods while offering no viable alternative, Western Marxism's main contribution is in fragmenting the broader communist movement, and in this way is aligned with the goals of imperialism. Rather than uniting with the historically effective Leninist methods of achieving working-class state power, they interject into socialist discourse with no experience of successful revolution to call their own, to either suggest an alternative method that has consistently ended in failure or completely reinvent the wheel. Once again, as Michael Parenti observes, the pure socialist ideological anticipations remain untainted by existing practice. They do not explain how the manifold functions of a revolutionary society would be organized, how external attack and internal sabotage would be thwarted, how bureaucracy would be avoided, scarce resources allocated, policy differences settled, priorities set, and production and distribution conducted. Instead, they offer vague statements about how the workers themselves will directly own and control the means of production and will arrive at their own solutions through creative struggle. In this sense, Western Marxism maintains a posture of radical critique while avoiding engagement with the problem of political power itself. Revolutionary politics, a dictatorship of the proletariat, or communist organizing are therefore frequently dismissed, while existing socialist states are treated as deviations from a more perfect ideal. The result is a form of critique that can endlessly interpret the world without developing a coherent strategy to actually change it. Within Western Marxism, there are those who maintain the illusion that they are carrying out the revolutionary tradition of Marxism by reading and promoting the Frankfurt School at university. There are also more sober analyses of those who admit.
Interesting that you guys said this guy was a Trotskyist, famously the inventor of the term racism to render debate impossible.
To the fact that Marxism has effectively become neutered of its revolutionary content in the Western world. This perspective maintains that the proliferation of non-revolutionary Marxism and its retreat into the academy is the result of failed socialist revolutions in the West. However, Gabriel Rockhill...
I don't agree. I will say this much. This aspect of it, I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but I think it's not systemic critique to say that, like, the reason why Western Marxism is an unbelievable failure is because it's disorganized, far too idealistic, far too critical of existing socialist transitional states that are trying to do their very best in relation to their own material conditions and their period of development. All of that stuff is true, but I think the reason as to why Western Marxism has been an abject fucking failure is because the imperial apparatus has eviscerated any sort of revolutionary attempt successfully and have rendered even class consciousness to be a forethought. There has been a tremendous amount of mystification of class politics in this country. We have so effectively neutered any kind of revolutionary movement historically, and at times, not even through psyops, but through direct military action. This has also been an ever-present, I think, an ever-present threat on attempts towards revolutionary politics in Latin America as well, many of which have tried to develop some kind of socialist tendency or communist tendency by way of reform, which has been demonstrably a failure. It's unfortunately, you know, the most resilient form of like revolutionary or the most resilient form of revolutions have almost always come in periods of war, with the only exception being, I guess, the Cuban Revolution, which ironically enough wasn't even a communist revolution in its inception and took shape into a communist one after. Like Venezuela is a great example of the failures of reform in many respects. Unfortunately, not to like disparage it too much, but ultimately, also the most impressive because they did it with 13 dudes. Yeah, technically, what was it? It was 85, but then it immediately reduced to 13, liquidated down to 13. 82. So I still think that it's not like the silly distractions or like aesthetic revolutionaries that led the revolutionary potential of the masses away into unproductive avenues and a constant state of like idealism and critiques with no real successful method of implementation. I think it was a deliberate state design to fucking destroy it. Destroy it in its immediate, destroy it to the best of its ability in its neighborhood, in his own backyard, but then also certainly destroy it internally.
Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism offers an important intervention into this assumption by pointing out that Western Marxism did not entirely result from the absence of successful revolution. Revolutions frequently fail, but this does not render revolutionary movements obsolete. Instead, Rockhill maintains that the real distortion of Marxism in the Western world came from capitalist ownership and control over intellectual production. As Marxism left the streets and factories and became further entrenched with the bourgeois academy, it was progressively reconfigured through an ongoing synthesis with liberalism, post-structuralism, Freud, Heidegger, and a whole host of eclectic theories which tended to undermine rather than develop the revolutionary consciousness or power of the working class. At best, critical theory has served to inform some of the political practice of social democratic parties, although if questioned on this relationship, critical theorists and social democrats alike will be hard-pressed to articulate any direct or meaningful connection between the two. This disjuncture helps explain why, when social democratic or left-leaning parties do enter government, they frequently lack coherent frameworks for transforming capitalist state structures in practice. Meanwhile, Leninism, arguably the most politically consequential development of Marxist theory, has been increasingly marginalized, reframed, or rendered theoretically suspect. The result has not only been a shift in ideas.
I mean, think about it this way. For Westerners, one of the most consequential thinkers of anti-imperialist thought in the West is Noam Chomsky. And this is even before we knew about, what the fuck he was doing with Jeffrey Epstein, right? He's written extensively on this stuff, and he was anti-Lenin, which was something that I always found to be in poor taste. Now, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh my God, Chomsky was anti-Lenin, anti-anarchist vindicated or anything like that. Oh, Parenti vindicated. I think you can read both. But yeah, that is like if your worldview is anchored by anarcho-syndicalism, you're going to have a fucking hard time coming up with these solutions.
But a systematic depoliticization of Marxism within the dominant institutions of knowledge production. In a world that is seeing such major transformation,
Chomsky was anti-Lenin, but he was still pro-Cuba and anti-NATO. We can have nuance. They're true.
At the global scale, from the NATO war against Russia, the genocide in Palestine, the US war in Iran, and the geopolitical rise of China, a rediscovery of Lenin is more timely than ever. His theory of imperialism, which focuses on the expansion of finance capital, is crucial to understanding the context of de-dollarization, the most significant geopolitical and
maybe Leninism isn't necessary in the US because Marxism by Marx is based on a Western European and American trajectory. No, Leninism is always necessary.
Economic shift of our current conjuncture. Furthermore, Lenin provides an ideological basis for interpreting the constitution and program of the Communist Party of China, which allows us to interpret the history and function of the party within the philosophical and ideological framework through which it developed. In short, the systematic marginalization of Leninism in the Western Academy is producing a systematic underdevelopment of thought and understanding towards China. From a Marxist-Leninist perspective, socialism is not an abstract ideal to be measured against existing reality, but a historical process grounded in the development of the forces of production, proletarian political consciousness, and the power of the Communist Party. If socialism is understood as a horizon, Z, then revolutionary praxis is not about a leap to its immediate realization, but the strategic movement from A to B to C while preserving and expanding the material capacities necessary for further transformation. History is not traversed in a single rupture, but through a long march in which advances, reversals, Errors, setbacks, and adaptations are inevitable. What matters is whether the working class retains and consolidates political power through a dictatorship of the proletariat capable of steering the direction of society down the socialist road. From this standpoint, the historical trajectory of the People's Republic...
Focus on PMC shit. Oh my God. I think that's very Americanized. Is a very Americanized critique. This is the quirk of like, ironically enough, this is also a part of the problems with the nearsightedness of Western Marxists, in my opinion, too. I don't place that much emphasis on the PMC distinction. I think it's what is PMC in this context? Literally all the gay industries. Okay, anyone that's doing something gay, a barista could be a professional managerial class, depending on how hard you're squinting at it. Okay. Yeah. It always reminds me of like MAGA's hyper focus on HR and just like women in the workplace. I feel like it's the leftist version of that. PMC is the professional managerial class. Obviously, as industrial production moved to other countries in the Western world, especially in the United States of America, we just developed white collar bullshit jobs for the most part, and moved heavily in the direction of finance capital, and then also in the service sector and the gig economy for everybody else. And this led to the rise of the professional managerial class, overeducated people. Anyway, lawyers, doctors, managers, white collar jobs in positions of management. But yeah, I guess Cuba long-term failure was not having the military might to survive embargo, if you can call that a fault. I think one of the Cuba's long-term failures has also been its over-reliance on the USSR for existing, and its reluctance at times to liberalize its or to reform its, or to marketize its economy a little bit. So much so that even like the Chinese, especially post-90s, since then, in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, the Chinese have been like, dude, you got to do some reforms. Like, what are we doing? I should have asked Cosio, the foreign minister, like, would you guys do Dengus reforms? Like, something similar to that, adjusted to, modern Cuban conditions. And something he brought up in that conversation that we had was that there is definitely, competing schools of thought internally within the party. But what has obviously destroyed any attempts at reform has been the crippling nature of the embargo. And all of the American interventions into the Cuban economy have, and as I keep repeating over and over again, ironically made it impossible for them to even liberalize or marketize their economy in any way, shape, or form. Which is totally understandable. Why can't we have labor unions or other forms of community organizing under socialism? I didn't say that. I'm not anti-China, to be clear, but I find the idea of disallowing community organizing as a hedge against human corruption of the kind that led to the end of the USSR. I think proposing state socialism is the only possible way to no room for more community-based initiatives is a bit short-sighted. Okay, you go take it out with the CPC. Plus, they do have community organizing in China. We were just talking about labor unions in general, where it's like all matter of labor-related issues is still left to the party. It's the responsibility of the party and the local party officials that you go to.
Of China is not a deviation from socialism, but one of its most consequential contemporary expressions. Whatever contradictions remain, its sustained capacity to eliminate mass poverty, expand technological development, improve material conditions for hundreds of millions, among many other great achievements, constitutes an empirical reality that any serious socialist analysis ought to confront. While China continues to undergo rapid development, the political horizon in the advanced capitalist world is also shifting, only in the opposite direction. Increasing numbers of young people are entering into a social order marked by declining living standards, extreme concentration of wealth, ecological nihilism, and permanent geopolitical instability. Many youth recognize that a narrow elite of oligarchs exercises disproportionate control over all of our political and economic life. For these young people growing up under these circumstances today, being anti-capitalist is no longer a moral or ideological conviction, but a survival strategy in a world that doesn't seem to give a damn about their collective economic condition. This emerging clarity does not automatically produce revolutionary consciousness, but it does open space for it. And throughout this process of building class consciousness,
I think just as I talked about how now that Medicare for All is on the forefront of political discourse in America, the forces within the Democratic Party are looking to find a new privatized initiative that will offer modest reform in an effort to shut people the fuck up, like whatever the primary care thing that they were presenting. You will probably see in the upcoming decade, if we don't just like fully succumb to fascism, just crumbs of social democracy offered to the masses in an effort to shut them the fuck up. Because like when Peter Thiel recognizes that the youth are, becoming communist and socialist at a fucking alarming rate, they recognize that the material conditions have unwound far too much, and that people are unbelievably frustrated, and they're going to demand radical changes in a more militant manner if they don't do something about it. But who knows?
many are looking to gain an understanding of alternative models of development, like the model of market socialism in China. However, the real challenge moving forward is not simply to convince Westerners to learn from China, but to prepare them for the task of achieving state power. The question of state power must be recovered in socialist discourse: how it is built, how it is sustained, and how it is used to transform social relations in practice. While the objective conditions for revolution are past ripe, the subjective revolutionary consciousness of the masses still needs to continue to develop. This is why Marxism-Leninism needs to continue to agitate, educate, and organize the masses so that one day they can stamp out the dictatorship of capital, render Western Marxism obsolete, and join China in the long march down the socialist road.
Many people don't realize that most of Eastern Europe, before World War II, and certainly after World War II, given the additional destruction, most of Eastern Europe was a third world region. Thousands of villages were reduced to rubble. Illiteracy, poverty, disease, cold, hunger was the common lot among the peasantry and much of the working class. As it was before the war, capital formation was almost non-existent. The same was true of pre-revolutionary Russia. The same was true of pre-revolutionary China. Henry Rosemont, he notes
America has a growing unemployment for highly educated people. A revolutionary movement comes with people with those characteristics. I mean, sure. Yeah, that was a pretty good video from Red Pen. I liked it. I can't wait to see Red Pen face off against Socialism for All. I hear this a lot. I hear this name a lot. Apparently he's a big hater of mine. What's his what's his focus? What's his, tendency? Is he just like, is he an ultra? Like, what's his deal? Because I feel like anytime people spend a good deal of time just being like, I think Hasan Piker is the #1 stopgap measure against fucking, revolutionary fervor in this country that would have just overtaken the masses if it wasn't for the likes of some fucking Twitch streamer. Socialism for All is a ML who thinks you're a lib. He does free audiobooks, which is awesome. I used to be friends with Socialism for All. He thinks I'm a lib. He thinks you're a dem sock. Turning people into Democrats. Yeah, that's my job. That's what I'm trying to do. I do like that. Unlike all of my counterparts in this field, I would go so far as to say, I'm willing to bet that I've actually made the opposite conversion, liberals to socialists to Marxist-Leninists, far more frequently than they ever could. And yet they still fucking chirp at me. Half of the people that chirp at me actually come from this community. Ironically enough, they come in here, okay? They come in here, they're liberals, they're reactionaries, and they're like, oh my God, there's an entire different world out there. I've never encountered this before. And they dive into the books, okay? And then they go, you know what? I've moved beyond him. I've moved beyond the need. It's time for me to follow through on my Oedipal need to kill the father. Not saying that's, socialism for all, but why do online leftists think they're in the opening scenes of one battle after another? Not a single skull in their name, getting leaderboard mocked by Filipino Marxists in the mountain. Okay, that's the Maoists are. Every single day you get called a shit lib and a tanky within the same hour all the time. Truth Nuke, single largest producer of MLs in the US is Bernie Sanders. It's 100%. That's Truth Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's Truth Tsar Bomba. Okay? 100%. A Russian Husky. He's an anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist. Socialism for All's China assessment is infinitely better than whatever this dude in the video presented, but yeah. I was a China critical sock time before I found you, and now I'm an ML. I've tried to explain to ultras that you're doing agitprop and have turned countless liberals into well-read socialists. Good luck getting that across to people who also probably during COVID were in here and went through that transformation because of this community, only to now act like they're above it all. Okay? That's what it is. Most people, I think, are ashamed to admit this. Most people are ashamed to be like, yeah, Bernie Sanders was actually profoundly impactful in my development, my ideological journey. Most people will never say that, okay? They will fucking never say that, but it's 100% true. Is 100% true. That usually is like the starting point for a lot of people, and then they go on their own ideological journey, which is understandable, and that's fine. Everyone's got different strokes for different folks, but they never internalize the lesson, the importance of having someone on the fucking main stage be like, these things aren't bad. They're an alternative way of thinking, and it's actually a pretty good way of thinking, and we should actually totally redesign society in this way of thinking. It works. It works. Okay? It doesn't even matter if Bernie Sanders himself is not on board with half of this shit. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Bernie Sanders is destroying revolutionary fervor in this country by running as a fucking Democrat or caucusing with the goddamn Democrats in the America bourgeois capitalist parliament, bourgeois capitalist system. It's fucking bullshit. He should do what I'm doing instead, which is organizing a reading group with 8 of my closest friends, and they never show up, but they will. Okay, they never show up, but then one day they will, and then the revolution will take place. It's like, okay, just kick back. Just wait, then. Wait. Because that's what you're doing right now anyway. You're chirping regardless. The Grand Platinum stuff is a hard sell. I get it. But like, damn, the Ultras hate you, dog. Lamau, I don't. Yeah.
Hey, welcome to Socialism for All.
Dude, this motherfucker did an hour and 21 minutes. Oh, my Lord. Hasan Parker's excuse for DSA opportunism is Zoram Mamdani good for the U.S. socialist movement. I wish we could go back to pamphlets, bro. I swear to God, I can't watch an hour and 30 minutes. I wish he would just like write what his problems are so I can dissect it and read it. You know what I mean? You were taught about fascism by capitalists is a big realization for myself. Holy shit. The Cuban Revolution where Che Guevara plowed the roads and made buses free and voted Batista away. Oh, this is so... Oh, God. Okay, I'm not going to do this. Look, I have no problems with this guy. Okay, he's great, probably. I'm sure he's doing wonderful work. At a certain point, you got to realize, like, a lot of content creators have, myself included, we have egos, okay? Don't fall mercy to the whims and egos of content creators. Think critically, don't punch left, and you know, you can have comradely disagreements. It's fine. He has a video calling you CIA, Lamau. I don't care. Yes, I'm a fucking government agent. He's right. He nailed it, dude. To be fair, drama draws more people to be ML. Oh, really? That's how I did it, right? Through fucking drama. Bernie was impactful to me. You were impactful to me, but it sounds like you're actively against people moving to the left of social democrat. Isn't the goal that everyone will at some point, and at one point will leftward progress will stop making fun of the people to the left of social democracy? Wait, what? I'm to the left of social democracy. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm making fun of people who don't realize what I'm doing and actively try to carve out a space for themselves, not by tackling reactionaries and convincing them to change their minds, which is what I fucking did. There was no point in my development, in the development of this community, where I looked at like a larger fucking, left adjacent content creator and tried to fucking harness as many fucking, try to harness a sectarian or ideological tendency difference and just like really exhaust it to the maximalist conclusions so that I could fucking present myself as the most moral arbiter of socialism. I never did that shit. Okay. These motherfuckers only do that shit. That's what I criticize. That's literally it. They try to like, they don't have the goals or the interests of trying to reach out to a much broader self-identifying liberal audience. Their goal is to just try and fight different battles, like sectarian battles, and endlessly bastardize the position of someone like myself and try to chip away, at whatever audience that I have. It's stupid. It's unproductive. I'm too marginal and too tiny for them to hyper focus on, but they don't see it. There is a much broader audience out there that you should be trying to fucking educate. Okay? This is the reason why, if you notice, I have ideological disagreements and stuff like that. There's people to my left, there's people to my right, plenty of them that I don't fucking argue with all the time because they're trying to educate the masses. They're not trying to like hold on to the people who are ideologically as close to them as possible and just be like, the other guy that you're getting this information from, he's evil. He's actually trying. He's not a real leftist. He's not a real socialist. He's not a real Marxist at all. He's fucking lying to you. Okay? That's the big difference. But a lot of people don't realize that. They don't understand it. That's why I've been able to develop this community to the size that it has. And you're not doing it. Because you're not locking in on the much larger fucking pie out there. You're hyper focused like a crab in a bucket at the closest guy to you. Okay? I'm not your op, you fucking idiot. That's my argument. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, it's like, imagine if I was starting drama with John Oliver. You know what I mean? If I was like, this fucking John Oliver guy, he's a real piece of shit. He's a real fucking stupid guy. Oh my God. Oh, you should watch me instead, not John Oliver. Why are you watching John Oliver? I have so many better ideas. Like, that would be really fucking stupid, right? Maybe I'd be able to chip away at some of John Oliver's audience, but I'd be making a whole lot more enemies in the process, and it's not a productive way to go about it. If you are a self-described Marxist-Leninist and you think I am the biggest fucking stopgap measure that prevents people from exploring more revolutionary principles, you're fucking insane. You're an insane person who hasn't talked to an average dude in probably a decade. Like, the only time you're communicating with people has to be in your Splinter Discord server, right? Like, the average person in the real world does not explore any of these concepts. My job is to make them reconsider these things that they don't know anything about or have been negatively polarized against. Even though I myself would be within the category of ultra-bright assessment or far closer to socialism for all assessment on most things than yours for China and electoralism, the primary reason I think you're a positive force overall, regardless, is because of the not shoot your left principle you have, which I think is extremely important at this stage because there isn't many of us. Exactly. I don't think his rare critics of you are in bad faith, just disagreements on practices. Buddy, you just said he called me a CIA agent. You think that's not a fucking bad faith criticism? Anyway, I don't want to talk about it any further. I don't care. They're literally grifting to the left, even though you say that doesn't exist. They're mining content and they're financially and otherwise incentive to do so. In my opinion, it often comes from their own internalized inferiority complex and cognitive dissonance over previously being a sex pest, any MAGA or other reactionary fan, and the perverse incentive structures of social media reward that malignant behavior. Sure. I'm sure that plays a role in it too. Anyway, it's time. It's time for Maya. It's Maya time. Where is it? Where is it? What? This is what normies think of left is?
Right now, we're playing at maybe being like white critical. maybe we're white traitors, but the goal is
I mean, this is an entirely different thing, but
be white abolitionists, and that means
yeah, but adjust this to like whatever like Marxist tendency, whatever socialist tendency you have that you believe. Please, this is a liberal argument. Yes, it is. The other, no. Here, I'll adjust it to like being a fucking Marxist-Leninist Maoist. It's like when I'm trying to educate masses in the imperial core and of trying to desperately avoid the concept of labor aristocracy. Okay. And someone to my left flank goes, Hasan, as a matter of fact, every person in the imperial core is benefiting unbelievably from the unequal extraction from the periphery. And they're actually technically benefiting tremendously from American imperialism. Why won't you address that? And it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe because I don't want to tell people that they're actually in a fucking much more comfortable position overall, because I don't want them to go, yeah, maybe American imperialism is pretty good overall. Maybe that's the reason why I'm not fucking doing that. Have you thought about that? Perhaps that's the reason. Fucking stupid. Okay? Is that a better counterexample instead of this liberal shit? You're scaring the hose. Mayahiga, the wildlife sanctuary you can visit from anywhere. Maya did an actual real TED Talk, which is crazy. I'm so proud of her. She's fucking awesome.
Is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists. And I have not been doing this for all that long. Okay, I was born in 1998, so I will get that out of the way right off the bat. But I'll tell you guys how I got started. So I grew up on a farm, and I always loved animals.
When is yours? Yeah, I'm gonna do one on anti-Semitism is awesome. That's my TED Talk. You think Ted would ever fucking allow me to speak? Are you insane? Actually, that's not true. They probably would, but most likely not.
So we had rabbits and horses and chickens and you name it, we had it, and I loved it. So then when I was 18 and in college, naturally, I got a job as a zookeeper. So I put on the safari outfit and I would bring animals like kangaroos and lemurs to schools and birthday parties to teach kids about wildlife. So a pretty cool job. It was really awesome. So then one night after work, I met some friends online who were live streaming themselves playing video games on Twitch. And I had no idea what that meant. But I learned that I could broadcast myself live on this website doing whatever.
By the way, this is so difficult. Her hair looks amazing. Yeah, her hair looks fabulous. You're right. This is so difficult. Someone says, is this Pokemon? Bro's a whole, he's like a misogyn racist, if that makes sense. Instead of thinking all black people look the same like racists do, you were like all women are the same, right? That's crazy. Bro has to be 45 minimum. Is this Pokemon? Hold on. I need one of these young whippersnappers to bring me my glasses.
I wanted. So I could cook or I could sing or I could play video games. And if people enjoyed watching it, they would send me tips, so cash, like actual real money. And as a college student, that's pretty freaking sweet. So I started streaming to about 10 viewers at a time almost every day. Then one night after one of these live streams, I got a call from a zookeeper friend about this red-tailed hawk who had been hit by a car and he needed help. So we brought Bean, that's what we called him, home to my college house, and I started to rehabilitate him in my backyard.
Wait, is that bird alive or dead? I don't get it.
One night I'm live streaming, I'm cooking, I'm talking about this new hawk in my backyard, and one of my viewers didn't believe me. They didn't believe that I had a bird in my backyard, and I could not have that. So I put my falconry glove on, and I brought the bird inside to show them, of course, because I have a problem. And one of the people watching this stream made a short video of this moment, and they shared it on Reddit, and it went viral. So my viewership shot up overnight, and I started live streaming Bean's rehabilitation process. So I'd call him from his perch to my glove, and the people watching my streams started becoming as invested as I was in his recovery. It was like they were doing it with me, sort of, which was
back when Reddit was good. She said live stream, not dead stream. Keep up. Yeah.
Coolest thing that I've ever done. And then eventually, because I was reaching so many people with Bean's story, the zoo that I worked at started allowing me to bring animals like cockatoos and reptiles home to present on my live stream.
That's crazy.
So suddenly, somehow, I had turned this zoo outreach job that I had into a work from home situation, right? Which is awesome. But instead of reaching 20 kids at a time in a classroom, I was reaching thousands.
Look at this fucking guy, bro. Listen, you're like 35, okay? Calm down. Lock in. My man is posting yep cocks in the chat. You're 35. I'm not. I'm younger than you, big bro. I have bigger tits than you? Okay. Well, chill on that. You're right, but like calm down.
Thousands of people at a time, all over the world. So this was when it really clicked for me, right? I wanted to do this for the rest of my life, but I wanted to do it at a much, much larger scale. So then 2 years later, at 22 years old, I came up with a plan, and the vision was to build an animal sanctuary that nobody visits, or at least not in person. So we would rescue animals and build huge animal enclosures, and we would live stream conservation education programs online so people could fall in love with our animals the way that they fell in love with Bean, that bird. Our animals would be able to reach millions and millions of people without having to meet a single one of them in person. And then, of course, I would fundraise all of the capital to do all of these things and build this entire facility in one single live stream, which is the craziest idea that I've ever had. But this is crazier. It worked somehow. So I'm live streaming one day, and there's some...
And Lebanese!
Dude, Austin, chill, bro. Why are you... Bro, Austin, calm down, dude.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
Oh, that's a little racist, man. That's a little racist. That's fucked up. Wait, what? You hate what people?
I hate white people.
Wow. Let women speak, Austin. Stop talking over women, Austin.
I'm gay.
We know, man. We know.
I'm gay. And Lebanese.
Wow. Okay, dude.
Oh, thank you. Whoa. I'll take the applause. Thank you so much. So I'm live streaming one day, and someone in my live chat said, Maya, if we raise $500,000, would you shave your head on stream? And I said, yeah, duh. Because who wouldn't do that? Who in their right mind wouldn't do that? Apparently that was pretty motivating though, because over the course of a 21-hour-long live stream, we fundraised $573,000 to build the sanctuary. So I bought some land in Austin, Texas, started building animal enclosures, and I started growing my hair back. And that takes about 2 years, in case anyone was curious. And these screens are huge. That is a huge picture of me bald in front of a lot of people. Okay, so next up was rescuing animals. Okay, so Appa and Momo are marmosets. They're these very tiny, very, very charming New World monkeys. Someone originally bought them as pets online, but then after years of inadequate care, they were brought to us for rehabilitation. So they now live at Alveus to help teach people about the exploitation of primates in the pet trade and about the importance of conserving their rainforest habitats too. They also have a little iPad to play games on now. It's very, very cute. Finn is an American red fox who was confiscated from the illegal pet trade in California. So he and his best friend...
Oh God, this one. That's my op with the human face. I swear to God, he has a human face. Your worst take? No, it's a good take. Okay, listen. He looks angry all the time in a very human way. Okay? And he always looks grumpy, and he reminds me of like ancient folklore where they would like do these delicate drawings of like different forest spirits and stuff, right? And then they would have like an animal, but then the animal would have a human face. Okay. That's what he looks like. He literally looks like he's not supposed to have that face. So you're making fun of his birth deformations caused by him being in the pet trade? Yes. Kind of. See, it's bad to do the pet trade. Not gonna lie, this is your most Turkish take. I'm just saying, man. Stop denying your blood relative. I'm Turkish, so my blood relatives are foxes. Or not foxes, sorry. Wolves and not foxes. Okay.
And Reed now live at Alveus to help teach people about the nightmare that is the fur trade, helping to build a new generation of fur-free consumers. Then there's Winnie the Moo. She's a cow. She was rescued from a beef operation in Oklahoma. She lives at Alveus to help teach people about commercial agriculture and how it
One day I'm going to steal her.
impacts animal welfare and our planet. One way that viewers can support the sanctuary is by feeding Winnie treats. So a $5 donation made online results in treats being dispensed via this automated feeder. To date, that treat feeder has generated over $38,000 in funding for the sanctuary. Isn't that crazy?
To eat her? No, so I can bring her to Israel. Okay? That's the cow. That's the fully, perfectly red-haired cow. So that we can trigger the rapture. The red heifer, dude. Yeah. God, some of you don't fucking care about evangelical Christian Zionism like I do. What the fuck?
There's a lot of treats. She's a very happy cow. Since 2019, through live streaming, I have raised over $7.5 million for conservation causes across the globe. In 2025 alone, we reached over 250 million people with conservation education online.
Damn.
It's over 10 million classrooms.
Damn.
Just like the ones that I was bringing zoo animals to in college, just in the last year. Alveus is now home to rescued parrots and emus and monkeys and wolf dogs and more, and we have those 36 cameras that are live streaming them 24 hours a day. But the beautiful thing about these live cameras is our animals are all blissfully unaware of the thousands of eyes on them at any given time. Not being open to the public means that our animals are less stressed by the unpredictable factors that come with people visiting, right? It also means that we've never had to divert any of our funding to guest experiences, like gift shops and concession stands and parking lots. But one of the most positive benefits is we've developed one of the most accessible zoo models in the world. Anyone with an internet connection can visit our animals for free from their device from anywhere on the planet, and they do. Our online demographic, our online community, they range from about 17 to 28 years old. We are our nation's new voters, new consumers, and up-and-coming decision makers. We hold the future of this planet in our hands. But most of our online community didn't even join with an interest in environmentalism at all. They are just normal people.
Yeah, me. I was like, these animals are fucking cute. Can I pet them? That was my... But now I have a love for animal conservation. Okay? And that's the point. It works.
Internet users who stumbled across our content in one of their many, many feeds. Alveus Sanctuary brings conservation to young people largely by meeting them where they already are, which is on social media. But before social media, TV programming was establishing the best examples of conservationists, right? Heroes like Steve Irwin and David Attenborough and Jane Goodall. These are obviously some of my personal heroes, probably some of yours as well, as they should be. These guys rock, right? But for most of us, it can be really hard to see ourselves in such legends. It leaves us feeling like that work is just a far-off dream that only other people achieve. But at Alves, that dream doesn't feel so far off.
We got to take Maya to Chengdu, to the world's largest panda conservation. That's what we got to do. That would be content.
For our viewers, Alves is a dream that one of them achieved from within a space that they're already a part of. And they get to be a part of it all live.
She might hate it. Why would she hate it?
So we're just getting started. Our next step is taking this Alveus approach to the wild. We're building a new facility where we're going to breed endangered species at Alveus for reintroduction and release into the wild. We're starting with the recovery of critical
Dinosaurs? Like, what are we talking about? Like, cool new versions of animals? What are we thinking? Do I get to pick for if we fundraise? Okay, idea. If we fundraise $100,000 as a community, do we get to choose what kind of new animal we invent? Is that possible? Is that in the cards? Will you stop pausing? I'm trying to watch this. Add a couple zeros and we'll talk. That's crazy. New York has changed you. New York has changed you. I'll answer for Maya. Yes. No, now she's like, now she's a businesswoman. She puts on one fucking jacket to go to the goddamn United Nations. And now she's like, yeah, add a couple zeros. Not even one, not even a million, 10 million. And then we can invent an animal. I'm a numbers guy. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm dropping my day ones, and that includes you. Okay, yeah. I see how it is. One TED Talk, all of a sudden, I'm chopped liver. To this day, I think I'm the record holder on largest donations in one single visit, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably washed now. We got to do it again at some point. How many times have you been to the UN? 0? Bro, buddy, they don't allow me into the United Nations. Actually, that's not true. There's the Belgian communist that wants me to come and speak at the UN in Belgium. Or no, in the European Union. Never mind, not at the United Nations. Lost to Mr. Beast? Danny Danon.
endangered wolves. Our sincere hope is that people will fall in love with these wolves the way that they fell in love with Bean, that bird from college. We hope that they'll care really deeply about these individuals and then, in turn, about the wild places that we return them to. Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of brand new conservationists fighting for wildlife and wild places, all doing it from their homes. So my mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists. And I think it's working. Thank you. Thank you.
That's crazy. That's got to be nerve-wracking. Nat Geo, congratulations, Maya. We're so inspired by all the work you do. God damn, we got the Nat Geo mention. I used to sit on the sidelines. My sister plays soccer with my daughter. I got to know her and amazing parents. Damn, this person's doxing your parents. Fear Zoo, go Alveus, go. Yeah, support Maya and Alveus chat at twitch.tv/Alveus Sanctuary. Look, you guys know. Okay, she's not in the chat anymore, so I can reveal my honest thoughts. She sucks. She's bad. She's a bad person. Don't be fooled. Okay? Yeah, I said it. She's my op. It's true. Great talk. Great TED talk. While we play politics, people like Maya are actually saving the world. It's true. Yeah, obviously, you guys know, I've always appreciated what Maya does. It's a beacon of light in our otherwise overwhelmingly and unbelievably negative space that we occupy. And I really do appreciate content creators who try to, make the world a better place with the limited time that they have. And she definitely abides by that spirit fairly well. If you appreciate her, then why are you ducking the 1v1 basketball court? I've destroyed her in basketball, in the marketplace of basketball, and also in the marketplace of ideas. Excuse me. Excuse you. Excuse yourself. Thoroughly destroyed. Ankles broken. What are you talking about? Throwback
Nice.
to HasanAbi Animal Whisperer for 28 minutes and 40 seconds. Look at that.
Can I hug?
Yeah. I unfortunately forgot everything that I knew about animals right before we started the stream, so we'll see how it goes today, but I'm going to do my best. The point of today is for Hasan to meet a bunch of animals and for me to teach Hasan about them and then teach you about them.
Dude, this was, oh my God, this was such a dark time. Holy shit. I still remember. Okay, this is a little bit of personal information, but this was when I was like genuinely considering quitting streaming. And this was, I think, the first fun, non-Gaza related stream that we did post October 7. And I literally was like, I think I probably should just quit streaming. I should go back to college. I should, pursue a PhD. Maybe I'll become like a college professor or something. Because it was so much every fucking day, day in, day out. People were just like, you're a fucking terrorist. You're a fucking terrorist. You're a terrorist. No allies. No one in the space. None of my Twitch streamer friends were, or none of the content creators in the space wanted to touch the issue of Israel with a 10-foot fucking pole because they were so worried about being attacked. They saw the way that like mercilessly people were like ripping into me, calling me a fucking terrorist, even doing like unbelievable amounts of unrestrained Islamophobia. I mean, it's the same now too with mainstream media, but it doesn't fucking matter anymore because the public is on my side. It doesn't matter. But at that point, this is January 30th, 2024. There wasn't a lot of people who were like, yeah, Israel kind of sucks. Everyone was like beginning to learn about how much Israel sucked, but they were not there yet. Right. And, my community had been severed almost in half, a third left, went from like 30,000 to barely cracking. We were like sub 20K on a day-to-day basis. So many content creators were just eating so good off of like every other week there would be another incident, another horrifying atrocity that I was trying to shine a light to. And anytime I spoke out on it, people would just do video after video after video with like millions of fucking views being like, he's a terrorist. Look at how much of a fucking terrorist he is. Now, of course, at the time, like I still abide by this. Like it doesn't fucking matter. I looked at the issues that I was trying to explain to an audience primarily in the West. And I was like, these people are sacrificing their lives. It's nothing. Like, feeling shitty and being called a terrorist every day is nothing. People leaving and misunderstanding what I am trying to explain to people is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, right? I have unbelievable privilege. I can just like push through it. So I'm not, you know, presenting myself as a victim at all. I'm just saying mentally I was there. And then we did this stream. And I think that literally stopped me from quitting. Because I remember I was so close. I was like, I fucking hate all this shit. I have no friends in this industry. I have no one that will stand by me. All of these other people are like saying I'm Osama bin Laden. They're playing fucking games, comparing me to Osama bin Laden. Like some of the top content creators were doing that. And not a single one of the people I know, the people I've like, you know, grown up with in this fucking, in this dark corner of the internet, not a single one of them was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. That's kind of fucked up. Why are you doing that? That's a little racist, don't you think? Not even a little bit, right? And then I did this, and we did this stream, and a lot of people tuned in, and you know, we fundraised what, 30 grand in the entire 2-hour stream, or like hour-long stream. And you know, that's when I was reminded that we do actually have an incredible impact, that like we are capable of making, you know, changes, albeit marginal. That was my thread of hope. Okay. It was you guys that were in here. It was 40 grand. It's written there. Scroll down a little. Yeah. Not 30, 40 grand. But yeah, that was my thread of hope. For sure. I don't really get touchy-feely nowadays as much, but that's what I was like, damn, you know? We still have the capacity to make changes, right? A thread of hope that we can weave together for a better future. Anyway, good thing Maya's not in here
as well
to hear any of
this
that.
is a
Because she sucks at basketball.
conservation education nonprofit.
It's so sick. This place is fucking dope, guys. This was so much fun. I had a phenomenal time. I already thought I was going to have a good time, but I didn't realize how good of a time I was going to have. All right. Well, without further ado, I think we're
Shall we
good to-
begin? This is for you.
I have to put a blindfold on?
Okay, so we're gonna start with Hasan meeting his first animal blindfolded because
There's an animal here. Wait, what? Winnie made you? It's true. She did.
No, I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, okay.
All right, you ready?
This was fucked up.
You're gonna feel it. Don't freak out. Like, don't move your hands.
Okay.
Don't like fling it in the air.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Yeah. What is it? Oh, it's the toad. It's got to be the toad. Can I look?
No.
What? This thing is dead. What the fuck is this? It's not moving. What is this?
You can take your blindfold off if you want.
Oh god. Wait, can I move my hands? Oh.
Hasan, you killed it.
Fell.
You can buy these now if you want. This is a Winnie plushie. We also have a Georgie one and a Stompy one and a...
That's crazy. This is proof of you doing fun collabs resets the mood. Your shit with Rage recently was goated. You got to do these collabs more often. True, I do. I just don't know what to do. Also, I rarely ever have time. I do a lot of collab streams, but now with politicians instead. You know? Thoughts on Sharif Street's closing campaign strategy? I saw Austinox wants a clip. Austinox wants a clip. This is why he's sending it to me. Okay, look at that. All right. Let's see. Sharif Street, PA3 candidate, is now claiming his opponent Chris Rabb has billions of dollars in TV ads. Pff, I wish. The socialist from New York, you know what that means. The Pennsylvania primaries election is in 2 days, May 19th.
They say that the problem is that I got regular folks that are committee people that are in the neighborhood. You are talking to their neighbors. And guess what? They just decided to go with a bunch of negative ads on me. The socialists from New York. You know what that means? They're doing it because after spending millions of dollars against me, they know that if they don't do something, they're going to lose this election because the power of the people is more powerful than the people in power. They can say that we're...
Yeah, famously, that's what socialists are known for, being in power and being powerful people, and you know, attacking the little guy backed by the fucking governor of the state and also Senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker. How many people were watching him? That's what I want to know.
Machine candidate. Well, when they talk about the machine, they're talking about committee people. They're talking about people that live in neighborhoods. There are days that because so many of you are posting me, so many of you are talking about me, that we are having more people see us than they are, and they've got millions of dollars in TV ads. But we've
Billions
got
of dollars.
1,000 times more people. But most of
Bro, where are the people? I want to see the people because I saw the people. Street campaign is spamming robocalls. I mean, that kind of stuff is kind of successful for like boomer voters, I feel like. I will say this. He said what he said. The power of the people is more powerful than people in power. I mean, it's true, except that's our motto, right? That's our slogan. That's what I say. Yeah. Famous socialist strategy of billion-dollar ad spends. Yeah.
we have each and every one of you. The socialist candidate has talked about he's going to get everybody health care, but he's been in the General Assembly the same amount of time as I have, but hasn't gotten it done. They talk.
Yeah, I wonder why he hasn't been able to get health care in the General Assembly. Yeah, because of people like you, man. Because you don't want it. Like, what do you mean? Dude, this is my favorite line of attack from centrist Democrats. Okay? Centrist Democrats are fucking awesome. They literally turn around and straight up say, good things are not possible. These guys are trying to sell you on a good thing that they will fight for. I, on the other hand, will tell you, good things are not possible. Okay? Better things are not possible.
Big talk, but they ain't walk none of the walk. Money can't beat our votes. But we need folks to come on out. So with 3 days to go, it ain't over. Our district is not for sale. Have any of them come? Have you seen those candidates on this block before? It's not my first time here. No. Have you seen them in your community when it's not election time? No. They don't even know who to engage with. Hey, when they ask you, how do we beat all that money? Just tell them this. On election day, the streets are coming.
Truth Street takes aim at New York interlopers trying to influence our election. Bro, you're in Philadelphia. What do you mean? Dude, these New York interlopers trying to manipulate elections in Philadelphia. Brother, you're not in Atlanta. You know what I mean? You're not in like fucking Mississippi. You're in Philadelphia. It's basically a short walk over, you know? What the fuck? It's an hour away, man. I hopped on a train. I was there in an hour. That's hilarious. Also, he called in aid from New Jersey.
New York. Listen, the Eagles beat the Giants. The Eagles beat the Giants regularly, and we gonna beat them on election day.
Okay, the demographics of this room is far more valuable, though. I'm gonna be honest, because like the youth turnout is obviously important, and it actually makes up the difference. But that demo that Sharif Street, if he's able to push for turnout in the older black voting bloc, because like this district is Assad numbers for Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris. That is the most important demo in the district. We got to get the aunties out. I hope all of you in the Philly DSA have been knocking on aunties' doors, getting them out to go out and vote for Chris Rabb in the next 2 days. I'm actually very excited about this. I'm very stoked for Rab. Versus AOC and Rab's closing message. Let's take a look.
If you want to change the Democratic Party, we got to change the kind of Democrats that get elected to serve in Congress.
So good.
So
Was that auto-tune? What the hell?
Democrat
Oh, he's got Philly. He's got a Philly DSA hat.
will represent the bluest district in America? Is it?
Stop! Chris Sabb, stop! Stop making Cars Universe. Stop making Cars Universe references.
To be a Democrat who collaborates with special interests and lobbyists? Or is it going to be
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
a Democrat who put everything on the line to deliver for the people and communities that they love?
But people are saying, hey, brother, I hear you thinking about running for Congress. If you do, you can't talk about Palestine. You're not going to be electable. You can't do that. I said, well, if I run without integrity, I've already lost. There's only one way to run.
Rep Rab cannot be bought. Rep Rab has spent 5 years in the Pennsylvania State House, and in that time has not taken one dime from corporate lobbyists. Pennsylvania 3 is the bluest district in America. So the question here is not whether this community will elect a Democrat. The question is, what kind of Democrat will this community elect? Philadelphia. So it's time to knock those doors, and it is time to make history. Tuesday, let's send Rep Rab to Congress. God bless you, and let's do this thing.
Chris Rav 4. Stop! All right, I'm done. Anyway, reminder that if you live in PA 3, West Philly, Center City, Morrisville, North Philly, Germantown, and Chestnut Hill, etc., you got a chance to vote on Tuesday for someone who wants to make a difference for you, the country, and the world. Damn, and parts of South Philly. I mean, I'm super stoked. Chris is unbelievably impressive, very exciting candidate. And yeah. All right. On that note, everybody, it's 7 hours. I'm done. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you guys. And that's it. I also have to pee. Bye, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat, combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.